watching rides and sleeping in tents. Don't you know he's streaming it live? Take a look at some of his clips on Twitch TV. That's Twitch TV/Hitch. Hitch. Hitch.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to day 4 of our of part 2 of our South Korea Grand Slam tour, which is day 23. Why do we have to go and make things so complicated? This is a look. You don't like my vest? Vests are fashionable. Just because you don't understand fashion. Whatever. I'm in my very mirror-filled hotel. It's not supposed to be raining, but we might get a little bit of rain today, so I'll probably leave the camera as the waterproof camera, I think. Anyway, I think most things dried. Water got into some places that I wasn't expecting, like the broadcasting bag. There was like a decent amount of water ingressed into the streaming backpack bag, and got some of the batteries. What I think it, spared the bellow box, and they seemed the batteries at least recharged, but we'll see if they work today. And the backpack doesn't dry very easily, so it's like I left it all empty and open all night, but I feel like it's still a little damp in areas. And then my front panniers weren't closed that well, so a little bit of water got in there. But I think we'll be okay. So what we're my IRL Pro crashed. The whole app just crashed on my phone. I don't even remember that happening, like ever. Anyway, I forgot about my chocolate milk, but eventually I did, and I put it in the fridge. So hopefully it hasn't spoiled. But the nice thing about chocolate milk is you can smell if it's spoiled. So let's go quickly check the chocolate milk, get some stuff in us, and then we can pack up and get out of here. Chocolate milk. I got 3 of them, so hopefully they didn't spoil by sitting on the warm floor for an hour.
420 Greg just resubscribed for 25 months.
420 Greg, thanks for the 25 months. I also missed Mikey with the 37-month resub. Mikey, thank you very much for that. Smells fine. I forgot. Watched a movie last night. Too tired. I didn't end up watching anything. I was pretty tired. I called Sarah, and then I was planning on it, and then I didn't. Okay, what else do we have? I guess that comes out. Maybe it's fine too. It's got pork in it. And between 3 chocolate milks and this, that should be a good breakfast, right? This room has too many mirrors. Who are you to say how many mirrors is too many mirrors? Maybe I think this is the right amount of mirrors. In any direction, I have a mirror. I can always see myself. If I'm feeling narcissistic, this is the place to be. Can't see the ceiling mirrors. You know, I've never stayed in a place with ceiling mirrors. bucket list item. Can you even see ourselves? I know, yeah, you can see yourselves. I know what I'm working with when I'm streaming from a cell phone, at least. It's quite a bit. Quite a bit of stuff. Okay, that's one chocolate milk down. Let's start eating this. Should be fine enough for there. It was weird. Like, I feel like I wouldn't mind it, but like, I can just imagine you're like laying in bed on, just like sleeping on your back, and you wake up and your eyes open, and you are not used to having a mirror above you, and you wake up and you're looking up, but you're looking down on yourself, and that would just be weird. When I'm awake and conscious and of rational mind, I think it would be fun. But in that twilight of just waking up, I think my brain might be a little confused by that. Is that cheese? No, it's rice and pork wrapped in seaweed. Nice. Get the other phone charging? Yeah, I did. And what we did do to get that working was I just held my two phones together, my S24 Ultra, and I can turn it into wireless charging mode, and it'll wireless charge something it's touching. So I just charged it for a while, and then while it was charging, I just plugged in the USB port after like 15 minutes, and then it switched from wireless charging to the cable charging, and it worked fine. This room is a complete disaster right now. Batteries, my tent and stuff. My tent was like spread out all over the floor, but when I got off the shower and stuff, I checked and it was dry, so I just put it in a pile. Eat seaweed wraps on their own as a snack. Sarah likes to buy, I think they season them a little bit more than just the straight up seaweed wraps that you'd buy to make sushi with. They're like seaweed. Sarah, what are they? Is Sarah still here? They come in like little individual like snack size things, and there's like large chip size pieces of seaweed. Seaweed snacks? Yeah. From Costco. Yeah, I believe they're salted. What temperature is it though? Oh yeah, so I quickly called Sarah this morning. She sent me a message so I knew she was still up. So what happened yesterday was during her morning. Yeah, after I ended my stream, me and Sarah talked on the phone, and she was saying how she was supposed to get a bunch of rain for like days and days on end, and I was curious what it looked like, so I pulled up her forecast on my phone. I'm like, my phone's saying there's no precipitation. Like maybe a tiny, was it like an hour or two of precipitation? But nothing like to really be too concerned about. And then Sarah, sounded a little more optimistic about the day. And we continued whatever. So I might join her stream later for a little bit. But when I joined her stream, she was riding her bike, and it was pouring down rain. And I'm like, I just spent some time hyping her up, being like, there's not gonna really be rain. The forecast looks pretty good. And then I joined her stream. The forecast turned out was not correct, and it was not very good out there. So then I left the stream in shame. You turn on YouTube today? I think I tried to. You want to check and see? Your phone charger did? Yeah. Every time I join this damn stream, Hitch is not aged one bit. If you look at early Hitch streams compared to now, I've aged a lot.
Cheered 100 bits. Spending the day with a damp start. Chocolate milk is so good. Off the chart. I did better today with the pros. Drop Sarah poem I must disclose. Seeing both sides at once is great. Today's plan is not known. Matter of fate.
Second one, the daily poetry. Demoisturize your nose. I read that first in speed reading glance as did you monetize your nose, which I liked much more than the actual message of did you moisturize your nose. I did moisturize my nose. It is not monetized though. Chocolate milk number 2. Reminder work, do you remember yourself? I did wake up this morning and look at my phone and saw the notification. And it was a good reminder. Hey, when these don't open properly, you gotta shove your finger in there. There. Shoulder cam, they can monetize your nose. But you have to get the right angle, like Jay Streezy style, where his nose gets in there. I don't think my nose was getting in there yesterday, was it?
So Alex just resubscribed for 6 months.
Wally, thanks for the 6 months. Movie did you watch? I didn't. By the time I called Sarah and I was just chilling, it just didn't happen.
Thor Eve cheered 200 bits. Shove that finger in the choco hole.
Thanks for the 200 bits. I didn't want to. They forced me to shove my finger in there. Tag team global bike travels. Yeah, how the time zones work, or if I'm doing long streams, by the time I'm ending my stream, Sarah has started her stream. And it doesn't quite cross over where when Sarah ends her stream, I'm starting my stream. If she pushed till about 10 p.m. her time, then we might be able to 100% cross over. Every single hour of the day has either a Hitch cycling stream or a Sarah cycling stream. Now, we're not necessarily cycling that whole time, but it is a day in the life of someone on a bike tour. Sarah, I need you to stream till 10 p.m. tomorrow. I can start streaming at 7 and we can go on forever. If it's not raining. Okay, well, let me know. Actually, I don't know how you let me know I'll be sleeping. I can get up a little bit earlier. It gets light just after 6 here. Bunch of clips back saw the makeshift rain. Oh yeah. This. I used my old Rode Wireless Go that was broken or just outdated at this point, and super glued it onto a binder folder. And so if I have to use stream with the camera, I just slide that onto the cold shoe mount on the top there, and it works. It doesn't work while riding the bike though. That doesn't accomplish anything. The rain coming in sideways and smashing you, it doesn't help. Told you guys, yeah? Did you tell me that idea? I thought you were like making fun of me for using when new wireless mic and sacrificing it to make a janky looking hat. Super glue isn't waterproof. Like it melts when it gets wet. It's like the Wicked Witch of the West. Okay, was it you came up with the idea to get like the plastic like notebook cover from the dollar store? But I came up with I couldn't figure out what I had that would have like a cold shoe mount that I could slip onto the phone mount that was on there. Yeah, okay. You came up with the binder, I came up with the mic thing. Group effort, Sarah. YouTube stream playing up. Like it's not working? What's the YouTube stream doing? Because I did in theory turn it on. Theoretically. I think. Okay, I need to start packing. I don't really need to, but I'm going to start packing. Probably start with a buff, because it's going to start out cold. Let's just try. So you came up with the toothbrush cover. She did come up with a toothbrush cover. It's a very useful piece of, I was going to say tech, but is it tech? Or the right across the end of the phone on top of your helmet. Those were the days. Slightly different stream quality, I guess. This will go in there. Look at all that stuff. My camera's a little dizzy. Yeah, no, I just didn't have the ability to do a good backpack stream. I had a Live View Solo original back then, but it used way too much power for me to bring on a bike tour, that original Live View. So I need to do power efficient, and just the cell phone stream was the only thing I could reasonably power for that whole trip at that time. Things have changed a bit now, but chat phone. As a man who enjoys batteries, are you not a battery enjoyer? You should be. Okay, I use these two for the stream today. The rest of y'all can go away. So I'll keep this. Angry 737 got a super fast charger for it too. Can't it do like 140 watts input? My chargers can only do max at a one port of 100 watts, which is still great. Like I don't feel the need to be able to charge batteries like this at faster than 100 watts. This one can do 100 watts too.
Rerun Rod just resubscribed for 31 months. Howdy.
Rerun Rod. Thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate it. They don't make one that goes that high? I thought Anchor makes one specifically for essentially that battery that does do 140 watts. But like you're essentially buying a very specific charging brick for... you also need a higher classification of cable that can handle 140 watts. Because like basic USB-C can only go up to 60 watts. The 100 watt cables are getting more common, but 140 watts is like the next step up from there too. New fancy charger, it's worse than my 100 watt charger. Returned it, didn't work out. Current content was actually against Twitch 2S 3 years ago. Naked feet. Like in any context, you couldn't have bare feet. It's interesting. I didn't know it was like just straight up no feet. I figured it was some 50 Shades of Grey where if feet just naturally show up, that's fine. But if they're like the focus of the stream in a way where you're using your feet as a way to get people excited. Have a camera on your butt. Now, didn't they just change that? They came out with like a new community guidelines being like, if your stream focuses on specific body parts for a specific period of time, then you can get in trouble for it or something. Today is the last day of booty cam. I'll take a moment of silence for the Twitch booty cam era. So they didn't specify how long you can have it focused on parts, right? Didn't they leave it quite like non-descriptive. It's kind of like, if we feel like you've left it too long, then you can get in trouble. I'm having problems with my tape. These are supposed to be Velcroed, and the Velcro is supposed to pull apart, not pull the Velcro off the backpack entirely. Okay, I need it this way. The main compartment's mostly dry, but there is like some moisture in the essentially like the laptop spot of this backpack, which I don't reuse for a laptop, but yeah, things got a lot more wet than I was hoping they would. Well, I was hoping they wouldn't get wet at all, but, you know, what can you do? Okay. No, you're not supposed to be there. There you go. How much the room cost? 40,000 won, so just over $30 US. It's cheap. I like cheap. When we showed up to this place, people were like, nah, man, you shouldn't stay there. That looks too sketchy. But that just made me excited. I like weird motels. They got character. I was going to say they got class. They might not have class, but they got character. Stayed in a $12 Taiwan hotel. It was actually pretty nice. For $12? That's good. Gotta go to Taiwan. Apparently the hitchhiking's good there too. Freaking Rob's stealing my content. Waterproof socks that proved to not be waterproof, but slightly water resistant. So I don't wear those, but I should grab a fresh pair of socks. Yeah, gloves. Maybe two. That's not where that is. Okay. Everything dried out okay for the most part. There's still like a compartment of my broadcasting bag that got pretty wet and hasn't fully dried out yet, which I'm not super happy about. It's not a good proof of... I think wearing it allowed water to get in better than when it was laid flat. Because I had the waterproof cover on it too, but I think upright it allowed the water to come in horizontally and then into the backpack, like underneath through there. When it was laying flat, it was harder for water to ingress into there. Oh, I gotta put it back in my tent too. Bet there's still standing water, so I'll probably actually still get wet socks today just from riding over puddles. I'll need that too. Because we'll be going back to the third person camera today. Sorry, that's just the strap to help secure the backpack to the rear rack. Not socks, that's a toque. That's a thin pair of socks. Monitor your heart rate like Sarah does. I haven't incorporated it into my stream. I've only used heart rate monitor when I've been training on like with Zwift. Alright, socks. Well, like, I think it's a good idea. So I haven't done it, but I'd like to. It's a good gauge of like how difficult a section of riding is. If you watch the stream a lot, you can tell how much effort I'm putting out based off of what my heart rate's doing, given the terrain I'm riding over. So, and then there's Sarah, whose heart is like a hummingbird, regardless of what she's doing.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to David Leshman. They have given 291 gift subs in the chat.
Brooks with the gifted sub, thank you very much. How cold is it? Might have to start with a sweater on. 6 degrees. It's not windy though. I feel like we can switch to the non-waterproof camera though. Let me open this window. That looks pretty good. I can see why they blacked out this window. I'm just staring at a highway. Oh. How's the bike motor? I like it. If you don't like hard mattresses, this would not be nice. Like, it's a very firm mattress. And I'm a guy that likes firm mattresses, so I slept good on it, but like, if you want something with a little plushness to it, this ain't that. Is the bike in the room? It's just outside the room, in like the in the hallway. It would be, you could get it in here, it'd just be a little compact. Ask to bring a bike inside or just test your luck. I ask where they're, like, what did I say? I translated, I'm like, can I bring my bike inside? And then he's like, yeah. And then he like pointed up to like, I already knew my room number was on like the second floor. So he's just like, yeah, bring your bike up. I assumed in the room, and then he like went up there and showed me I could leave it right outside the door, which made sense because the room is very small. So like, yeah, I could get it in here, but it would be very cramped. Not bad for $30. Yeah, no, I'm very happy. I have very low standards for like hotels, like especially like if I'm in the middle of a trip kind of thing. Like if I'm staying somewhere for one night and I'm getting there like in the evening and I'm leaving in theory right in the morning, like why would I want to spend a ton of money for a place that I'm literally just showing up there, immediately going to sleep, waking up, showering, and then leaving? It doesn't have to be nice. But when I'm traveling in the US, it feels like a cheap motel doesn't exist anymore. Like when I used to travel, I used to be able to find motels in the $40 range. 40 to 50 was attainable. If you weren't in like a touristic area, you're just like in the Midwest at an interstate junction. That is no longer a thing. Like I was in freaking Little Rock, Arkansas with nothing going on there, and you couldn't find Motel 6 for less than $100. In Little Rock. Missed out on the campsite for $20 extra. Yeah, so if you weren't watching yesterday, I was gonna try out one of the Korean campgrounds. Like it was pouring rain, I just wanted to finish a little early, and they had just a campground there. I'm like, okay, I'm finished. Go to this campground. They wanted 60,000 won for a campground, and I had to very awkwardly like because they didn't post the prices online, and I went into the office to ask for the prices, and I had to very awkwardly like listen to their prices, be like, fuck, that's expensive. No, thank you. Okay, bye. 60K is what in US? 45-ish or something? Might be a few dollars off. Just put your tent down, 60K. Yeah, no, exactly. I thought it was a little crazy. So I said no. And goodbye. Instead of vibrating, actually, they used to in the 70s, and did you use it? Not that I found. I think I've stayed at some Korean motels that have like a heated mattress pad thing. So like the mattress pad feels like lumpy, and it's because there's like heat coils in it. I don't think this one has that though. What I should have done yesterday is like did some laundry just in the sink or the bathtub, but I didn't because I was tired. Right. Definitely be putting my pants on, socks on. Let's even get by with just my windbreaker shell. Check wallet, bro? What does that mean? Did you steal it? It's rude. Sarah's running in shorts the last 3 days? Like just shorts? She didn't put pants over top? That's surprising. Can't afford for all my clothes to be wet. I see. So just accept the wet mentality. And then when you finish the ride, you can put the dry stuff in. Yeah. So what do you have for? You have merino wool base layers for like pant length things. And then you have pants that you plan to ride in. Also whine about cold at the same time. Well, yeah, but I respect the mentality of like not sacrificing all your dry clothes to just be slightly uncomfortable while you're riding. If all it is will be slightly uncomfortable. If you're like risking hypothermia, then yeah. But you should put more layers on. But legs don't feel bad while cycling. Yeah, I'm similar. Where like the legs are much more just tolerant of conditions in your upper body and everywhere else is really. It just takes it. I have to carry my bike down the stairs too. We're gonna have to go down in a few different steps here. The Vans aren't working. And they're not the best cycling shoes now. I've tried to get her to get different things, but like the reality is if she's riding in solid wet conditions, her feet will get wet. Even if she gets like waterproof cycling specific shoes, the water will get into them. It's inevitable. Okay, I think we're pretty much packed up. Socks and sandals. I like the sandal approach because like if it's wet out, you're just gonna get wet anyway. So might as well just get wet right away with the sandals. But when it dries up, you'll dry out like immediately because you're wearing sandals. So they dry out like immediately. I think it's a good strategy. There's some conditions where that just work well. Actually, with my overshoes, I was riding well below freezing, and that was fine. Wool socks, by the way. Sarah has wool socks. She just when all that these didn't fully dry out. Well, it did, but like the straps, they're kind of rubberized and they hold water a little bit. he says sandals dries out instantly. Even if you have like good socks on, if you're in like locked in shoes that aren't gonna breathe that well, it's just they're just never gonna dry out. It's just lightweight hiking shoes. Why not the socks and sandals approach? Sarah has said she wants to try out riding in clips. So But I don't think they even sold these sandals in her size, which is strange. I don't think they had like specific men's and women's. They just had like, you know, a European size range, but they didn't get like down to Sarah's size, which is like a 6.5 women, seven. I forget now. Her feet aren't even that small, but they didn't make it in her size, at least when I checked on Shimano's website. Maybe I read it wrong, though. Do I get enough cables in? Should probably grab one. What did I leave for batteries? Yeah, I need one battery to keep the phones charged. I'm gonna wash the lens real quick. Okay. How is the sleep? Did the sheet stick to whatever? Just because they had a vending machine selling intimate personal items doesn't mean this place is, you know, that kind of place. It's fine. Trying to say sound start US EU38 size 5'6" US. Is that 5'6" women's though? Because I thought I'm only like, aren't I like just like a 40, 41 or something like that? Well, I could actually read the label on this thing. But... big mirrors around this room. I'll give you another, like a full looks through the room before we head out here. But every wall has a mirror, well, except for the window wall. Breakfast money. Brooks with the tenner. I'll have to find a convenience store and get some more stuff. I had 2 chocolate milks and a kimbap just in the hotel room here before we left. But I need more. I think, yeah, we're good to go.
Alexander Pride cheered 100 bits. So who are you wearing today, Hitch? We've been talking about fashion a lot in the chat.
Gore. Arc'teryx. Icebreaker. I even got some Decathlon on me. Some Pearl Izumi. Some POC. Oakley. Buff. Shimano. More Icebreaker and more Gore. I think that's everything. And my Twitch IRL wristband. I've worn those like this wristband every day since TwitchCon San Jose 2018. I actually lost one, but I had 2, so I replaced it with the other one. All right. So, got a mirror and a TV on this wall. I got a little fridge there. That's nice. Got windows which are blacked out, kind of, except for that little top little bit there. You can see the highway out there. It's nice. And then we got low mirrors on this wall. A little bit higher mirror on this wall. We got circles. But then this wall, look at all these bicycles. Look at them all. That's different. More bicycles. There's a bicycle room. How much pay? 40,000 won. I think it came out to, did our converter do the thing at 32 US dollars? Who's bits? Tarot card is back. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Great room for the price. Oh yeah, for sure. Just check the bike. What happened to my bag of fuzzy peaches? I don't know if you can see. See, there's a notably liquid in the bag of fuzzy peaches. Rained enough that a tiny little hole at the top of my snack bag allowed a full puddle's worth of water in my fuzzy peaches. Okay. my bike. I'm gonna bring things downstairs. And you guys are gonna hang out here for a sec, I think. I'm gonna bring the bike first, then we'll bring the bags. I gotta redo the pole mount. It keeps coming out of place. It's annoying. Oh, it slid way the F down. Okay. I go down 2 flights of stairs. Sorry. All right, should be everything. 2 more trips. Maybe bring you guys next. Stationary bike for all your stationary bikes in front of the office needs. Cats. Yeah, I gotta bring down the rest of the panniers. I'll be right back. Right. It's nice to see the sun. Okay, I gotta redo the whole pole mount. It's all effed up. Quite a rig with that pole. Thank you. Yes. Let's see if that's even close to the right thing. Sometimes it takes a bit of trial and error to get it right. See, I feel like that's too low. So I usually try to get this set before I start stream because it takes some finagling. So a little higher. Get a pannier on there so I can visualize. The goal is to have it sticking out about exactly as far as my rear panniers go. It needs to stick out further. Because yeah, if it's not sticking out far enough, then you're just going to be staring at my back, which is not ideal. But then getting this clamp thing on is sometimes just a pain in the ass. In a way that it's properly secured. Need the handlebar Velcro? I know, I don't know where it went. should be okay. I can just extend it slightly more there. Because yeah, when the bike's fully loaded and you put it on kickstand, it wants to go like this, especially when it's heavy. But if I just put some Velcro around the front brake, then the bike can't move. Pro tip. Hey, like that. Stop. Yeah, like a parking brake. Didn't I? I think at times I've been calling it my parking brake. Okay. Seems fine. Just make sure that's tight. Sure. That's tight. I just need to keep tension on the rod so it doesn't bounce around when it hits bumps. Yeah, it's just because this pole gets long enough that the longer it is, the more like vibrations from the base of it will be amplified at the end, and the red string just dampens it a little bit. The optical image stabilization of the Sony action cameras is like quite impressive. You can handle a lot of bumps, but we just try to minimize them wherever possible. It's as sad as bad as it looks. It is the most widely recommended long distance touring saddle in the world. So it's actually about as good as it gets.
Tarot card 1981 cheered 100 bits.
Piznock with the 10 months. Thank you for the 10 months. And Tarot card with another 100 bits. Thank you. Kickstand to use? I don't even know. It's just a kickstand. I think I got it in Belgium when I was starting my solar panel tour. Because I needed a kickstand. I just found it from some random bike shop. It's held up good. My comparison for held up good is Sarah's broken like 4 different kickstands because she's just loves breaking them. She just sees a kickstand, she's like, I want to break it. Sarah smash. But I haven't broken any, so must be good then. Just getting the ballot box and stuff turned on now, and we'll be switching over to the bike camera here shortly. See if it's turning on correctly. Come here. Bellow box. USB but no Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, because I was just using that for Wi-Fi. Okay. That'll work. Okay, I gotta steal the mic from this. So the audio's gonna change. I'm gonna turn on the bike camera and then we'll switch over. So you'll lose a good chunk of your hearing here for a sec. Okay, we should be on. Hi. Looks slightly dusty. You're loud and clear? All right, this is good. We're in business, definitely. There's one thing I forgot to strap up this guy. See, the pull mount's secured at 1, 2, 3, 4 different points. I forgot to secure one of them. There we go. I'm gonna have to adjust the camera angle as well. Okay, I really need to find that Velcro strap. Bike just really wants to roll away. Feels actually really nice out right now. I have to get this properly strapped into here. Check the angle on this. Needs to angle out that way and point probably a little bit down. Sutras look amazing but expensive. Yeah, and they increased in price so much since I bought mine. I got this right before the COVID bike price increase. I just need to spin it so that way. I think we should be okay. It's easy to adjust so we get going and it's not looking great. We can change the angle a bit. I think that looks okay. Start with that. Adjust as needed. So I bought mine for 1,700 Canadian, which I'm not saying is cheap for a bike. It's not at all. But by next year, and like with the COVID prices, I think they were 2,700 Canadian. So $1,000 extra because they felt like it. And I don't think they've decreased the price since then. 2,000 US. So yeah, I think it was 1,700 Canadian or 1,200 US retail when I bought mine. So it's kind of 800 US dollars or 1,000 Canadian dollars. Yeah. Bike might be a little crunchy. See, there's tons of like just grit and stuff all up in its business. Changed a bit now though. What have they changed? My phone's freaking out. Coming on and off power. GPS, thank you. I'll do that too. Is when I feel like when I looked at like the next couple years model, they changed the color. My components looked exactly the same. Checking out this year's model. I'm curious what changes they've made, if any. Alright, GPS should be active. Hopefully it's within a couple hundred meters of 0. Zero 0.0. Frick yeah. Good job. I have to oil the chain here soon, I think. All that wet weather and grit and stuff like that's mucked up my chain some. Hey, look, our blue line's back. Nice to see ya. How's the camera looking so far? Good. He's good. Normal. All right. Publish VOD, now going to bed. Have a nice ride. All right, thank you very much. TT Studio, have a good sleep. It's totally different without the rain, right? Yeah, definitely does. These trees are starting to, you know, show some life. I hear my fender rubbing. Don't know which one. Can just see, but that's what you want? Hold up. Come tomorrow. If you show off any certain features of your body for too long, Twitch can ban you. Well, I have to turn up my camera like 3 degrees higher. Is this too seductive of a camera angle? See, I'm surprised in the era of oh, look at that gazebo, I could stayed there. In the era of butt cam streams where like someone will be sitting at their computer and have like the normal desktop stream, but a second camera angle just staring straight at their ass. How did no girls get on the third person biking camera with a well-positioned butt camera? I'm definitely gonna have to hold my chain here. My chain sounds so sad. That's too sweaty? You're saying that like that's a negative. I don't know, like, so we should get a couple stamps today. I just don't know how spread out they are. You went to Seoul? I started in Seoul. We're now heading out to the west coast of Korea. What's your heart rate? I don't have a heart rate monitor, so I couldn't tell you. This is just a comfortable touring pace. These trees, I'm telling you, we're gonna get cherry blossoms at some point. They were telling me I came too early to see spring be springy. It's starting. Oh, it's pretty breezy right now. 120, 30. I have no idea. Like I don't have a good sense for like, given my output, given how hard I've been working, and feeling the physical response of that, estimating my heart rate. Because I never really paid attention. So I don't, like I know how my body feels when I'm riding and how much output I can maintain by just feeling it, but I don't know what that translates to in heart rate. Can we see flowers soon? I certainly hope so. Oh, I'm already too warm. I was expecting to be kind of cold to start with. Nice. Ah. Can you guys hear my like squeaky chain? No? Okay. That's good. Acid burn in your legs requires very steep hill. Like, yeah, usually my output while touring isn't so high that I get that like lactic acid like burn that you're kind of describing. But yeah, it would just be if there's a hill steep enough that I need to output enough power that isn't like sustainable for more than, you know, X number of seconds to X number of minutes. And then you start to get that dump of lactic acid. For the most part, touring, you specifically avoid trying to do that because your goal is to be riding all day. It's hard to ride all day if you're putting out that much effort. No, North Korea, I can kind of hear the chain. Okay, you can hear the chain a little bit. Yeah. I bought new chain oil because I was out. That last bottle of chain oil was with me since like the beginning of my cross Canada bike tour. So I had the same bottle of chain oil for like 30,000 kilometers of touring. I don't know if that's like, means I wasn't oiling my chain enough or just chain oil seems to last a long time. What brand? It was like purple something chain oil, purple something. It wasn't purple colored. Well, the label was, but the oil itself wasn't. I often just recommend. Different people might recommend different distances. I always just did it when the bike sounded like it needed it, which is probably less than I should do it. Purple Extreme, yeah, that's the one. Brand I use recommends by ear. Okay, well that's good to know because yeah, I've always just been like, well, chain sounds a little rough. Let's give it a little love. And I never even think about it until that point. Skittles or Starburst? Skittles. I find Starburst like, it's so like gummy. It feels like, I don't know how many fillings, but it just like sticks to my teeth so much. She's never had a flat? Are you talking about Sarah? Yeah, Sarah has never had a flat on any of our tours, including when she toured with me. The tandem bike has never had a flat. lots of glass a few days ago and nothing. Yeah, and she's just using the stock tires off the, like her bike from Decathlon, the Riverside Tour. And I feel like it's just like essentially a no-name brand tire. Whew. Breezy. Have you changed tread on your tires? Usually my rear tire needs swapping at like 6-ish thousand kilometers of riding. The front lasts a bit longer. The rear tire, being like the drive tire, has more weight on it too. It just gets worn a good chunk faster. It's gonna depend on what tire, but I've been rocking similar tires this whole time. On a new bike path? Yeah, this is all new to me. I've never been here before. Power tire sheet's a bit lighter also. Hers are 40 mil as well, aren't they? Like, I rock 40 mil tires. Nice, so 13 millimeter on a touring bike. Yeah, I'm not sure how much extra rolling resistance you get from stepping up to a wider tire, but I've never really toured on thinner tires, so if it feels better on thinner tires as far as rolling resistance, I just have never experienced it, so I'm comfy on my 40 mil. But there's been many times when I've been happy I've had a bit thicker tire when you're going over any kind of softer ground. So I never felt like I wanted a thinner tire. You've on road bikes going wider now? Yeah, I think I've heard like 32 mil is like standard for like road bikes these days. Oh, reasonable headwind. Surprised the forecast didn't call for any wind, is it? But like as I was saying when we were leaving Seoul, if there is any wind, it like funnels into the river valleys that we ride along, and that can either be good or bad because, you know, whatever direction you're riding on the valley, you either have a headwind or a tailwind. You usually don't have anything crosswindy because you're just following the river valley. Southwest, 16.9 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's not much. It's something. Skating tires more prone to punctures. When I was riding across Canada, I'd occasionally ride with another cyclist a little bit. Rode with one guy that was riding Vancouver to Ottawa was his final, I think. He was on like a carbon road bike with a bike packing setup, and we were kind of like leapfrogging each other. We'd see each other at the same kind of fuel stops, because in Canada things are really spread out, so kind of tourists stop at the exact same places. In the small towns there's like the spot to stop, and we keep seeing each other. Anyway, I rode with him for a bit. But he was saying he like, quite often it was like a puncture a day, sometimes more, because he had like thin, slick road tires. And like you can probably fix that in like a couple minutes by this point. And I find like taking just the wheel on and off on my touring bike has always been a big pain in the butt. But my road bike, when I'm swapping the wheel to like get it on the trainer and stuff, it all just goes so much easier. Anyway, still seems really annoying. What road bike do you have? It's a Canyon Endurance AL7. Just an aluminum frame, nothing fancy. You're a tour cyclist, average cost, all equipment needed, do what you're doing. Beginner cyclist that where you don't know if you like it or not, I wouldn't even recommend, unless you found a good deal, like on Facebook Marketplace, like any kind of used classified thing on a touring specific bike. You can just rock kind of like any bike with a decent gear ratio. You can spend a couple $100 and get a decent used bike that'll work just fine for touring. But I guess a few things you'd be looking for is that it would already have racks on it, front and rear racks. A lot of bikes wouldn't have front if they weren't loaded for touring already. But a lot of bikes have rear racks at least. So say, like anything cycling you can spend a lot of money on, but to get a bike that just works, you really don't have to spend that much money. But with that said, like, what's the minimum you had to spend? I'm going to 100% recommend you look for a used bike. And then at that point, like, you're just buying from some random person that's selling their bike. And if you get a great deal, you can get an amazing bike for really, really cheap, depending on your market and who's selling. Salt, thanks for the gift sub there. Bad sores or anything recently? No. I had a bunch of knee pain when I was in Korea last for like a week or something like that. It came, stuck around. I was trying to adjust all my seating position and stuff to see if it was just my setup. I did mess around with a bunch of things. Eventually it just went away and never came back. I don't know which part of my setup fixed it, or if it was just I needed to keep riding and my body just worked itself out. Need mounting points for the gear? Yes. Now you can get away, a lot of just general bikes will have like the Goesans for a rear rack, but a lot don't have them on the front fork for the front rack. You can get like strap-on ones, but they're probably not going to be the best. Carry food for a couple of days or more. In a place like Korea, I'm never more than like 20 kilometers from a place where I can resupply, so I don't carry much food with me. And I don't have to carry a bunch of weight and bulk of food. 감사합니다. Run you recommend for front pannier saddlebags? I've been Team Ortlieb since my first tour, and they've been pretty much bomb-proof. And they're known to be that. They're heavy, but they work well and shouldn't break on you. And I'm really abusive with my gear. Like I don't baby it. So it's great, but it's expensive. So with that said, I don't have experience using other stuff. There's probably lots of different bags and panniers that can be had at a lower price point that would work well. The thing, like just the back rollers, just the back panniers is like $200 for the two back, and then front ones are 100 something bucks for the two front ones. Handlebar bags like $80. Use energy gels to use them. There's normal food. There's normal food. I have used some energy gels here and there. I'm distracted by all this construction and the alarms. It's a radiation sign. That's what I initially thought. I'm like, it can't be. It wasn't. It's just similar to it. I don't know what it actually meant. Sci-fi police sound. Yeah, it kind of did sound like the flying police cars from like some sci-fi movie. Which means biohazard. All right. Biohazard. I wonder what it was then. Just a sewage line? Any fans over there? I haven't had any viewers come by on this trip, if that's what you mean. I did have a couple come by last time. Which means biohazard is a joke? Well, I don't know. They seem to use different symbols for things here in Korea. If I don't know what the answer is and I see chat saying it's something, I'm just going to be like, yeah, that must be right. Florida was the most amount of Twitch snipers or whatever. We did have a lot of people come by in Florida. The country with the highest percentage of my viewership is US. So this makes sense when I'm doing a trip in the US, that I just enjoy more people coming by. When I'm cycling, I'm much more predictable and easier to snipe per se than when I'm hitchhiking. Because like, you can see what road I'm going, you probably know what route I'm taking. So if you think I'm passing through your area, you can kind of plan days in advance when you think I'm going to be coming by. From Ireland to the rest of the world. Good morning from, wait, it's like midnight there, isn't it? Which is technically morning, like after midnight. Good morning from Korea. Were you watching Sarah's stream, my girlfriend? She's bike touring in Ireland right now. Apparently it rained. Come to Finland one day. I've been trying to go to Finland for like years. And for one reason or other, my trips keep getting interrupted. Most recently by a global pandemic. I'm from Brisbane. The Australians are representing. Alright, let's do the thing. If you're watching right now and actively in chat, where are you watching from? If you don't mind saying. Understandable if you don't. Yeah. We got Portland, New York, Hawaii, Florida, Tassie, Ohio, Netherlands, Sydney, Sweden, California, Serbia, nice, Oklahoma, Dublin, Georgia, USA, Finland, France. Finland, where's all these Finns coming from? I really gotta go to Finland. Tampa. And Florida. You guys must be neighbors. Oregon, Kentucky, West Virginia, Brisbane, New Brunswick, Canadians. Nice. Edmonton, fellow Edmontonian. New Zealand, Mordor. Seems hot there this time of year. Washington, D.C. Another Finland. I feel like the most common one I've seen right now is Finland. Has that ever happened? I don't know. I gotta check my Twitch stats. See if Finland's made it into the top 10. Sacramento, California, near Corning. Why would you be such a place? Your proximity to Corning is concerning. We got Boston and Ontario. We got a few Canadians. Ottawa, another Canadian. Nice. Biggest celebrity in Finland, Hitch. Isn't it Kimi Räikkönen? Torino in Finland. I'm surprised. Yeah, no, it's very late. Maybe it's all that coffee that Finnish people drink. Apparently, number one per capita consumption of coffee in the world is Finland. Just screwing up their sleep schedules. BC got a French type of snow this morning. Is it on the coast or more central? Good Friday and Easter weekend. It's a holiday. I was invited to do like a family meetup on Easter weekend. I got invited when I just landed in Korea. I just landed, I got to my hotel. I'm like taking apart my boxes to put my bike together. My sister's like, hey, do you want to do a get together on the island Easter weekend? The timing wasn't great. Ooh, there's the wind. So how far till our first thingamajigger? That's what they're called, I believe. We're seemingly like just over halfway from the last checkpoint to the next checkpoint, it seems. But we started already like partway between the two checkpoints, so. On the road. Have GPS when you have the time. It's on, isn't it? Cycle touring YouTube, or like, they went through the city that starts with J. We're going towards. I am kind of the same way when it comes to a lot of the town names here. My brain just doesn't like I see a town name, but I'm just not registering. It just sounds so foreign to me. My brain doesn't like associate it with something memorable. Why only 7 kilometers in 2 hours? Because for most of that time we were packing and getting ready to ride and haven't been riding. We didn't start the stream on the bike already going at a touring pace. First time we see a convenience store, though, we're gonna go in and get some more stuff to eat. What? That might have been. There's something 2.8 kilometers out that way. I guess it's not the bike path. So I do solo Goesan in October. Can't wait to let the South Korea streams. I think I heard October's good not to do it. As well, it's before you get into full winter, like there's still foliage on the trees and stuff like that. But it's not peak summer heat and humidity. I think that's a good call. So I get her waterproof socks today. Was she planning on getting waterproof socks? Hey, another bike. Ow. I assume it. Is this right? Or, yeah, I still see the blue line. Okay. I saw him go under the underpass thing and I'm like, was I supposed to do that? So we got our own separate whole section here. Nice. I've limited trust in this road surface. I'm 100% paying attention to what's in front of me because I'm like, at any point, one of these little tufts of dirt, sand could just be a giant pothole that just looks like any other just pile of sand. Nice. Anyway, that was fun. I missed Noel. Are my alerts not working or is it just too loud with the... Was Brian trying to speak over that and didn't work? Anyway, Noel, thanks for the 53-month reset. Oh my lord. Ah! Alright. We survived. I'm around this way too. Alright. 53 months, thank you. Whew, now I'm a little cold. Oh, our visibility's gotten worse. Looks very hazy. Maybe even rainy up here? I don't know. The actual pavement was in decent shape. There's just like gravel or whatever in random patches along there that made it look like it was in this state of disrepair, but it's just dirty, I guess. Spillway. Also dirty. These would be rice fields, right? This truck is slightly in the way. The heck, truck? What you doing? And this will be my view for the rest of the day. See how intimidating I am? Oh yeah, she did for me. I thought he actually wanted to back up. I was just gonna go around. I had just enough room to like get off my bike and push it around. Huh. Well, there you go. I thought he had to reverse, so he's just like, I'm gonna reverse. That wasn't a mile away? Yeah, that's true. I had space to go around. Like, I probably would have had to walk it, but... Oh, ferocious. We're almost mauled. By an apex predator. Weighing in at 8 pounds. Having the German Shepherd. Yeah, like, well, cycling. Yeah, dogs love to chase bikes. A lot of time they're just chasing for the chase, I guess. We're in town. There's probably a convenience store here. Oh, I'll just keep going. Until we see one visually. But yeah, some of the ones that chase you will actually, if they get you, they will bite you. So when I'm home in Canada and stuff like that, like I love dogs. When I'm traveling, whether it's biking or hitchhiking, dogs kind of become like a pest. When you're on your bike, they tend to want to chase you and potentially bite you. And when I'm like camping and stuff like that, they tend to like smell you from far away and then like come bark at you for like 30 minutes. Cats are bros though. Yeah, cats don't don't do anything when I'm traveling. Okay. I initially thought I didn't have enough space without me pulling over and just leaning the bike away, but he found space. My alerts aren't working. It's just there. Oops.
TH3NAC3Monk3Y just subscribed with Twitch Prime D.
The Naked Monkey, thank you for the 13-month resub. It's going to do that again because I accidentally replayed the same message. Yeah.
TH3NAC3Monk3Y just subscribed with Twitch Prime D.
What I meant to replay was Naked Monkey, thank you for the 13 months.
Medicinal Jazz just resubscribed for 6 months.
And Medicinal Jazz with the 6 months as well. Thank you. So far, I've enjoyed the ride today. It's been a mixture of like on-road and kind of, well, kind of separate paths, but these are roads as well. They're just less trafficked, although we've had trucks on them. Had to assert my dominance over a tanker truck. Visit DMZ. Last time I was in Korea, we went to one of the bike certification checkpoints was right at the northeastern border. And a few people were monk-essing about how close we were to the border and how it's not a touristic zone and you shouldn't be like hanging out there longer than you need to. Blah, 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 blah. And then there were some locals like setting off Roman candles in the direction of North Korea off the coast. Chat being paranoid, why I never, yeah. Very surprising, isn't it? Trying to use because those were main roads. It's possible, like, I know Korea, like, modernized super quickly, like, post-Korean War, right? So, like, didn't, like, pre-Korean War, there was, like, not really much roads connecting up a lot of Korea. Like, they didn't have highways or anything like that. And now all of a sudden it's one of the most modernized countries in the world in a, well, 70-year period. So probably in this region there weren't really much. 70, well, 100 years ago especially. They were taught the secrets of bridge building. They went all in on bridges. Well, just infrastructure in general. Bridges, tunnels, anything. It's their control of the rivers with dams and weirs and stuff like that. It's pretty impressive. Good luck on the ride. Thank you, the Gisto. It's been good so far. Yesterday was wet, but the riding was still good. It's been a little breezy. Really nothing too prohibitively windy, but has been a headwind. Need to zip up them. Usually I get warmer and warmer as I ride, but I'm getting colder and colder. Used to ride competitively, missing the open road. Super cold here. Oh yeah. Do you like do some indoor training when it's too cold to ride outside? I'm staring at the military jets flying past. A farmland but no cattle. I saw a couple like cattle farms yesterday, I think. I got mooed at. I remember that. But yeah, like apparently Korea has some really good beef, but like they don't seem to raise cattle in like an industrial quantity. Japan's like kind of the same. Like they're famous for beef, but cattle take up like a lot of land and resources. So they in general use the land for other things. Got phone charge last night. Yeah, I actually used my other phone to wirelessly charge my phone. I forgot that newer Samsung phones had that feature. And then once I left that charging and had the phone on for a while, wireless charging, I just plugged a USB-C cable in and it switched to cable charging without complaining about water in the port anymore. So we did get it working. South Korea loves pork, chicken, everything in the sea, and Spam. Yeah, I can confirm that as well. I have heard that is it in a region or just in general? There's a kind of beef in Korea that's quite famous, quite expensive as well, but like rivals, you know, the famous Kobe beef. And I have had Kobe beef, like your fancy A5 Kobe beef, so maybe we should try the Korean equivalent and see if the experience matches up. And I say experience because when you go to a Kobe beef restaurant, like they make it a whole like show essentially. They'll cook it all in front of you, and there's quite like an art to it. Got to get it rare. So everything I did when I did like the Kobe beef was just like, they'll ask you how you want it, but I asked for the recommendation because I'm like, man, like the guys that make it in front of you are like, they're really amazing at what they do. So I'm just like, you tell me what you recommend. You know this beef better than I do. Essentially, they recommend it in the medium rare territory. would be good, too fatty for me. It is like really, really fatty. So yeah, when you're getting a steak, usually like, how many ounces were they usually? They weren't particularly big cuts of beef, and you feel like you're getting kind of ripped off for like it being like $100 US for a small little steak. But yeah, it's so fatty that you probably don't want much more than that. It's absolutely delicious, but it's not something that you're going to have like a 20-ounce steak of. But yeah, now talking about all this, I really want a steak at this moment in time. But I like fatty things, so I like the steak, but it just feels very heavy. You're welcome. It's a necessary evil. You gotta purge. Still trying to teach Sarah that move. Instead, she'll just sniffle all day. TV stations and newspapers on the strip? No. Nothing yet. But if you're new to the stream, when I rode my bike dragging a solar panel trailer up through Norway to Nordkapp, I just kept getting interviewed, like live radio interviews, and I was on like the local news, like the TV news. I did a live video interview using my broadcasting equipment on national TV, TV2. A bunch of articles. Never had so much random publicity. It's been a slow news day. Yeah, people said like the summer in Norway is like, there's not much going on in the summer in Norway. I don't know why in the winter there's apparently more, but I had like a Norwegian word for like it being slow news. And I was that slow news. I still think TV2 has some hack TV broadcasters. This is the weirdest interview. Anyway, I accidentally let them know that live as well, so the story, I think it was yesterday. So after I did the live TV interview with them, essentially I had a phone call with them so I could listen to what they were asking me, like do the interview, and I could talk to the producer before and after once they cut my feed from the actual broadcast. And then I had my LiveView Solar Pro broadcasting my video and audio through there, so we'd have like a high quality like live interview thing. And once the interview was over, the producer thanked me, and then we hung up from the phone call, but I was still broadcasting 10,000 bit rate of 1080p 60 frames per second of me and my audio. And then I just kind of said some choice words about how stupid I thought the interview was while I was still connected to their ingest, their RTMP ingest, with the producers probably still just just tuning into my feed. The blue line goes that way and this way. This looks nice, so I'll stay over here. I feel like if I was ever like actually some form of celebrity where like I had to do interviews and I was like, you know, like when like people act in movies, they have to do like that media run for the movie. It's like part of their contract to do all these interviews about the movie. And even if they don't think like the movie hasn't come out, but they don't think it's a good movie because they acted in it and they didn't like how it turned out, they still have to like smile and be like, it's great, you'll love it. I feel like I'd be really bad at doing that. But was it like Madame Web, like one of the actors from that, even on the press tour, was pretty much just like ripping into the movie? Bikie Ryan Trek Specialized Carbondale. Cannondale, you mean? This is a Kona. A Kona Sutra. Brand is Kona. Sutra is the model. That is a touring specific bike model. Never walk a lot deep for biking a lot like I do. I hate walking long distances. I find biking a lot more fun than walking. But like I hitchhike, and hitchhiking involves a lot of walking, and I don't mind it. And sometimes I'm enjoying the walk, but biking I find actively fun. Tasha going Poland to Denmark, crossing the sea with a bike boat, no ferry. I think I saw like a random picture on social media, but I don't know who that was or what the context was. Saw a picture of some dude posing next to a bike that had like pontoons on it, and presumably the pedals were hooked up to like, you know, a propeller rather than a wheel. Make it to TwitchCon? Yeah, I've made it to every TwitchCon on time. So I would properly use bike gear, should learn it one day. Yeah, like that part of cycling just kind of came naturally to me, but like I know it doesn't for everyone. Like my girlfriend Sarah, when we started riding bikes together, she didn't understand how to change her gears to adjust to the grade. Like when she went uphill, she didn't understand that the lower gear meant like you'd go slower, but you like oh oh how far does this go for? It's all gravel, which is gonna be annoying to ride on. Deciding whether it's better to go back to that bridge across to this side and continue that way, or to go down here, ride the gravel. What do you guys think? Sorry, I don't think you can see it, but down there there's an open path. I think it goes for quite a while. I'm just trying to see where it goes back up. So where am I? Oh yeah, we could just go left and go on the road for a bit and reconnect up. Let's try that, then we don't have to ride on the... This looks like pretty fresh gravel. It's gonna be loose and I'm gonna be chucking rocks all over the place. See, other bikes have done this too. There's a little mud patch and you can see the bike ties. Saddle looks leather. It is. It's Brooks B17 leather saddle. The way you kind of describe it is like leather saddle like this is like a pair of good leather boots when you first get them. Oh, soft mud. The leather's quite hard and it's not like broken in at all, and it's quite uncomfortable. And this saddle was exactly that when I first got it. But after you wear those leather boots for a few weeks, couple months, the leather softens up and it starts to form around the shape of your foot. And all of a sudden this boot is like super comfortable. Same thing for this. After I'd ridden it probably at least like 500 kilometers, it started to soften up and kind of shape a bit. And by 1,000 plus, it was like perfect. Let's turn right here. These same saddle perfect got a few hundred Ks. Yeah, just needs a little time and love. And then when you're touring, you can't like just leave the saddle out in the rain. So I have like a little waterproof stuff sack thing that I just chuck on over the saddle every night when I'm camping. If it gets wet occasionally, it's fine. It's just like it can't just be constantly getting wet and staying wet. Can you guys hear the wind at all? It's like, it's going pretty good. Shit, regular with leather grease. I only do it like twice a year probably, I'd say. I've heard of you like, because I have the Brooks like saddle whatever conditioner. I heard if you overdo it, you'll like soften it up too much and it'll like, it'll start to sag on you essentially. Like, as you sit on it, the leather stretches further and further. And there's a little adjustment knob thing on it to like push the nose out a little further to keep it taut. But you don't want it to soften it up too much. We got Defender with the Prime. Thank you. And Moose Liquid with the Prime. Thank you for the Prime, both y'all, and welcome to the Twitch backers. What the heck is that? Just come around the corner, just rolling in the oncoming lane. Here's my bike path.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Amaranth.
Oh, Amaranth, welcome to the Twitch Bikers. That's wonderful. Anonymous individual, thanks for gifting her that sub.
Stoutrat just resubscribed for 2 months. Had to do this. I'm poor, but I love this.
Stoutrat, thank you very much for the 2 months. I do appreciate it.
John 321 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
And John with a 5-month Prime. I think for 5 months. Appreciate all the subs right now, guys. It's very kind of y'all. Including Amaranth. kind of low bridge. Yeah, it was pretty low. Thankfully, I'm not particularly tall. I feel like I like this trail. We're like low, close to the river here. It's nice.
Klebby just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Clevy, thanks for the 6 months as well. Appreciate it. That's quite a few subs. A short little goal there. Big part of the leatherworking community on Twitch a few years back should only condition leather 1 or 2 times a year at most. Okay, then I've been doing it okay. I did condition it right before this trip because it had been a while since I'd conditioned it, but yeah. Is the leatherworking community on Twitch, is there quite a few people like broadcasting? I think that's cool content. I feel like I enjoy watching some of that as I'm like relaxing. If I just want something like, well, just low key and relaxing. Like I watch, what's his name? He does wristwatch repair. I just find it. Am I doing this right? I find it very relaxing to watch. Yeah, it shows me going back this way. And up and over. I see the blue line even. What happened? Oh, blue line that way. Alright. Interesting. There's a street sign right there. What, that told me which way to go? I didn't see it. Fall asleep best doing the tours when you lay down? Oh yeah. I sleep so well. Oops, grabbing a candy. Alright, yep. If I'm hurt, I've stayed on a bike the whole day. At the start of a tour, I'd say it's common that you might feel like fatigued at the end of the day, but I wouldn't say sore. It's the next morning after you like sleep it off. But you haven't been sitting on the bike for 10 hours or something like that. And then you first sit back on the saddle. That's when you feel it the most. Usually within a week, I'm got scared by pigeons. Usually by a week into the tour, my body's just conditioned to it, and I don't really feel it. Careful of yellow dust rain. Is this live? This is live. Is the pollution particularly bad today? Is that what you mean by yellow dust rain? I don't know where I am either. Just on site, it does look a little bit smoggy, but last time I was in Korea, I had some days where it was just like, the pollution was like thick enough that it felt like you were riding in like proper fog. I'm sure like I could like Google like an air quality index for whatever area I'm going through to see. And I could wear my buff over my mouth, which would maybe help. But probably in certain conditions you'd need like an actual like rated mask to get most of that pollution particles out of it. Probably this looks really bad today, 300, 400 plus. Not ideal. Yeah, I don't feel it yet. When we had the really bad air quality days, I felt like I could feel it in my lungs pretty much. It just felt like, I don't know how to describe it. It felt dirty. Still have to stop for some snacks at the convenience store. I assume we'll ride past one soon. They're usually all over the place when you're in a populated area, and we look like we're in a populated area now. Wait, are we getting close to our next stamp then? Yeah, we are. It's in this city? I assume this is considered a city. There's lots of big, tall buildings.
Pathcat_ just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Pat the Cat, thanks for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. Stamp route goes along this river all the way to the sea. Nice. All right, I got blue lines up here, blue lines down there. It probably is 6 in one, half dozen the other. This looks more enjoyable if this does connect out. Don't know when I hear how far is the goal. So in Korea here, they have many official bike routes like this. And for both locals and tourists like myself, they issue a bicycle passport. And along the bike routes, there's stamping certification centers. And if you go to every single one of those certification centers in Korea, they give you an award, a medal. So we're trying to do that. That involves me going all over Korea. Like all over Korea. We've already done a lot of it, but we've still got quite a bit to go. So we're about to do one of those stamps in a few kilometers here. So if you want to see what that is, just a few minutes here. I'll show ya. Hello there, Bambus. Bambus. Yeah, let's say Bambus. We got a tunnel. Oh wait, the biking is the red and the pedestrians is the green. Okay. Yeah, chain really needs a good oiling. Just pass a stamp. I shouldn't have. I just don't think. Wait, I did. I thought it was a bit further. Did you guys see it? I rode right past it. I was zoomed in on my map further than I thought. I thought I still like zoomed out, and I'm like, oh, it's further down the road. I was focusing, probably looking at the tunnel. Cool tunnel though, yeah, that's cool. I like it. I'm missing stamps again? Only minorly. It's a minor miss. Then we go back and get it. I'm just keeping you guys on your toes. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, we cruised right past it. Anyway, this is what the bike certification centers look like. They're just little phone booth looking things. So, if you haven't seen it, this is what the passport looks like. Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. You can choose to get this in Korean or English. Of course, I chose English because I'm can't speak Korean. They asked if I wanted the Korean one though, and I'm like, oh, get the English. Got my ink pad. Because most of them have them in there, but a lot of them are dried out. Like there's one in there, but it's just sitting open, so it's probably all dried out and stuff like that. Yeah. So, what's this one called? I can probably just see based off where it is. It's probably Bake Row Park. So this is our Ocheon bicycle path section of the booklet. Yeah, Bake Row Park. Double checked with the map to confirm that this is the right one. Because when I was doing part 1 of this tour, and I missed one on like day 1 leaving Seoul. And I didn't notice till I had left Seoul and got to the next one. And I stamped it right away, and then I like looked at the name and I'm like, wait, these names don't match up. Because I missed it. So I have a history of missing these things. Wait. I don't need the box, I need the actual ink pad. things. But... Okay, we're going to try and do it in one go this time. Last time I double stamped, people complained. Honestly, rightfully so. It was a bad stamp job. Alright. We didn't get all the detail, but you can see Ocheon, and you can see the park thing. I blame the stamp. It's probably still my fault. Anyway, another one down. Anyway, do you have to go back and get again? This is part 2 of the trip and I started in Seoul again. The one I missed in Seoul, I got on day 1 of part 2 of this trip. So currently there's none that I'm missing that I have to like backtrack for. I just have to do all the ones going forward that I haven't done yet. Nice. Another one. Next one is Musimcheong Bridge. I'm pronouncing that almost certainly very incorrectly. It says on here about 26 kilometers from here to the next one. And then the next one, Hapgang Park, is about 27 kilometers. So 50 kilometers to get 2 more. What time is it? We'll get at least 1 more today, potentially 2. Yeah. I need to get some snacks though. Well, why don't I just have my chocolate milk right now? And some cookies or something. I don't remember which pannier is hosting that. Clearly not that one. Probably move away from this so I'm not like... Usually these places aren't particularly busy, but still I'm just kind of blocking the entrance to it. You can look at this, I presume this is a fountain at some point. Gears did you change to for the Norway trip? I changed out the cassette. I think the small size went from a 36 to a 34 or something like that. Could be wrong. And then we swapped out the front chainring as well. Essentially gave me like an extra 2 full gears of lower range. WTF are those glasses? They're cycling glasses. When I started cycling, like when I rode across Canada in 2020, I just wore like casual sunglasses because I didn't feel like looking super cycling-y. But anyway, at some point, like Oakley was having a 50% off sale and I kept churning through glasses and they weren't that nice and blah, 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 blah. And I got these and then I kind of saw the light and I'm like, wow, I see why cyclists wear cycling gear. Like they're just so full coverage and they wrap around your face so I don't have like sun and dust blowing in the sides. And like they take up my entire field of vision so I don't see the frame anywhere. It's just my entire vision is my sunglasses. It's nice. I said that would happen with Sarah too. Like when Sarah started cycling, she just wore like casual active wear. And ever so slightly, or ever so slowly, she's slowly getting more and more cycling things. More and more. Have any extra gear during your first trip? What do you mean extra gear? What does your store setup on your bike look like? Without taking the camera off, which I don't feel like doing right now. We do when I switch to the cell phone streams for eating, and I showed the bike setup when we were starting the stream. Like, it's a standard bike touring setup with panniers on the rear rack and the front rack. Like glasses and cycling stuff. On my first bike tour, I wore normal athletic shorts. I wore my warm weather cycling shirt was just a polyester running shirt. And my glasses were just casual sunglasses. The only thing that was super cycling-y that I got was when I got to Kelowna, I switched to these cycling sandals with clips. That was the most cycling-y thing I had. Buying waterproof socks and shoe covers next. That'll help. Because yeah, she keeps getting her shoes wet, and then those Vans she's wearing don't really dry out. Those Shimano sandals? They are. Shimano SPD sandals. First trip was cross Canada trip? Yes. Which, for like a first ever bike tour, is a big endeavor. It's the second largest country in the world, so the whole trip in total was like 8,000 kilometers, which is a lot of touring when you've never toured before. Some Oreos? Why not? When I'm at home, I pull them apart, but that's too slow. Favorite province to cross was Ontario? Yeah, definitely. Freaking Ontario. It took me a month to get across Ontario. How dare Ontario be so large? I recycled the Alps. I haven't yet. So mountain ranges I've rode through would be the coastal mountains of British Columbia, the Rocky Mountains between BC and Alberta. I feel like all of Norway was a mountain, but it was just fjords. Don't know those count as mountains. Favorite province to ride through? I think the most enjoyable riding, if we look at the province as a whole, is probably Quebec. Pretty much all of Canada doesn't really have official cycling infrastructure outside of cities. If you're in a city and they've invested in cycling, within the city limits, you might have some bike lanes and bike paths and stuff like that. But as soon as you leave the city, there's nothing. There's a few rail trails here and there. But Quebec in particular they called them route verts, like green routes. And they were like kind of official like nicer ways to ride connecting cities. So like you actually had an official route to go between Montreal and Quebec City. And they're really nice and like just scenic routes. And a lot of times you were still on a road, but it was just like a road that was pleasant to ride down. Trans-Canada Trail is abysmal. When I was riding across Canada, I met, I forget who it was, but I think it was the guy that I was talking about earlier that was on like a carbon bike, and he was like switching. He was getting like punctures every day, but he had different tires when he started because he wanted to do a lot of the Trans-Canada Trail. But east of Vancouver on the Trans-Canada Trail, he was saying it was like a lot of single track that was like washed out, trees falling over it. He had to like carry his bike as much as he had to ride his bike. Ever have a BMX bike as a kid? No. I have like a little hardtail mountain bike. Because where I was, like, if you had a bike meant for riding on roads, that was not cool at all. You had to have a mountain bike if you wanted to look cool riding a bike. And looking cool is important when you're like 12. That was like 14-ish. My dad wanted to do some like actual like trail riding, so we got like full suspension cross-country bikes and rode those for my latter kind of high school years, which was cool. And then I didn't really ride after high school until I rode across Canada. Canada's mostly highway riding, right? Yeah, like 90% highway. That guy was almost crying and put his back wheel on the wrong way around. Can't understand why he couldn't pedal. Yeah. Yeah, this guy looked very distraught. And I'd passed him and like we'd skip back and forth who was leading who a few times as he was riding across. He was just on a mountain bike though. Pretty hardcore. But yeah, had a flat, took his wheel off, fixed the flat, and I was trying to put the whole wheel back on the wrong way. Like the cassette was facing the wrong way, so of course it's not going to go on. I was about to like call him a taxi and pay for him to get a taxi because I could tell he was not able to afford any expenses like that if he was really stuck out there. Anyway, because I'm not super mechanically inclined with bikes, but I took one look at it, I'm like, man, it's on backwards. You spin it around and you're good to go. And he did it, and he immediately got it back on and could ride away. Prices are too high in Korea right now. Something went from 6,000 won to 10,000 won. I just don't know things well enough to know if something's overpriced here in Korea. And coming from someone that gets paid in US dollars, I find, especially food in Korea, to be quite reasonably priced compared to what I'd be paying in Canada or United States. That's on stream? Yeah. The story I just told about the guy with his wheel on backwards. Like, you'd have to go way back to my highlights. What province was that in? I don't remember where that was. We were very much far away from, like, any major point of civilization. Because in total, Canada was 100 days of riding. I feel like it was probably Ontario. But Ontario was literally 30 days of riding a month.
Tana 322 just subscribed with Twitch Pride. From one cyclist to another. Keep pedaling, my dude.
Tanner, thank you for the 8 months. That handlebar's touching the the bell, so that's why it sounds so bad. I just finished my thing of Oreos, so let's keep pedaling. But thank you for the 8-month Prime resub there. You can cut the Canada trip down a lot now. Yes, I could. I wouldn't do it again unless I was running it something off of like a satellite. The network was just so bad. Well, depends where we're at. There were like full days that I just wouldn't run the stream. Well, mostly in Northern Ontario. Most other days, like, it was still worth to run the stream, just sometimes we were gone for like an hour. Let's just say I don't think it's worth doing again, unless I could improve the quality of the stream substantially. But I think I'd do it faster, yeah. And sometimes it's not about the speed. Depends. I need to find that. That Velcro. Any chance I've ride across Asia? We just met some Dutch cyclists that had just rode from the Netherlands to here. And they only like had to fly to Skip for like, you know, conflict reasons through like Iran and Afghanistan, I think. Well, the rest of the road. And it sounded like an amazing trip. And it's been kind of an aspirational idea of mine to try to like ride from Western Europe across the entire Eurasian landmass and get to Eastern Asia. But like from a streaming perspective, that's very difficult. Finding places with decent network. You're just not going to be able to stream in a lot of places. Now you could be like, well, Starlink kind of thing, and potentially, but then we're probably going to need a support vehicle because the amount of power and all that's needed to run that. The other thing is China has banned Starlink, so you couldn't even do that in China. So it's something I would love to do. There's also the challenge of some of the visas and stuff like that. Wait, I was going to do my chain, but now I'm cold, so now I don't want to do it. So I put up power Starlink dish. I could probably, if I was riding in very sunny areas, have it reliably power the standard Starlink dish. If I modify it, we'd average about 50 watts of power draw from the Starlink dish while in use. But, well, they keep kind of changing their mind on whether they'll let you use the standard Starlink dish while you're in motion at 10 miles an hour or more, 16 kilometers an hour or more. Which is an issue. My touring pace is just above that. So essentially, when they decide that you're not allowed to use the standard Starlink dish in motion, as soon as you hit 10 miles an hour or more, they think you're going that speed or more, they just cut the connection feed. So they have an in-motion dish, but it averages more than 100 watts. And it's like twice the size, twice the weight, like 6 times the cost. What vehicle did I end up purchasing? I bought a Mazda 3 Sport. Sport meaning hatchback in this case. It's a cold wind. Oh my god. Gotta change gears beforehand. Alright. You're starting to see if it fits in the backpack. Yeah, I've been hearing about that. I'm curious if they're gonna try to limit it to not being used while moving. Start like what people are using the vehicle to stream. So I know like there's a Storm Chaser Live. They have the high performance in motion dish, the one meant to be used while moving. And they'll use it while moving, of course. But I don't know what other people are using. Shook has the in motion dish in Australia, I think. Boy, that wind is bitterly cold feeling. So I don't know if yours using it. Yeah, but they're using the one that's approved for motion use above 10 miles an hour, 16 kilometers an hour. And strapping it onto a vehicle, which like can generate a good amount of power from the alternator and stuff like that, is very different than strapping it onto a trailer on a bicycle and running it off of one solar panel. Streaming backpacks can't use it in China, need good service? What do you mean? When people refer to streaming backpacks, they just mean like a streaming backpack with an IRL Pro, or sorry, a LiveView Solo Pro or a Bella box with a camera attached to that, and then they can run multiple network connections off of that. Ah! Gosh, so headwindy. It was like sunny when I started. The heck? The best OG backpack? The gun run backpack. That's what they used to call the backpacks. Now the gun run backpack was quite specific. It was still the Sony action cameras that we still tend to use. In like a Manfrotto backpack with the original LiveView Solo. For gun run made V Shoujo. Okay, so I think it was after like TwitchCon San Diego 2019, I think, maybe? Or it was after San Jose. I was hanging out in California. Who was I with? Anyway, I got invited to a dinner. And it was like, Gunrun was one of the people, no, it wasn't dinner, it was just a lunch. And Gunrun was one of the people there. And this is before like V Shoujo existed and stuff like that, and VTubing was really much of a thing. Anyway, I remember specifically at this lunch, he was saying about how much he was investing into this VTubing thing going forward. And internally at this lunch, I was thinking how stupid that was, and I didn't think people would watch a bunch of animated characters played by real people. Just in my head, I'm like, I don't see the value. Clearly, I don't know what the people want. VTubing has become crazy popular. So, there you go. He's got his finger on the pulse of what people enjoy. I feel like a total boomer on that one. Okay. Is it a multi-billion dollar industry? hitchhiking streams planned for the future. I have like some ideas I want to do for interesting hitchhiking streams, but nothing's like planned. Ah. Sorry. You guys can't even really hear the wind. The like the windscreen on the mic does a pretty good job on these DJI mics. But sometimes I'll just scream about it anyway.
You just resubscribed for 9 months. Vila.
Buddha, thanks for the 9 months. I could go for some Bilar right now. I should have stopped at the convenience store, because now I don't know how far till the next stuff is. I've still got some like crackers and stuff, and I've got enough water. But I don't have any like gummy candies to snack on. How am I going to keep my sugar intake up? Oh, and Smash. Yeah, Bilar was good, but like Smash was the one that was like, whoa, that real hit the spot while I was cycling. Salty, sweet. What a lovely combination. Map ahead, you just follow the blue line. Hope for best. Not all the bike routes have the blue line, but if they have the blue line, I trust it probably too much. Like, I trust this blue line with my entire life. Could lead me off a cliff and I'd just follow it right off. Very exposed up here on this like dike. It's a whole rigway. 100 plus pounds for bike and gear on bike, not including rider, of course. Hitchhike South Korea? No, not yet. I'd like to at some point. But yeah, I wish I had a better answer for like how much everything weighs. I just never weigh it. It changes all the time. Yeah, each trip will be a bit different, and then, you know, throughout the days and stuff like that, the actual weight changes, mostly depending on how much food and water I'm carrying. It's about time. With the wind especially. If that keeps up, we're gonna be doing that plenty. Even finish corning? Yeah, I hope to. We'll see, I might go back there and then I just can never get a ride from there, even the second time. Maybe corning is cursed. Favorite food to eat in Korea? I don't think I have one specific favorite food. I just love their dinners. I'll just walk into any Korean restaurant, and like quite often restaurants are like, it's like there's a specific thing the restaurant's focused around, like a chicken meal or a pork meal. Hey, that's not fair. And I'll just get that, and it's great. Maybe by the end of this Korea trip, I'll have had one particular meal that stands out as the best, but I kind of doubt it. What's left, would you estimate? It was 19 days to do like 49 checkpoints, something like that. Last time, it was about half. I guess just over half. It's probably just under 3 weeks this time, so we're on day 3. So, well, it really depends. We've got to do some like logistical oddities here. Like I think we have a command for like the bike route network that I have to do here, and like this West Coast route kind of ends on the West Coast, and then I just have to like figure out my way to the next route. But those two routes don't really connect cleanly together at all, and I have to take a ferry to Jeju, ride around Jeju, and take a ferry somewhere else, and somehow get back to Seoul. So, yeah, no, it could take a while. Jeez. Is there a stamp on Jeju? There's like 10 stamps on Jeju. It's very much a requirement to finish this, is to do a lap around that island. Is that a bike sign saying turn left? That says stay straight. Okay. That seems like a lot. I forget. Wasn't the lap like 200-ish kilometers? Which would put it at like on average 1 every 20K. Which is pretty typical here in Korea for how spread out the checkpoints are. far to our next checkpoint? About 20 kilometers. Maybe just under that now. Slower going today with this wind. It's definitely fighting us. I don't know what kind of pace I'm averaging, but it's not particularly efficient. That's okay. The Korean government allows me 6 months on arrival without applying for a visa. So we can average a pretty slow pace if needed. 6 months an average for this tour? No, that was a joke. Like, it shouldn't take 6 months to do this unless you decide to take very long breaks and like essentially live in Korea. For the skull, he stalled quite for a few months. I did. So I want to knock this one out. Like, I'm not in a rush to finish it, but I want to go. Well, we're speaking of there being a lack of cows. This is a cattle farm over here on the left. Cows. Been raining much? Today we haven't had any. Yesterday we had a ton. It was raining quite heavily all day. Whew. Smell like cows? It does smell like cows. I wish I was riding the other way. That'd be a lot of fun. I hope it clears soon. Yeah, the forecast for most days is like a mix of sun and cloud. So, including today, so hopefully at some point this blows over and we get some more sun. But it's not raining, so this is much more enjoyable than getting soaked, so I'll take it. The Dakotas or Wyoming of Korea. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. We got flat areas and farming. And cows. learning Korean. I struggle with pretty much all languages, including English. My Korean language knowledge is next to nothing. Now I'm pulling up windy. What the heck is that? Or the actual winds. Where's my windy app? Let's type it in. Oh, there it is. Actually, don't know where I am, but it's probably ish here. Well, sustained at 16, gusting to 37. And yeah, that's... I'm going southwest and the wind's blowing from the north. I'm going southwest and the wind's blowing from that direction, so there's the straight headwind. Korean cowboys in this area. Well, I've seen some like farmers working on the farms. Does that make them a cowboy? It's road you're on? Yeah, but it's like a road that is just to service these like farms, so the amount of traffic you have on here is negligible. The wind's gusting up to about just under 40. It's, yeah, not fun. Could be worse. Super weight in total. Biking gears over 100 pounds, but I don't know the exact weight. Or it should be over 100 pounds. I just haven't actually weighed it to give it a more accurate number. So that says wind at 29.9. Anyway, regardless, it's windy. And the wrong direction. And when I have talked about like the biggest challenges while cycling, wind is like quite often your biggest enemy. I think it was windy as Portugal in that one stretch. Yeah, I had some really, really windy days down southern Portugal, southern Spain. I got blown into a ditch once. And I rode it out, I didn't and fall into a ditch. It just like, wind blew me, I turned, and then I just like, we're going off road, let's prepare for it. like blue line goes down here. I'm gonna double check once we're down here, but blue line is very faded though. Jeez, wind. Simmer. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, I really don't want to like get my socks soaked going through those puddles. I will say, like, if you have a day when you're just riding into headwind all day, when you finish up in the evening, you just feel so much more exhausted. I'm gonna sleep real good tonight. That'll be good. I think that building gave me a break from the wind for a second, so that was nice. It's kind of interesting to ride through this like farming area though. All right, we turn right here. The issue with it being windy is like, you know, a lot of these local roads, they're a bit lower and you'll get lots of breaks from the wind. But generally our path is up on top of these dikes following the river, which is beautiful because you're on an elevated kind of platform and you can kind of see the whole valley that you're riding through. But it makes you like 100% exposed. What am I smelling? Kind of smells like a brewery. But I feel like it's not a brewery. I feel like some kind of farm giving off. Now it smells like those chicken instant noodles. Like the interesting. Okay. Ever seen cows in this area? Yeah, we've just rode past a few like cattle farms, so they're around. But yeah, once again, like, the kind of like gray dreariness doesn't really bring out the beauty in the area like it would on a sunny day. Also, when spring does more spring things and things are more growing, the trees and the grass, everything become more green, which would be nice. Oh, this is flooded. Can I do that? I don't trust it to not be too soft. I don't really want to take a dip.
Bunsy's just resubscribed for 20 months. Safe travels.
Bunsies, thanks for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Spain PTSD, it really is. I crossed the flooded road in Spain that had been flooded for a long time, so it was covered in algae. And I was just riding really slow through it, and yeah, It took nothing, just a micro turn of the wheel, and I was laying in the water. Broke a camera. These clip-in pedals? I do. I wear sandals that clip into my pedals. Clip-in sandals for real? Yeah. Can you see them? Maybe not. Do you think I'll make it as a dancer? This is quite flooded as well. Ooh, it gets really flooded down here. Oh, that's fucking deep. I don't trust that enough. I'm gonna put the bike up on the curb here and go around that, because that looks like it could be potentially over a foot deep. But this looks fine. Oh yeah, it's like really muddy in there too, so like I'd probably get bogged down and if not fall, I'll have to, step into that. I'd say it's about a foot. Nice. We made it. It rained a lot yesterday. It was forecasted to rain, but I thought it was going to be like on and off rain. It was like, once it started, it was pretty heavy rain all day long. Yeah, I failed. It didn't launch. The trip you fall in pool of water? Spain. The trip was from Porto, Portugal, around the Iberian Peninsula, down to the south coast of Portugal, and then up the south coast of Spain to Barcelona. I see 2 tire tracks. Maybe it's the Dutch couple. And then do not ride into water signs. Yeah, that's where they need the do not ride into water signs. This would have been a good spot to escape the rain. Under this bridge. It's a pretty nice little flat area. Ooh, this is steep. A camp night yesterday. Oh, I slept in a motel last night. I finished pretty early, and I was gonna try staying at a Korean campground. There's a road right past one. And I figured that would be interesting to try. But they wanted 60,000 won to camp, which I thought was silly. So I paid 40,000 won, and I got a motel instead. Yeah, this way. Figured the roofless lot would be half the price. And that's what I thought too. So at the campground, they had like camp spots you could set your tent that were their own tent, like a big camp tent, so you can hang out if it's raining and your tent won't get wet, but you can also hang out outside your tent and not get wet. So I first asked about that, and that was 60,000 won. And I'm like, okay, how about a campsite without the tent that I'd set my tent inside of? And they're like, 55,000 won. And I'm like, really? Only a 5,000 won difference? I was thinking half price too. Is it raining bad there? It rained pretty heavily yesterday, like all day. So it's not surprising that it's in low spots. There's a whole bunch of standing water. A little narrow. So it looks like big sidewalks. Like they probably were just like farm roads. And when Korea was developing their cycling network to promote like healthy, active lifestyles, I'm guessing, it was pretty simple to just convert a farm road, slap a blue line on it, and call it a bike route. Then you don't really have to like spend a ton on developing the infrastructure. And I think that's fine. Like these roads are not well traveled by cars, so the occasional car that does show up, it's fine to weave our way around them. Head north to get to Seoul tomorrow. I'm riding away from Seoul. I was in Seoul 4 days ago. Driving time? Not with winds gusting above 40 kilometers an hour. It's not happening. Actually, I don't know what the DJI Mini 4 Pro, they'll have an advertised max wind that you can fly it in. Goesan is the next smaller city northeast of you. But I'm heading south. Oh, jeez. Did not hear it with the. Since it's a headwind, you don't really hear stuff from behind you that much. I'm heading southwest. There's more cattle farms here on our right, so people have been curious about cows. It says max wind speed 10.7 meters per second. What is that in non-meters a second? Whew. I really wouldn't want to fly my drone in this wind. Even if it says it could, I'd be like, nah, I don't trust it. There are cows mooing. No, not currently. I could sometimes see them like chilling in their little cow pens in there though. About 24 miles per hour. Okay, so if we're gusting up to 40 kilometers an hour, then that would be above it's what it's rated to. And then we could say goodbye to our drone. This land that can't even roam. Well, most of the actual fields are seemingly used to grow rice, it looks like. And on my left here is a river valley that floods. You can tell it's just like swamp and then a river a little bit further in. It's 90s in the summer. Yeah, everyone's speaking in Fahrenheit right now. All the Americans are here. Yeah, I've heard South Korea in the summer is very hot and humid. I probably wouldn't enjoy touring in midsummer that much. Just, well, I don't know. It might be easier than hitchhiking for me because when I'm touring pace and I'm going 20 kilometers an hour, if there's no wind, I get a 20 kilometer an hour wind that I've just kind of created by riding into air. That really helps me like stay cool. Usually the only times I really start to overheat while cycling is if I've got a really long grinding uphill, because you're going real slow, so you don't get that airflow to cool you off, and then you have the effort of going uphill. So my bar and shifter is more durable over STI shifters, trying to work out what I want to go for. I have not toured with anything other than bar and shifters, so I don't have enough experience to talk about the durability. I've never had issues with my bar and shifters. That is the mentality as to why some touring bikes still have bar ends. They're durable, and then if they do break, they're easy to maintain and fix and easy to find parts for. internationally. Honestly, I haven't heard that many people having issues with, they say, the other shifters. So, I don't know. My road bike has those, and it's very convenient to not have to like reach down to the end of your drop bars to shift. I'm just so used to it from touring that this is essentially all I know, and I'm quite content with it. Switch to TwitchCon Rotterdam? Most likely. I haven't planned it yet. I've been to every TwitchCon since I've been streaming, and I wouldn't expect that to change. I just don't know what it will be. Stopping at motels as night falls. Last night I did. The night before that I camped. The night before that I camped. The goal is to camp most nights. The more I camp, the happier I feel about the trip. But sometimes you get pushed inside. Yesterday we got pushed inside due to just so much rain. So much rain. Okay, apparently we'll go down here. Turn left. Equipment for in the moist weather. The stream worked throughout the day just fine, but when I did get inside, like a lot more water than I would have liked was on its way into my streaming backpack. I've gotten some things relatively wet. Bell box was spared, but some of the batteries are pretty moist, which is not ideal, of course. So that's the delicate stuff in there. But I'm using one of the batteries that was wet today after letting it dry all night. It seems fine so far. I like that the slowest and most relaxed in Korea. Well, that sounds... If I was focusing on learning Korean, good place to be. I really need to oil this chain. I just want to like get somewhere that isn't in farm country on an exposed raised road in the wind. Have oil with you? Yeah. I had to buy some new one. I don't know if I'll like it. I just went to like the closest bike shop to me and bought, they only had like one type of oil, so I bought it. Hopefully it works okay, because the oil I had before, the chain oil I got it at the start of my cross Canada trip, and it only just run out now, so Been like near 30,000 kilometers of touring with one bottle of chain oil. And it seemed to work good. Big as well? Not particularly big. Well, you know, they get smaller than that. Realistically, I bought a bigger bottle than I probably should have back then, but again, I just walked into a random bike shop and asked what they recommend. He's like, yeah, this stuff is good. I'm like, all right. Good is good. I'd like to try a belt-driven bike. Me too. Me too. It has to be like on an internal gear hub kind of bike, right, though? That's the trip been really good so far. Cycling's been nice. Since we've been back, this is day 4 back. First 2 days were good weather. Yesterday was just pouring rain. And today is windy, but dry so far at least. So, a mixture. But the cycling's been good the whole time. We are about 2/3 from our last checkpoint to our next checkpoint. And just under that. Yeah, probably about 2/3. Not too far to our next stamp. I do need to do a resupply, like stop at a convenience store at least and get some more stuff, because I'm pretty much out of snacks. And I like to snack as I ride. Ooh, baby. If you tent and cook on this trip. I don't cook, so I'm supposed to get that equipment. Camping equipment can be reasonably cheap or extremely expensive depending on what you're looking for. Since I spend so much time using my camping equipment, I've kind of figured out things I like, and I might as well invest in things that are enjoyable to use, because I'm spending so many days per year using it. Yeah, blue line goes down. So like, my tent's expensive, my sleeping pad's expensive, my sleeping bag's expensive. But it's worth it to me because rather than staying in hotels all the time, I'm camping most nights, and at the end of the day, it's much cheaper to do that than get a hotel all the time. But that said, in rural Korea, like, accommodation can be, at least compared to North America, fairly reasonable. Like 40,000 won last night, so like $30 US for a clean enough motel. I think that's very reasonable. Oh, life buoy and a life jacket. I'm mostly sheltered from the wind here. Once I get up there, I'm going to get blasted. The chain's really annoying me, so I'm going to quickly do that. Try to tuck a little bit off in case another vehicle comes.
Zped 1199 just resubscribed for 24 months.
Zapad with the 2 years. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alright, I forget which one of these bags has my bike stuff. Is it you? No. Don't forget that. Nor that. Alright. So, you won't really be able to see this, we're just going to try and do this quickly. Usually it's a sock, but this is a cut up piece of cotton shirt. Wipe to clean the chain, oil the chain, wipe off the residue, and back we go. Okay. Okay, let's oil it. Alright, we got some PD's Link Lube. Man, they're ripping. Good thing I pulled off to the side. Wet weather chain lubricant. Irish coffee scented blend? The fuck? Well, yeah. Glad to know that our chain oil is Irish coffee scented. It's very important. In case you wanted to sniff your chain oil, exactly. Who wouldn't want to sniff their chain oil? For a second. Work that into the chain, and we'll wipe off the excess. Good to go. It's as hipster as it gets, yeah. I swear I didn't pick it out for the scent. I feel like I'm not even really getting much like coffee scent, Irish coffee scent from this. I don't feel like huffing it too hard. It's probably not super great. I feel like if you scent it, then it, then you're saying it's safe to huff. I feel like I'm not supposed to do that. Okay. Hey, that guy passed me earlier. Alright, just wipe off a little residue and then we're good to go. I didn't get the opportunity to take my bike in for a service. I feel like the chain just needs to be swapped anyway, but it's a little loose. Alrighty. See how this goes. Once we get riding again. Alright, then complain. I want a stronger scent. I really need my chain to smell like Irish coffee, and it did not accomplish that. Get in there. There you go. There's just so much jets that they fly around. All right. There's like a mirror up there so you can see like traffic regardless what direction you're coming from, and it's just like wobble, 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 wobble in the wind. How's it going? It's windy, but at least it's not wet, so can't complain. But like, wind is, from a cycling perspective, just a big it just slows you way down. Uh-oh, I feel like tiny raindrops. There's like a dead squirrel just like imprinted into the road. Or some kind of rodent-y thing. Wow. Jeez. Oh my lord. Okay. Yeah, we're like as exposed as can be right now. It's a straight crosswind. Well, I've got lots of room to work with, so it's not too bad. It's annoying when you have like a strong crosswind and you're in like busy traffic with no shoulder, because it's just hard to keep on your line, and you want to be predictable as a cyclist. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's more than a couple drops of rain. Wasn't supposed to rain today. See the rain over there? See, I wasn't sure. It was just generally like a bit smoggy looking today. Because historically, yeah, I'd look at the haze in the distance and be like, that could be rain falling, but I don't know if it is or not. Well, the chain sounds a lot better, so we have that going for us, which is nice. Do you mind the weather? The wind is just really tiring to ride into. Rain is uncomfortable, but also just really bad for electronics. So it's all like manageable, but like if I let electronics get too wet, I can just like fry equipment that I don't have backups for. So it's just stressful from that kind of perspective. If I train trash bikes, train always makes sound if it was wet. Like the oil's made for like wet weather, but it also like attracts like dust and dirt and stuff like that, so it'll get mucked up in the wet weather. That'll need a good cleaning and re-oiling. Yeah, wet weather is much harder to keep things lubricated and clean. And the wind makes me sniffly too. Which equals more snot rockets. But when I'm blowing, it's kind of like a headwind, but also kind of a crosswind from my right to my left here. So I don't want to blow off my right because it's going to blow back into me. When I blow to my left, then you guys are there. You guys can handle it. Wow, the road's narrow. They don't need to be wider. It's not enough traffic to warrant it. Okay, apparently that's not us. Blue one stays this way, alright. Ooh. We crossing the bridge? We are, okay. A nice little crosswind for the bridge crossing. Wants to blow me into the railing on my left. I guess that's better than into traffic though. Yeah, after the bridge here, we turn right, and that'll be straight headwind again. Should be nice. It's a good time. I think we turn right. Yeah, there's the blue line. Okay. Still haven't ridden past a convenience store today. You were in the city. Saw a couple shops, but no, like, just convenience stores to get snacks to take with me. Champ Boys campground next to it, maybe one near that. Okay. Sounds good. It's not like we're like desperate, but I like to snack as I ride. And I'm out of snacks. Camp under this bridge pretty easily. Nice flat spot under there. Cherry blossom tree. Yeah, I'm not good at identifying trees. Maybe someone knows better than I do. Yeah, I was hoping by now trees here would be, in bloom. I'm quite convinced we'll get that at some point on this trip. Just haven't got it yet. Okay, I'm really curious, like, if we're supposed to just get like a little sprinkling of rain. If we're supposed to get much more rain, I should switch to waterproof stuff. Let me look at the weather radar. Just like I can go underneath the bridge there and swap everything over. Okay. Okay, what a horrible website. All right, where is... It's just a spattering. It doesn't look like there's going to be anything of any substance. Should be okay. But maybe I'm not okay. Like, this is more rain than I'd like to have at this exact moment. Tried my radar. Like, will some radar be more accurate than others? Just the UI on that website that pulled up was not mobile friendly. Was my complaint. I feel like this is too much for me to be just not having. Yeah, this is way too much. Do we go into the next bridge? I'm gonna go under there and either wait a second and eat some more snacks, still biscuits, or I'm going to switch to waterproof gear. There's at least a little radar I pulled up. It really didn't show much of anything, but clearly there's enough. Of course, it's the tiniest little tunnel this time compared to the last one. And there's a headwind coming this way. When we're here, we're kind of out of the spray. Check on that. Use the deal. All right, I can check it out. Stuff like pushes water around more than it actually like clears it. Where are all your clothes? In my panniers? Where are all your clothes? I'm just gonna give this a second and eat some biscuits, I guess. So I'd rather not have to switch all my wet weather. It's all my wet weather gear for like 10 minutes of rain. So it doesn't look like it should be that much, but it's definitely too much there. Oh, you mean like the stream's close? So the wall looks like a milk carton. It's a blueberry something probiotic. Something probiotic, and then it's got blueberries. Ah, no, my digestive biscuit. Well, this blocks me from the wind, which just feels so peaceful for a moment. It's supposed to be windy all day? Probably. Let me check. So I'm by Cheongju. So sustained at 14, gusting to 34. pretty much keeps that all day. Overnight, it goes down to like calm winds. So when I'm camping, I won't have to worry about camp spot too much. All right, well. Still better than yesterday. Use dry bags for panniers, an inner layer Gore-Tex outer with fleece? What do you mean? Put on rain gear wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I just have to run the other camera and run cables and stuff like that, which is just a pain, but I'll probably do that while I'm here. Because while I'm out just in like farm country, I can get pretty exposed, and if we get a ton of rain all at once, we can do some damage before I can cover things. So maybe by that next place we could just actually stop in for lunch. Oh yeah, this is the campground someone talked about. I've learned we don't like Korean campgrounds. They charge way too much. We pass a fortress? There's like nothing remaining of it. It's just kind of like mounds of dirt now. Interesting. How's the night 11 hotel? I liked it. I thought it was a nice place. We had some people in chat that were doomers about our low price motel, but I thought it was great. Any cool ruins on this trip? Not since we've been back. Did I see any on my first trip through Korea? I feel like we didn't see like much historical landmarks. They look really rough on the outside, but the bed looked nice at least. I feel like there's some life lesson about not judging something based on what it looks like on the outside. I'm excited to get back to camping though. So, should be camping tonight. Conditions look fine for it. We get wind for all our cycling, and then around camp time, it seems to die off to just a light breeze. Adding an extra layer. Maybe I should just cut out this strap. It's very annoying right now. This jacket's... Maybe I will. This jacket's falling apart, so like the hem at the bottom had like a string woven into it that has now, I guess, the flap that was holding it in there just disappeared, so now it's just out. And it's annoying me. So I'm gonna cut it off. Just give me a brand new jacket for that happened to mine. How old was yours? Mine's from 2016, 2017. And I got like the lightest weight Gore-Tex Pro jacket I could get. So, if you get the lightest weight jacket, then abuse it for 7 years or whatever. You can't be that surprised when things start to slowly break on it. Well, I got a stretchy cable now, though. I can do some fun things with that. I don't know what. Nice. If I need to like go on a trip and I potentially have to like, I'm flying carry-on only, I might have to throw out my knife at the end because I can't bring a knife as a carry-on bag for obvious reasons. I got these like open out knives. They're quite nice for $20. Very sharp. Put the knife in bike box? I do. But for hitchhiking trips, a lot of times I don't even check a bag. But I like to have a knife on me when I'm hitchhiking, not for defense purposes, but to like cut cardboard, essentially. So a lot of times I'll fly in the country I want to do the trip and buy a knife on site. And then when I fly home, carry on only, I can't bring it with me. Seeing if it's still raining. I don't think so. get an Arc'teryx sponsor. It's the majority of what I buy these days. No. All my Arc'teryx pretty much that I have is from when I used to sell it before I ever streamed. Between hitchhiking trips, I'd get a job quite often just selling outdoor gear. And 2 of the ones I worked at sold Arc'teryx, so I just get pro deals, so essentially big discounts because you sell it. Turn this notification off. Sorry for being late. You don't have to be sorry for being late. I feel sorry because today's been kind of like drab. It started sunny and nice, but then it kind of got dreary, and then it got windy, and then it got a bit rainy. It doesn't feel that exciting. I think your Arc'teryx jacket will last. It's pretty much on life support right now. Some of the stuff is like fixable, like all this seam tape is peeling off. All like some of the stuff with like folded fabric that was seam taped down, it's all like folding away from it. The hem thing came apart. The jacket no longer holds DWR in a lot of places. So even if you retreat it, it'll still wet out in certain places that have just seen high wear, like the shoulders. But like I said, it's been used since 2016. It's been used extensively, and I haven't taken particularly good care of it because it's meant to be used. So I'm in the market for a new jacket. Could be Arc'teryx, but probably won't be. I just think for the price, there's brands that will give a similar quality for a much lower price. It just feels like a lot of people buy Arc'teryx as a status symbol, as a fashion thing now. Tech wear fashion. When I worked at a outdoor store downtown Calgary, there was a direct flight from China, I'm guessing like Beijing to Calgary, and people from there would fly from China to Calgary to then go out into the mountains and explore the Rocky Mountains, which is cool. But apparently in China, like Arc'teryx is like a big status symbol there. So all these people would fly into Calgary. Step one is they come to our store, and we had like families come by and buy like over 10 grand worth of Arc'teryx stuff. A bunch of stuff that they were going to use, but a lot of stuff that they were just going to bring home with the tag still on and either resell or give as gifts. I don't know. They were like the clientele that kept the store in business. What are you eating? That's delicious. These are like digestive biscuits. It's the last food I have, actually. I've been wanting to do like a resupply at a grocery store or a convenience store. I haven't rode past one today, though. Usually they're everywhere in Korea. And they're ripping around here. This is the last one. Then we can go. How close are we to the northern border? Not close. I'm probably like close to like halfway, like in the middle of Korea, north-south-ish. Come to Jeonju, try to see. Is that where I'm close to? I don't know where that is. My Korean geography knowledge is quite limited. Bike wear without gear. 100 plus pounds. So whatever that is. 40 something plus kilos. That's the J town I was talking about earlier. Is that where we're close to right now? I don't know. Okay, I gotta strap this up. Put the knife away. Canadians use pounds too. Canadians are weird. I don't know my weight in kilos. I don't know my height in centimeters. But my license says my weight in kilos and my height in centimeters. As we're officially metric, but in common day-to-day usage, for many things, Canadians are still imperial. But then we're metric, like full metric, for many other things, like we'll do everything in kilometers and no Canadian will speak in miles. Actually, I think there's still like some people like in rural parts of Canada, like farm country, that will still speak in miles. But like older guys. Bicycles have license plates, because you don't need a license or insurance to ride a bicycle. Thankfully, that would suck if you did. Pointy things on the handlebars. That's how I shift gears. Let's do like the front chain rings. So this pushes forward and back. And then this does the rear cassette. It's a very like old school way of shifting. I think really the only bikes that you see them on nowadays is like touring bikes. It's known to be like durable and very easy to fix while on the road if needed. Air quality in Seoul is bad right now. It's better now, so like it looks pretty smoggy. I don't know what it actually equals. It's not ideal. Like, we kind of, this conversation, last time I was in Korea, we had some really smoggy days, some days where, like, it felt like I was, like, just in fog of pollution. I dried, but I kind of, like, wore my buff over my face and stuff. But, it's absolutely not good to be, like, breathing in. But for me, being in Korea for, like, a few weeks, it probably won't make or break my whole health over life. It's like if you live here, just like weeks, months, years, decades of breathing in pollution just compounds over a long time. Hurt your butt when starting these long journeys? Yeah, quite often at the beginning of a trip, first few days, I'll feel my tush will be a little tender. Especially at the start of the day, like when you're first getting back on the bike. And then after like an hour or something, it feels fine. But yeah, first thing in the morning when you first get on the bike, it can be a little tender. Usually by about a week in, and for sure by 2 weeks into a trip, I'm just used to it. We're not far from our next stamp checkpoint, so that to look forward to in not too long. Next is Souls 131, unhealthy. It's weird for me. Like, I'm from Vancouver Island. I don't think we've ever had like an air quality warning. You're very lucky. It's a very nice place to be, just like nature-wise. Bike shorts under your pants? Yeah, I have bike shorts under this. But when I started bike touring, I never wore like padded shorts or anything like that. I did like the entirety of my cross Canada bike tour in just normal athletic shorts. And I adapted to that just fine as well. But once I just like, those shorts at one point broke that I just liked using, and I couldn't find a good replacement. So I just bought some cycling specific shorts with the padded butt and all. And I'm like, yeah, this is kind of nice. So since then, I've been wearing shorts like that. Quality Pacific Northwestern wildfires. It's true. A lot of time on Vancouver Island, just with the prevailing winds kind of coming off the Pacific Ocean, like central BC will have all that smoke and stuff like that. But Vancouver Island is spared. I think this past summer it actually got kind of bad for a while though. This road's been having more traffic than I would have expected. It's a lovely cloud cover. See ya, Hannah. Have a good one. Is that a jet? Yeah. This would be military jets. They were flying all over yesterday. No, it was the day before that. I think pretty much every day except for the day we were leaving Seoul. They've just been all over the place. We live near a large Air Force base, largest Navy base in the world. Other bases don't hear jet helicopters, that means something is wrong. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I grew up near an Air Force base, and there would be flight operations out of there, but not like all day, every day thing. It's kind of like there's like seasons. And the snowbirds, like the acrobatic planes, would train there too in a specific season as well. I think we'd have F-18s hanging out there sometimes, doing some stuff around town. And I think it's the Western Canadian main search and rescue base as well. So we'd have the search and rescue planes and helicopters based out of there as well. What you like about Edmonton or Victoria other than the cost of living? When I am driving, I did not like driving around Victoria at all. I think driving in Edmonton is actually quite enjoyable. Which, it's very car-centric infrastructure, so it makes sense. So like the Anthony Henday, the ring road around Edmonton, super convenient. Yeah, outside of that, I haven't really explored it yet because I haven't had the time, and it's been winter and we haven't gone like winter hiking. River Valley is apparently pretty nice. But like, if we start talking about like nature and stuff, Edmonton's just not ever gonna match up to where I'm from, like Victoria, or where I'm from further north on Vancouver Island. Not a fair competition. Close to Jasper, 3 hours. Something like that, I think. So yeah, you know, in Vancouver Island, we got the Island Mountain Range, so we got mountains there too. Kind of just have everything on Vancouver Island. If you're looking for like nature, if you want to go outside and do stuff. If I got more into like cross country skiing and stuff like that, in a normal winter in Edmonton, there's like just free city trails that you can ski on, which I think would be kind of cool. But I haven't done that yet, so. Wind lower now. It's kind of gusty. Like when I was talking about Edmonton, wasn't too windy. Now it's picking up a little bit here. I know the mic does a good job filtering it out, so it's tough to tell. But I feel like it's in general not as bad as it was a little earlier. Or maybe I'm just used to it. But yeah, our first few days there was like 0 wind, and it was some just beautiful riding. Very pleasant. Straight or down? Let's see. Looks like we're going down. Nice. Off this. What's that? I'll check real quick. Sound like something metal just getting thrown around. So make sure it wasn't something that I own. I don't think so. All right. Bumpy. I lost my blue line. I don't know what to do with it. I think we crossed, yeah. There's just no blue line on it, but we crossed there. Wait. We're at the certification center. Oh, it's right there. Let's cross this bridge. I'm like, we should be able to see the certification center from here. I see it. We made it. All right, stamp number 2 on the day. Feels good to be back to regular stamping. And where are we at? 1 o'clock. Should be able to get one more. Next one's like 20 some odd kilometers after this. How's your rest? I had a very nice, relaxing evening and a good sleep. and a lukewarm shower because the water didn't get very warm. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Normal bike or electric? Normal. Alright. Again. This is my passport. Korea's cross-country cycle road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Interior and Safety. We've done a lot of stamps. This is the page we're on right now. This is Masimchian Bridge. We just did this one a couple hours back. So I want to make sure this is the right one. I've started doing this so I don't make sure I don't miss one. Masimchian Bridge. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one right there. Let's get it. That works good. There you go. Can actually read that one. Clean. Looking good. We'll make it the next one today. This says it's 27 kilometers to the next one, according to the passport here. At 1 p.m., yeah, we got until, well, 6. Right? Time's the sunset again? Is it 6:50 or 5:50? Anyway. Yeah, we should get one more. Could even get 2. Depends how the riding's going. Like with the headwind, my pace is pretty poor, but we're still making up ground. What's our distance traveled so far today? Snack time? Yeah, I really want to load up on snacks. Riding into the wind makes me especially hungry, so I feel just very famished, and I have nothing left to eat. But we're by a town, so we should be able to resupply. 41. Okay, that's fine. We didn't start especially early, and we've been riding into the wind all day. I feel like we must be riding past some soon here. Actually, the next one is we get to like a junction, and we have to go out and do a there and back again little stamp. Like, we gotta get there, ride straight out that way, get the stamp, and then come back to get back on route, which is, you know, inefficient, but fine. Okay, what was I actually doing? Returning left here? Right. And then following the river. Okay. 5 a.m. in Sweden? Whew. Did you stay up to 5 a.m. or are you waking up at 5 a.m.? I feel like they've dropped the blue line, which makes me sad. The blue line makes navigating so easy. If the blue line's next to you, you're doing good. They're gonna make me actually have to think sometimes. And usually there's still signs for the route, like when you have to turn left and right, like there'll be a little bike sign and it tells you to turn left or right. But you don't have the blue line. There and back again, a streamer's tale. Yeah. There's actually quite a few of these. When we were in Korea last time, we did some pretty substantial ones. Or like, I think to go there and back again, like it's 100 plus kilometers, like it was a multi-day kind of detour. Man, that chain just sounds so much better. Ah, so smooth. Shifting between my front chain rings is still a little bit rough, so I think the chain needs a replacement at some point here. It's flooded. Even the weather today is keeping the people off the field golf course. It's not too busy. Quite often these things are like packed with people. Or park golf. Yeah, there. Was park golf. So when I first saw it, I'm like, well, this is bigger than mini golf, but it's smaller than regular golf. So I called it medium golf. On this field on your right here, it's usually just like a big open field with like, I don't know, and they play golf on it, but they use like a bigger bright colored ball and like the golf club. Ooh, there's some birds flying around me. Anyway, I kind of want to try playing it. Severe yellow dust from China today. Yeah, we've been talking kind of about the air quality being not the best today. Soccer golf? No, you still use a golf club. It's just, yeah, it's bigger than mini golf. It's smaller than regular golf, and it doesn't seem like you really hit the ball off the ground so much. Like you don't chip it. It's still just like, at least when I've seen people hitting it, it's just kind of just whacking it along the ground. It seems super popular here though. Most days, if the weather isn't like horrible, like those fields are like packed. Whether it's a weekday or a weekend, they don't care. They want some park golf in their life. Whoop. But camp in those bushes. Been near Wangchu. I don't know. Maybe. I'm bad at remembering a lot of place names here in Korea. Okay, so I'm kind of separated, like, by the town, but I really do need to get some more food. So we're about to cross the river, and we go down there a little bit. Looks like we go past some businesses and stuff. Some cafes, some restaurants. Oh, there's a convenience store. Should be able to find one. It's a return flight home. It's not booked. This trip takes however long it takes, and then I book my flight home once I have a better idea how much time I have left, which is how most of my trips are. There's usually no round trip booked. It's one way, which sometimes makes me going through customs a little more awkward because they're like, well, how long are you planning to stay in this country? And I'm like, yeah, probably a few weeks, see how it goes. I don't like that. They want to know you're here for like, oh, I'm here specifically for 17 days, staying at these places for this long and this long. Yeah. You fly your bike too? Bike back too? Yeah, bike comes with me. Tell them you're there for business. Like if they ask what I'm doing, I say I'm going on a bike tour, and they ask what I do for work, I'm honest. I deal with the detailed questions the most when I cross in the United States, and I'm very explicit that I am there for business. As I don't like lying, and I don't lie to customs. But if like US Customs especially caught you in a lie, then I just wouldn't be allowed in for a very long time. Thing is that they don't care about it, because when they're concerned about you coming to the United States to work, they're concerned about you taking a job that an American could be doing and going around, usually in this case, hitchhiking across the United States and filming it, and that's how you make your living, isn't really taking a job from an American. There isn't like a list of Americans waiting to apply to be a professional hitchhiker. Taking all the good hitchhiking crews from decent, hard-working Americans. Exactly. How dare I? Canada's still required to visit as a tourist, though. I don't know. I never have to do that when I enter Canada, because I'm Canadian, which is my favorite border to cross. Because whenever I'm crossing other borders, I am doing like weird things, and I've always like gotten through the border. I've never been rejected, but sometimes it's a little bit awkward. But as a Canadian citizen with a Canadian passport, they can like not agree with what I'm doing, but they have to let me in. Like, there's no there's no other decision to make other than to let me in. You have to show them your Twitch channel to prove to them. Yeah, so one time I was crossing, where was that? Was that Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario and Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan? Anyway, yeah, it took a while to go through customs there, because you can kind of, well, you have to take like a bus across, because you can't walk across the bridge at that crossing. And I was the only person on this like bridge bus US border crossing, and they asked where I was going, and it was a TwitchCon trip, so I was going to, I think, San Diego, which is far from Michigan. And they're like, how are you getting there? And I'm like, well, of course I don't lie, so I'm like, I'm hitchhiking. And they're like, okay, we're gonna have to ask you to step out of the bus, sir. We have some questions to ask you. Anyway, they asked me all the questions. I had to show like my bank account, I have to show all my stuff. I told them about my Twitch channel. The channel, like the stream was live, but in like privacy mode, and everyone in chat's like monk-assing about how long it's taking to get through the border. By this point, like the customs people were like pretty into it. They thought it was like an interesting case, you know? Like clearly I'm not like a threat to America, and it's just obscure, so they were kind of having fun with it. But anyway, my customs agent, wasn't it Lacey? She eventually, like, you know, said it was fine, I could go. And then after I left, she made an account on Twitch and messaged that she was getting off work and asked if I wanted to ride further down the road. So I got a ride from my US customs agent further down the road. Wait, they wanted me to cross one of these bridges here. What bridge though? Is there a bridge? There's in this park is a bridge across this river. I don't see a bridge. There's a bridge back there. Is there a clip? There's probably some clips of like when we were driving down the road together. Maybe up here. Does this bridge exist? That's where the businesses that I was going to go shop at were. It says like literally right here at this junction. Oh, I do see a bridge. Yeah. And the blue lines are back. I missed it. Sounds almost like an adult film idea. Well, sure. Yeah, I really thought about that concept, but I did have lunch with Chase Treasy and Ellie, who is an adult filmmaker, and she was talking about, like, you know, how you can get creative with the concept of your adult video, and maybe like a customs agent picking up the person that they let through the border could be a viable story to tell. Because she was saying how she like came up with one that was like chess based. So yeah. Your abs gotta be solid. I think with cycling, like, you do like activate your core, just like stabilize it a bit. But I wouldn't say it's an ab workout. But probably like if you have a strong core and you're cycling, you're probably less prone to like back pain. Probably. It is very leg and butt focused. And cardio, so like your heart and lungs. Hey, big boy, want to enter my territory? Oh, God. Can you run a mile in less than 6 minutes? Me being able to cycle all day doesn't mean I'm a proficient runner. For whatever reason, one of my knees hates running. It gets sore. Probably form. I don't know how to run properly. Growing up, I used to be like a fast runner, at least in grade school. A lot of you know I was the second fastest kid in my grade in elementary school. Only one faster than me was Miles. Freaking Miles. Stealing my thunder. Only one of these? Yeah, it seems to just be one. So we're talking about like stream title stuff with Sarah. And Sarah like grew up with asthma and stuff like that. And she always hated like PE and stuff like that. I always liked PE, I thought it was fun. But I never really joined like competitive sports. I just like thought casually playing sports and PE was fun. But anyway, Sarah said that she was always like picked last in gym. And I'm like, oh, that could be your stream title. It'd be like, girl who was picked last in gym bike tours, and then insert location. Did you like that idea? I think we both liked it. Well, we thought it was funny. We didn't think it would maybe the best actual title. But maybe she should try it out and see. It's definitely a conversation starter. Gets people's attention. And it's 100% true. Any sports you love to play? Because yeah, like when I was younger, my parents put me in soccer and stuff like that. And I didn't mind playing soccer, but I really didn't like for some reason, I didn't really like competitive team sports. I think I was just, he's probably like telling a lot about my psyche, but like, I really didn't like letting people down, like if I make a mistake. So I didn't mind solo sports so much because if I make a mistake, I'm only letting myself down. And that's not really a healthy mentality to have. But in like PE and gym, it doesn't really matter because you're just like in PE or gym. But once we're like, you know, in a league outside of school, then it just felt more serious. And I didn't enjoy that. So the few times I did stuff related to that, I didn't enjoy it very much. So the stuff I more enjoyed was like skiing. Although when I actually joined like the ski team in school, I didn't really like that either. I just was never really competitive about sports. I find them fun. But as soon as it's like taken seriously, it's just like stressful and not fun anymore. There's a CU, but it's on the other side of this highway. There's up down how Stream Awards trip ended. Yes. So, like, I objectively felt like embarrassed that I couldn't hitchhike to the Stream Awards in time. And it's the first time I've never made it, or I didn't make it to the destination that I was supposed to get to on time through just pure hitchhiking. I was lucky that I got there at all. I had to fly the last bit. And I also just felt embarrassed because it was the busiest my stream has ever been. And the stream was the busiest it's ever been when I'm failing. So I think objectively it was entertaining streams, but like, I mean, that internal pride part of your person, you want to like actually succeed at what you're attempting to do. Oh, if I go under, I can probably go to the convenience store over there, I presume. Isn't that great? Anyway, people in charge for some crooks? Have the Streamer Awards? I really enjoyed it. I'm really happy I actually made it because I thought there was a good chance I wasn't going to make it. I thought the production value, especially being that like Twitch wasn't putting it on, it was Cutie Cinderella, like a streamer that put it together. If that's what you mean. I'm going to disagree with you there. Then I'm going to go under this bridge and go to this convenience store and we're going to load up on snacks and then get back over here and continue along the path here. So let's see. Maybe we'll lose it through the tunnel. How do we get there? Gonna go there? Maybe. This is really steep all of a sudden. Nail it. Hey, we made it. Nice to see you. You too, convenience store. You too. Alright. She could bring us in. Like, I can't. It just takes like several minutes to like switch the cameras between backpack and pole mount, so. We'll be right back. I already got bags. I should bring the bags so I don't have to buy more bags. Nice. Far are you from the ocean? Eventually this path takes us out to the ocean. Or a town on the ocean, I think. Anyway, be right back. 좋습니다. I dropped things. I don't know. Does 1+1 mean you get like, if you buy one, you get one free? I left the chat phone out there. I can't even see a response.
해주시기 바랍니다.
오케이. 감사합니다. All right. Got snacks. Show you the goods. It's actually quite bright out. I bought Denmark. Any Danes? You're now mine. Okay. We got the double kimbap. A pork and a beef. Should be good. I've been digging these, like, roll sushi things. I just eat them like a burrito. I got a Twix. I got 3 Snickers bars. Just buy 2, get 1. And I got this, like, hazelnut and granola chocolate little crumble thing. Like, so spicy. It does say spicy, so I'm curious how spicy that means. I might regret my decisions. And I got a coffee, too. So I'm going to have a little caffeine kick and it's in the coffee right now. And then I'll try this spicy thingamajig. So, quick food break.
Ace Gaming just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Ace Gaming. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. Alright, I'm a little intimidated. This might be spicy. I like spice, but I like a basic bitch Canadian amount of spice. You know? Oh, it's totally manageable. That's fine. Like, why doesn't it pull further? Did I do this wrong? I can probably tear it more, but I'm just gonna get myself a nice seam to tear it along with. Yeah, if I can reach it. Yeah. And if you fly first class, why do you keep saying that? I have flown first class by using airline miles that I get from churning credit cards, essentially gaming the system. Did you say that in like a positive way or like in a derogatory way? Are you mad I gamed the systems that credit cards created to accumulate a lot of their point systems and then got to have interesting experiences? Push it from the bottom. Oh, I guess that works. So clever. He really wants to know? But they weren't saying it was a question, they're saying it as a statement. If you want to know something, ask a question. You got games on your phone? I have chess on my phone, me and Sarah would play. Sometimes I have Scrabble on my phone, me and Sarah would play sometimes. I think that might be it. It has sections. Every burrito should have that. Yeah, it makes it like, yeah, quite easy to eat. It's nice. Cause yeah, if you got like a thinner burrito and it was sliced into sections, then you just kind of like bite off or tear off that section, and you'd get all the pieces of the burrito in one bite. Because sometimes like just a giant burrito in general can be not as nice because you have to like bite it in like thirds. You like bite here, bite in the middle, bite on that side. But then you never got all the components of the burrito in one bite. Your photos in your phone you wouldn't show to chat? Oh, for sure. And that doesn't mean like there's a bunch of like naked photos or something like that on there. It's just like I wouldn't be showing a ton of like personal family pictures and stuff like that without clearing some of that stuff with my family because I don't know how much they want to have broadcast on the internet. Are you vegan? No. Yeah, this is, what does this have in it? Beef. No. Yeah, this has beef in it. One of these kimbaps have pork, the other one has beef. Not very vegan, this meal. Try some hot food? You mean like go to a restaurant? That's generally what I do for dinner. I don't stop at restaurants that often for lunch. I just eat out at convenience stores, especially in Korea throughout the day. But dinners we go in and have a big feast. You show it closer? This thing? Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully you can kind of see it. Looking spicy? Yeah, I thought it was actually gonna be spicier. But it's just mildly spicy. It's good. See, this coffee little heating cupboard thing that you just buy these canned coffees out of, it keeps it warm. This one was set to a much lower temperature than the one we had the other day. The one we had the other day was like hot to the touch where I like couldn't even hold on to it for very long. It was that hot. This one's just like kind of warm. Convenience stores in Asian countries the next level relative to USA. Yeah, especially because like some of the chains exist in North America. Like 7-Eleven in Japan and Korea here is like not at all the same as 7-Eleven in North America. 7-Eleven is a pretty sad place in NA. How do you get vitamin B12? I don't know what has vitamin B12 in it. I don't count my vitamins. I just eat stuff and I don't think about it too hard. Shark Tank pitch where a guy was trying to introduce the hot drink concept to USA, didn't land a deal. Like this kind, like the canned drinks that you buy just warm in a heating tray kind of thing. Yeah, why is that a thing here and not elsewhere? They don't have this in Europe either. Meat and dairy has B12 and vegans often need... Oh, then I get lots of B12. If it's from meat and dairy, yeah, I'm set. We're good. Especially the dairy. Sure why it would need to be pitched in Shark Tank. Well, like, if they have concept for business idea that they want to make money off of, they're using a concept that's successful in Asia, and they want to move it to North America, you'll need, like, some investment capital and potentially help with, like, logistics and just business support and guidance and counseling to figure out how to nationally distribute a new product like that. But probably mostly funding. Dollars. My glasses are dirty now. Her air quality is significantly bad today. Can you tell the difference? I feel like I can see like the hazy smogginess, but I don't notice it. And we had some like really, really bad days, air pollution wise, last time I was in Korea. And I felt like I could like taste it and I could like feel the effects of it, unless it was a placebo. Today I wouldn't say I feel it. The thing affecting me most is the headwind. It's been quite windy today. Trash can inside the sea. Yeah, before I leave here, I had some trash from before, and I'll have some trash from this that I'll 100% be using. Because yeah, they're not quite as stingy with trash cans as Japan. Japan does not have garbage cans anywhere publicly, but generally, you can only expect to find them at convenience stores like this. How long do you plan to stay in Korea for? However long it takes for me to finish my like government of Korea issued bicycle passport. Essentially, do all the official bike routes, bike paths in Korea that have been officially recognized on this passport, and then get my award. And then have an onsen with Jay Streezy, and then go. Rather live in South Korea or USA? So I'm curious if Korea is like... So I'm going to do an anecdote that's not about Korea. Everything I've heard, and I know some people quite personally that are from like North America somewhere or Europe and moved to Japan and have had not so pleasant experiences trying to like adapt into their society. So it's a country where it's wonderful to be a tourist. It's really hard to move there and try to become part of Japanese culture. I haven't personally talked to anyone that's done that in South Korea, but I'm curious if it would be similar to that. And for that reason, USA. Japan and Korea are totally different, though. Would you say that Koreans are more accepting of foreign nationals moving to Korea? Ask Jay. He doesn't really live here. Like, he has an apartment here that he shares with Miyochi, right? But, like, I don't think he's living here trying to, like, adapt in and be a part of society here in Korea, at least not at this point. He might at some point. So yeah, I wasn't trying to say Korea is the same as Japan. I was just raising the question of I'm curious what it's like from an expat, someone moving to Korea from somewhere not so similar to it. Checked out intercafes or been past them. I've slept in some in Japan, but I haven't done any in Korea. What's the name of your bike? Like, the brand and model is Kona Sutra. I don't know if you're asking, like, have we named the bike and does it have its own personal name? It does not, if that was your question. Well, I didn't get any, like, gummy candies to snack on while I ride. I got lots of chocolate, though. Some of these work fine on the bike, and others don't. I might buy one thing of gummy candies. Okay, I'll leave a Twix out, leave a Snickers out, put these away. But forever be named Kama Sutra. I'm quite sure when they came up with the name for this bike, like the person that worked at Kona, that's like, oh, what do we name our touring bike? They were very much aware that Kona Sutra sounds rather close to Kama Sutra, which I appreciate. Alright, let's get rid of some garbage. Okay, I'm just gonna throw out this garbage, and I'm probably gonna grab just some gummy candies to snack on while I'm riding, because they're easy to just grab from my snack bag. Here. Oh, is it okay?
이거 캔은
Oh, can it over there, and this here. Okay. Ah, 감사합니다. Oh, it's starting to rain. What the heck? Plastic can. Just guiding me. What? They don't have a good selection. These bananas? Oh, best French fries. That's not bananas. What a happy sour mix. That sounds fine. I'll just do that.
원
1
플러스 원.
plus 1?
서명을
okay.
해주시기 바랍니다.
Yep.
It's okay.
감사합니다. Thank you. 1 plus 1. Buy one, get one free. Do. We got the gay bacon. Okay, should be good to go. How much water do I have? That's fine. Keep bacon. It's like little tiny, sometimes they come in like long strips, but it's just like strips of gummy candy with the rainbow on it. These ones are really small. Usually they're a bit bigger than this, the ones I've had. Oh yeah, these are real sour. All right. There we go, 2 o'clock. I don't know why I'm forgetting. Is it 6:50 the sunsets or 5:50? $6.50ish. Okay. Oh yeah, we got lots of time. Definitely can knock out another stamp for sure. And then see how far we want to get past that. Okay. Okay. We'll see me tonight. That's the plan. You know, things can change. But that's the plan. Not the rain. These tractor things are funky. Definitely don't see those in North America. Still cold, but it's amazing. Yeah, I don't mind these temperatures at all. The wind today has been a bit biting. And then, yeah, like we'll get like sprinkled on with rain, and if it gets much more than this, then I have to like waterproof all my gear, all my electronics. But like just this level is enough to warrant switching all to waterproof everything. All right, steep little climb out of here. And we turn right at the top. All right. All right, should be back. What's our uptime? How long did the mic survive today before it gave up? Here's my collar. 620, that's good. That's a good one. Well done, Mike. They're mostly in the biggest chaining. The middle. So 3x9. They're right in the second. It's actually rare that I use the largest chainring. I'm usually in the middle or the smallest front chainring. Yeah, the weather's good, and I want to like bomb down a hill and like get a bunch of momentum going. That's pretty much like the only time I go into the third. So I think realistically, like a 2x would be fine. No, not the rain. It's rude. Waiting to see the buildings. That's interesting. Another thing we don't really have in NA is like these apartment blocks like this where they just build the exact same building a dozen times in a concentrated area. And it seems like super efficient. I can probably crank these out and build them for how much occupancy is in there quite cheap. So it's probably something we should have. with the cost of living kind of crisis, especially like for accommodation itself. Okay, rain. Wasn't supposed to rain today. Well, I thought you stirring. See a second. First stirring, only hard incline. Yeah, when touring, it's just rare that I go fast enough that I need my third chaining. So this is my second chaining. This is the... We'll see if I can spin it out. At what speed, kind of thing. So this is still a comfortable cadence at this. Here, I'm just gonna slow down because I don't want to go too hard there. But I don't know what speed showed up for that. I'm just not gonna maintain that. So I never really need to go to the third chain ring. But just just to do that, you can probably hear me like breath rate increase substantially. And I'm like, yeah, essentially a sprint. Bike across the USA are way too big. I've already biked across Canada, which is bigger. So it's not a size thing. No, but at some point I'd like to bike across the US. I don't know what route I'd do. There's a few officially recognized bike routes that cross US east to west, or vice versa. I was looking at potentially doing the southern tier route from San Diego to Florida. I forget where in Florida. It kind of follows the US south. Be a lot of desert and stuff though. I thought it'd be interesting. It's very different from when I crossed North America before across Canada, right? So, what did Canada take? I again had to do it in two parts because I did it in 2020. In 2020, they wouldn't let me into Newfoundland, so I made it from the Pacific Ocean on Vancouver Island to Halifax, Nova Scotia, the Atlantic Ocean. Well, I couldn't go to the
you know, Newfoundland and Labrador, St. John's, where the Trans-Canada Highway like properly ends out at Cape Spear. I think in total between the two trips was 100 days total. Americans bicycle tracks at all? Like, when we say at all, yeah, they do. But you won't find too much like long distance bicycle tracks like this spread out. In a few places they'll have like converted railway lines for good stretches. A lot of them won't be paved, some will be. Not rain, come on. So it's your Norway trip, just Norway, not part before. In distance? I don't know. Maybe someone knows from like, yeah, I actually don't know the pure distance. We think of like Norway more in like elevation. It's just constantly climbing. And distance is one thing, but the climbing is you really feel it. It's loud on interstates. Depends where you are at. Some places yes, some places no. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to switch to a waterproof setup if it's gonna stay like this. I was gonna do that under this bridge, but I don't even know if I can because this looks randomly blocked off. And if this is impassable, they really should tell you a little bit. Could you? No. Should probably tell you beforehand so you don't ride out here. No, it looks like there's a detour. Yeah, this is way too hard. We're stopping under the bridge to put a waterproof camera on. Which will involve the stream going down for a bit. Also just sleep under here too. All right. Need to ban the weather forecaster. I'm doing a bad job. Alright. So, I'm going to swap the camera. I need to. Okay, I'm going to lean this up against these bike racks. My tire wants to spin away. Oops. There we go. I essentially like pull the cable. I should boot the stream down to clips and then run a new cable through the backpack and stuff. It'll just take a couple minutes. Freaking rain, eh, bud? Yeah. Freaking rain. Benches on the bridge? There are benches. Is that it? What is that? A bin? I guess so. Okay, so pulling cable, so stream will go down for a bit. We'll try Black Diamond. Steeper. Alright. Black run. I wish I had my second pull though. Ice. Ice, baby.
Three, two, one, go.
Go!
Oh my god!
結構入ってたよ。
どうしよう、カメ。
カメラ目線。
Okay. It's warm. It's a banana.
Ah. What is this?
What is this? There's something in here. Oh, it's like a sausage roll. Oh, yes, jackpot. It's been broadcasting for 33 minutes on this stream.
He is very nice face.
Nice face!
Fantastic face.
Fantastic face!
世界中飛び回ってんの？すげえわ。あいつすげえわ。
Bring my touring bike and do a bike tour in Japan, which I would love to see. But yeah, that decision still has to be made. And meet up with the Angel of Shibuya. Yeah, passing through Tokyo, or if Rob is traveling in different places, I'd love to meet up with Rob. That would be awesome. What's that?
Sorry. Ah, what is this? Hey, we are drinking like... I just had a bear on it, so I picked it. Holy, it's 8.3%. Okay, we've made a huge, fatal error. Bjorn beer. This is like Scandinavian sounding. Where are you from? Denmark. Denmark? Has anyone had Bjorn beer? From my man Bjorn?
A couple people passed me.
Huh?
A couple people passed me.
That's not a straw, that's a mixer.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh. Guy was walking down the street carrying a cardboard sign with subscribe for free with Twitch Prime on it. Wait.
Oh, that's the finish line?
So,
Oh, we're biking. Okay.
and to.
Wait.
And,
Okay.
to.
Don't smack into his camera.
Gonna hit the stream.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. I guess a little underwhelming to walk to the finish line,
Yeah,
but it felt like the wrong place to be. Thanks for meeting us here. Hi.
Hi.
Good job. Hi.
Hey. It was the getting picked up right away was number one, and then the next day we had the Country Roads Manami singing, which was very cute. Yeah. Thank you. I know Travis did a great job. Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe we did set a new record. Oh, you're going that way. Okay, I'm going this way. Dangerous. Yeah. It's a throttle. Hey. Yeah.
In the name of Jesus, Father, we just come to you. I come to you, Father, in your name, Lord. I ask you to give this young man traveling mercies. Let him win this award. Show him his value. And Father, as he travels, as he walks these roads like you walked so many roads, Lord, I ask you to be with him. I ask you to minister to him. I ask you to expose yourself and show yourself to him. And then, Lord, show him himself through your eyes.
That made my life. Made it so I could travel more than I work. Now I eat a bit better, but my favorite food. My favorite experiences food-wise is when I'm like hitchhiking or on a trip hitchhiking, and someone brings me home. People will invite you into their home, into their house, and you have a home-cooked meal in that place. Because it's not like you go to a tourist area and you get like...
This is the best, really.
So, super on the down low secret, me and Trevor used to date, but now we're just friends. We dated when I lived in Kelowna and now I don't anymore. That's it. It is what it is.
Is there a lock on her? Okay, Alex, we're back. But with issues, my waterproof camera refuses to power on. So we're back on the non-waterproof camera. Tried multiple batteries. Can't get it to turn on. So I don't know if it's still raining. I can't tell because I'm under a bridge. And it's like fine mist, so you can't really see it. But yeah. So probably tonight or something I'll play around with it and see if I can pull it out and power it when it's not in the case and see if it's just like a loose connection or something like that. But did it get wet? Well, that's the whole point of it, is it's supposed to get wet. But it's in a waterproof case. Because, yeah, it's just the power cable on, like, the actual micro USB cable that's just not working that well. Then that's fine. I can run another cable. But the issue is this is, like, siliconed into the case. It's the only way I can get power and HDMI output from the camera. Was to essentially take the waterproof case, cut out the back of it, put the cables in and the camera in, and then put, like, waterproof silicone in there, and it dries, and then it seals it in there, and it doesn't let water to get into now the open back of the case. So that's good, but when you have to run new cables, then it's no longer waterproof anymore because you have to tear out the silicone.
Alex Pete 75 just resubscribed for 2 months. Get those stamps.
Yeah, we gotta go. Well, we're gonna try and get at least another one today. So that whole stop was not very productive because we were supposed to swap cameras, and all we did was swap cameras, found out the other one wouldn't power on, and then go back to the original camera. Hopefully it's not raining really hard now. Alex Speed, but thank you for the 2-month resub. Okay, so go. Oh, come on and dry. The rest of this coming week looks quite good. So even if you're having wet weather camera issues, we'll have some, hopefully, time to figure it out before we really need wet weather gear again. But it would complicate today. Maybe we will be sleeping underneath this bridge. Alright. Let's see what we got. Just a little sprinkle right now. A little sprinkle here in chat, at least. Yeah, I'm like, I don't even really know how water resistant the raw Sony action cameras are. Because they come with a waterproof case, you know, probably for a reason. I don't think it has a rating, like an IP rating, not in a case. Ugh, it's picking up again. What does it say? This wouldn't be a problem, like freaking waterproof camera we just turned on. At 3 p.m., 1% precipitation. Well, what is this precipitation? 1%? This is the 1%. The heck? 1% precipitation just means no rain. That's what I thought. Hard win the second step. Real good gear. That's horrible. I'm convinced there's no rain gear that when you're like properly cycling in it, with enough rain, it just will permeate. The rain finds a way to get into everything. The motel last night. I liked it. Had character. It's clean enough. It's cozy enough. The floor was like heated, which is typical of Korean hotels here, which is good for drying stuff. You sprawl it along the floor, and the heated floors will help expedite the drying process. So quite satisfied with that. Yeah, had lots of mirrors so we could look at ourselves. Stop raining. It's like a bit less. It's a little sprinkle-ish-y, kinda, sorta. It's not supposed to be raining, but it's trying to. And it was never so much that, yeah, if I could just put my waterproof camera on, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's nothing like what we were getting yesterday, which was just like quite solid rain all day long. This is just like blowing misty rain. Use sailing/fisherman clothes. Just go full wetsuit, and then you get wet, but it like fills up your wetsuit. Then you warm it up. It's great. Might as well. You could even pee in your suit to kickstart it. Wonder what we'll find for dinner tonight. It still looks like winter right here. Where's my spring? I was told there would be spring. I'm obsessed with fried chicken. And you must love Korea. They make some pretty freaking good fried chicken here. I would just camp in a spot like that. That would be nice. Like you are right next to the road up there, but it's fine. It's a 30 sign. We're gonna keep it below 30. Oh, around Seoul, all the bike paths are 20 zones. Apparently in the more rural places, they let you rip. At this point, last couple dinners in Korea, no 17 bowls. I'm missing something. Yeah, we haven't had any of those dinners where they just give us, like, the entire table is covered in side dishes. So, I think we're due for one of those pretty soon. I think when we had that pheasant, is it pheasant dinner? I think in total we had like 20 dishes, including our mains, but then all the sides. Place yesterday would have done like that. Probably, yeah. We were having something where we're actually like cooking on the stove thing at the table. Some kind of meat, something. Probably would have had a bunch of sides. When's the next stamp? Haven't seen on this trip. We've had 2 today. The next one is, so it was 27 kilometers from the last one, which wasn't too long ago. Looks like we're like a third of the way to the next one. So, and they're like just under 20K. It'll be a bit of time because like this whole time we're riding into a headwind, so it's a bit on the slow side. Then after that one, we got to do a there and back again detour to get 1 stamp. So the next one's called Hapgang Park, and then we got to do one just out of our way to Daichong Dam. What kind of mic are you using? This is a DJI mic. I have a DJI mic 2, so the second generation. This is still the first one though. I don't know if there's much of an upgrade on it or if it's pretty much the same as the first. They really didn't go very creative with their naming scheme, though. Heard they're really good. Been thinking about purchasing them for a while now. Yeah, I'd strongly recommend them. I've used a lot of wireless mics, and these are my favorite to use, personally. And the charging case they come with is nice as well. Makes my life very easy. Because they last about 6 hours. My streams are on average like 12-ish hours, so halfway in the middle of the stream, a mic dies. All I have to do is take the other mic out of the charging case and it's fully charged, swap it out, and put the one that was dead in there. And if my stream goes past 12 hours and the mic dies again, well, the other mic's already fully recharged because it's been recharging this whole time in the charging case. So, and then I think the audio quality is quite nice. And they're like a small kind of convenient size in general. Sarah would like the stewardess better weather. Oh yeah, for sure. I think she would. And get an in to bike through North Korea. Would you do it? I think it'd be really stupid to try and stream biking through North Korea, even if they're like, yeah, for sure, you can totally do that. I wouldn't trust that to mean exactly what that means. I've heard they're very strict about what you film, what you don't film. And when things are live, there's no take backsies, so probably get in some trouble. Good shape, talk to us so calmly, pushing with the bike. Try some cycling sport. Like, I'm going at a very casual touring pace. Oh, the rain's picking up again. Why? Our 1% precipitation chance is going hard right now. Again, this wouldn't matter, but I tried to plug in my waterproof camera setup and it refused to take power, so I don't have an alternative camera option currently. Does your bike generate electricity? No. Do I hear any wind? Yeah, the windscreens on this are really good, yeah. Ugh. This is way too much rain. I should be trying to get out of the rain and finding some cover, but there's no bridges here. Head trip to the awards. Mics didn't charge. Happy to hear they're working. These are different mics. Those were Rode Wireless Pro mics that weren't working. I went back to my DJI mics. Sarah's using my Rode mics now. And now it's calmed down the rain again. It's very just like sporadic. Oh, this would be a great camping spot too. And a little bit further away from like the road and stuff like that. Oh, there's the road there. Yeah, it's just like a nice little. It's not even covered. It's just like a sunshady area. Oh, there's even a camper over there. Are you lads camp out here? And the rain's picking up again. It must be. Oh, it's just so annoying. The heck? Do we go under this? I have to escape the rain for a second. It's not supposed to be raining at all. Road mic's charging for Sarah. So what wasn't working with the road mics is, one, the charging case was just never worked. Just from day one when I received it, it just didn't work. And then the mic receiver, when you plug it into charge, if it does start to get low, it will pretty much just maintain the battery. If you try to charge it with it like turned off, it'll just overheat and stop recharging. But as long as you keep it charged and always have it charged while you're using it, it's fine. And while we're using them as USB audio through like Bella Box, it'll always stay charged, so it's fine. The mics themselves charge just fine. Just again, like how you're supposed to use them in the. Need to look at a map. In the charging case didn't work because the charging case was broken. Yeah, we stay this way. I think. Yeah. Lots of places to camp out here. But we still got 5 hours. No, 4 hours. So not yet. Name 100 women. If it doesn't specify too much, can you just be like Jane Smith? And there's like probably a couple thousand of them. And in and of itself, you'd be naming more than 100 women. Because each of those Jane Smiths is an individual, is a woman, and you just named them. Watch Smosh. Oh, that was to someone else. I don't, but that was not to me. I don't see Scared in the Wilderness there. No, I don't think Korea really has anything worth mentioning as far as danger is concerned. Building a new bridge. There's an old bridge. I don't know. And the rain's picking up again. This is so freaking. I'm very annoyed right now. Yeah, there's a big tunnel or a big bridge. Stop under here for a second. Look at the weather radar. Alright, wipe the lens. Then go in a bit. Sorry, I know this isn't particularly thrilling right now. I'd rather just be ripping. Like, it says it's even supposed to get like sunny. I updated my thing again, and now it says it might rain until 3:45, which is just under an hour. Well, the other bridge was nicer. There was like benches to sit under. Actually, but it's like shelters for cyclists. Yeah, bridges, just for shelter for cyclists. That's nice of them. It's like a thick bridge too. Show us your camp when getting ready to rest. I try to. I don't always. I assume you've got lots of water on your lens too. Yeah. Try and clean that up. And depending how like wild I'm camping, like if I'm right in town, sometimes I don't show it as much because in order to show it at night, of course I have to like put a bunch of light on it, and it's just putting a bunch of spotlights on where I'm camping. And quite often I'd rather prefer to do it on the down low. Thursday, yesterday forecast good. She get out rain. She stopped sun. Get out. She pretty much cycled on worst part of the day. Yeah, Beal did say once she stopped, that's when the sun came out and it got beautiful. Like, we're supposed to have a couple hours today before it gets dark of potential even sunshine. At least that's what it says. But it certainly doesn't look sunny right now. And when I see the haze, like, it might just be pollution. But, like, when I see this, to me it looks like it's going to, like, rain a bunch. Coming from that direction, which makes me not want to ride into it. I'm just annoyed about my waterproof camera not working. These Sony cameras, like if I fried the camera yesterday in the rain because the waterproofing, like the silicone on the back was like cracked and it let a bunch of water in, that's bad. Are we taking something on the bridge? Because it's raining and I can't get my waterproof gear to work. So I'll just fry a expensive camera that you can't replace anymore because they discontinued this model of camera like 3 years ago. But it's still somehow the best model of camera to use for this type of IRL streaming. Guess I'll have some chocolate milk. Some Twix. Because yeah, I don't really mind riding in the rain, especially like this. It's just kind of sporadic on off, sporadic on off. But when it's on, it's like actually can get kind of substantial. And it'd be fine. It's just the tech. I don't want to fry it. The camera's not getting replaced after. Like Sony came out with like action camera after that, but it's like the, what was that? Sony RX something, Mark 1 and Mark 2, but they kind of like lost the action camera part, and they were more like very small vlogging cameras that were action camera sized. They had nice things like a 1-inch image sensor and stuff like that, but they lost like, these cameras have really good optical image stabilization. They just got rid of that. But yeah, I'd love Sony for them to make an actual competent action camera upgrade. A Jeep has like an American flag on a star in it. Okay. Just Jeep things. GoPro is GoPro most overhyped product. For specific uses, GoPro does the job of an action camera great. For IRL streaming, it's just generally not the best product for that kind of use. Like if you're doing any kind of like sport thing and you just have it mounted to your shoulder, your helmet, your chest, your whatever, and you turn it on to like actually like film a specific thing here or there, it'll do a great job. Oh, no, it's going that way. They're just gonna, this is not a road. They're not supposed to drive down here, I don't think. It's that nice bench seams. Yeah, we're just kind of like getting postponed by weather. And that wasn't supposed to be here. It was currently here. Okay, I pulled over his truck, walked over here, grabbed some shoes off the side of the road, and I was running back to his truck. I don't know the context of the shoe situation, but did it fall out of the truck? They were like kind of neatly placed on the side of the road, so I don't think they fell out of the truck. I just don't understand how we got to this point. Leave a pair, take a pair. Maybe. Wait, but if you take a pair, aren't you supposed to leave another pair? Like, it's like a shoe swap, not just a shoe take. It's Panniers aero bars, no. Well, I only have the aero bar pads. Yeah, you should be able to see these here. And the only reason they're there is I actually had the bars at some point, but I just never really spent much time there, and it kind of impeded my ability to access my handlebar bag really easily. But I found myself not using the bars much, but I'd just like ride and put my palms on the aero bar pads, and it's like my upright, like where I can just have my back completely straight upright riding position. So now, then I have three riding positions. I have my upright, casual, super unaerodynamic riding position. I've got my hands in the hoods, or I've got, you know, if I have to do anything technical or be concerned about like braking like immediately, my hands are here, because then you're right on the brakes. Or I'm in the drops, which is your most aerodynamic, but kind of most forward position. You meant fenders. Oh yeah, we got full fenders. They're kind of... I've seen better days. The fenders are one of the things that are still original to the bike. Most like components on this bike have been swapped out, and quite often swapped out several times. Like I've gone through several sets of wheels, like not just tires, but full wheel sets. Just with how much weight you have on these bikes and stuff like that, on these rough roads and stuff like that. A lot of wear and tear on the wheels. A lot of tires. All the wear and tear items like chains, cassettes. I just swapped out my brake discs last time I took my bike in for a service. Yeah, the only things that are still original are the seats, the rear rack, the frame, of course. But yeah, not even like the cranks or anything like that are original. Those are all swapped out. Handlebars have been replaced. What? Are these original bar end shifters? They might be. I run a million different cables through from them, but I think the actual bar end shifters themselves might be original. The fork's original, yeah. But I missed our RGB Paladin rather with the 4-month reset. Thanks for the 4 months. But yeah, but that'll be any kind of bike. Like we're talking like on this bike probably like 25-ish thousand kilometers. You put that much distance on any bike, and you're gonna have to swap out pretty much all components on said bike. That isn't a frame, and some specific items that just don't see super heavy wear. I got a professional bike fit. I went to some place, but I don't think they were like a professional bike fit. I did it once when I was in Kelowna. So when I was riding across Canada, I made it from Vancouver Island, and I made it to Kelowna, so central British Columbia, and I had some really bad neck pain. So I took a few days off, I got a massage, and I took my bike in for like a bike fit. And they shortened the stem on the bike, so it's like less far forward, and just brought it in a little bit, so it's a more relaxed position. And then they kind of just told me, and it was probably this more than any positioning thing. Back when I was doing that, I was streaming cycling by just strapping a cell phone to my helmet, and then it's just like a POV like that. So whenever I saw something interesting, I was like, you know, rubbernecking and like riding down the road and like pointing my head at whatever looked interesting, because, you know, I'm filming. But that caused me to be like craning my neck up a lot to be like looking at stuff. And with the weight of the helmet plus the weight of the phone and all that strain and me going like this on my neck, I think that's what was doing all my pains. So they were kind of just recommending to keep like a neutral spine position, which when you're riding and you're leaning forward to be on the bars is kind of like, you look like you're looking down, and then your eyes are just like looking up and forward. So once I just had more of that kind of mentality for riding and head position, I never had a problem again. Marry the frame date to components, as I've heard it. It sounds fitting, yeah. Sounds fitting. Just looks really bad that way, but I don't know if that's just pollution or if that's rain. Because it looks like better this way. If I'm riding this way, when I say it could rain, but it should clear by 3:45, which is in 40 minutes. I don't want to wait 40 minutes under this kind of loud bridge. Maybe I go under other bridges. I'd try to jump to the next bridge, and if it's raining, stay under that bridge. And if I hit a wall of water, I can run away and come back to this bridge. expensive bikes go for weight. Makes them not much better than average weight. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for out of the bike. But yeah, for touring, I don't think like paying a ton of extra money to get like a lightweight carbon bike makes that much sense, especially if you're like kind of heavyweight, like you're using panniers, front and rear panniers, and you're not like trying to go super lightweight on your touring setup. Like the extra 10 pounds of bike is probably not gonna make or break it. Maybe just lose 10 pounds instead. To avoid dessert, hence the carbon bike. Fair enough. That's a good enough reason. Is it raining outside on the bridge? Yes, but what I tried to do is I have this camera which is not in a waterproof casing or anything like that, but I have another camera which is in a waterproof case, and I tried to swap to it, but it refused to take power, so it wouldn't turn on regardless of what battery I was attaching it to. So then we essentially lost the ability to have my setup be waterproof currently. I'll troubleshoot it probably tonight and try to figure out why, but I kind of got to take things apart and swap cables around and see what the issue is. I just don't want to do that midstream. It wasn't supposed to be raining today, but we're having sporadic rain right now. When I came up to this bridge, it was enough that I felt like I shouldn't be riding in it, so I don't destroy this camera because it'll be very hard to replace that. Frames is bad way for touring, broken frame as bad as it gets when you're on the road. Yeah, like, I don't know how often, like, people break carbon frames. I know it's a thing that has happened, and, like, you're much less likely to break this steel frame bike. I met people touring across Canada with carbon frame bikes. I don't think they had any problems. I think if you're chucking your, like, with this bike, I'm not so concerned about damaging the frame. Like when I'm doing stuff, I'll be chucking the bike around and not worrying about it too much. Because I think like a good like whack to the side of the frame, hitting it on a railing or something like that, I'm not concerned with the steel, but I feel like I would be if it was carbon frame. As it can be quite strong for what it's designed to be used for riding, but if it gets like some weird kind of impact to it, like the equivalent of getting whacked with a baseball bat, but just from natural causes, I think you're more likely to do some damage for something like that. Sponsored by Arc'teryx, thousands of viewers call them. I have an agent though, because I think I already contacted Arc'teryx and no. I would love to have outdoor gear sponsors. They just aren't interested in doing anything on Twitch. So if I had a comparable sized YouTube channel, I'd have outdoor gear brand sponsors all over the freaking place. But I don't understand what people want on YouTube, so I haven't really done anything. Is my YouTube stream even working right now? I tried to get it started today. And in theory, I should have my YouTube chat working. But I don't know if it is. That makes some sense. I think all frames would be okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It is. That's good. Missed opportunity for brands. Really cool bike adventures. Because yeah, I know my agent has reached out to like bike brands and stuff like that, like Kona and stuff like that, and same kind of thing. It's not really a thing they're interested in. For gear specific stuff, like paid sponsorships is of course ideal, because that's what I do for work. But I'd happily accept just send me stuff, I'll use it and give my honest opinion on it. My issue is I have pretty low tolerance for things not working the way they're supposed to. For example, those Rode mics that were just sent to me by Rode, and the case didn't work and the receiver wouldn't charge, and I just had several problems with them right out of the box, and I updated them and it didn't fix any problems. And it's really hard for me to not just be like, well, you're gonna send me something because you wanted like a good product review and to use it and for me to advertise it on the stream. You should probably send something that fucking works. I think I'm gonna try riding. Well, let me look at where we're going. I see bridges in the distance. I think we'll probably end up going underneath those bridges. Yeah. Oh, freight train. Let's go Shadow Legends route. You guys have no idea how many offers I've had to stream Raid Shadow Legends for X amount of money. Their marketing budget is insane. There's clearly some people that play that game that spend fortunes of money to be a high level player in that video game. It's looking sunnier. I don't even know. I just am. I just don't feel like standing under this bridge. Well, if I ride out there and it's like piss and rain, I'm just gonna turn around and come right back under. Lightly raining. Another thing's probably encoded in your brain DNA. Need this lifestyle. Otherwise, be a bit depressed or stop cross my mind. Yeah, but I didn't grow up that way. That wasn't like in my DNA so much. Is that I started traveling in, you know, as you might be saying, like nomadic way, hitchhiking, sleeping in a tent, and just going with no plans, and then I kept doing it, and I kept doing it, and I kept doing it. Now it's been essentially what I've done my whole adult life, because I started when I was 19, and I'm pushing 30 now. So now it feels like it's very much ingrained in my personality and my day-to-day lifestyle is to be on a trip like this. And when I do go home, I kind of feel lost in what I should do. And like you can get more like philosophical, like what is my purpose? Yeah, I don't really have a solution for what I should be doing. I do like what I get to do. Well, I can't always do this. Yeah, the reality is like these solitary trips are quite isolating. Like it's social, streaming and stuff like that. You camp at a lot of places out here. But you're away from any friends and family and stuff that you might have for just very long periods of time. Learning to enjoy being alone is wonderful. I do think it's a valuable thing, like, to be comfortable in your own head. And some people, yeah, can't handle doing anything alone. Like, I was saying how Sarah's not a huge, like, movie buff or anything like that, but I really wanted to see the new Top Gun Maverick. It was in IMAX, and I thought that was the type of movie that would just play well on big screen, so I'll go check it out there. And she wasn't really interested in seeing it, so I'm like, okay, I'll go by myself. And like that doesn't even faze me to just be like, do anything by myself, go out to eat by myself, go to a movie by myself. For the 4 years I was hitchhiking and stuff like that before I started streaming, everything I did was completely alone. And then I, meet a lot of people through hitchhiking. Now that I'm streaming, it feels a bit more social because there's like, well, all y'all joining along for the ride, but now it's picking up again. This is so annoying. Yeah. Okay, we're about to go under another bridge, I think, and we're going to stop under that bridge. Yeah, this wouldn't be a problem if my freaking waterproof camera would just turn on. But it's not. So I can't let this camera get that wet because it's not meant to. Everything else I have couldn't get wet and it's protected enough, but ugh. I don't know if these bridges will be good cover. The first one looks really skinny, so it won't be. It's been rainfall for a while though. Past this, it should be clear for a bit. Yeah, it's like the sun's even trying to come out right now, rather. I assume I stay down here. And now it's stopped raining. So it's likely we'll start again. It's very sporadic, strange rain. And now it's back. Got 3 separate bridges. They just love building them. The bike's solar powered. No. We did a whole trip from Belgium to the Arctic Circle of Norway with a trailer with a big solar panel on it to power all the broadcasting. But it didn't power the bike, it just powered all the broadcasting equipment we used to run the stream. I'd like to use it on more trips, but we'll see. Ooh, it's very industrial up here. Oh. Fast train. You can see it because I'm right underneath it. And now the rain's back. Well, this area would be really good for camp. Although I wouldn't want to camp right next to these bridges because those like fast passenger trains are kind of just jarring. Don't know how late they'd run, but yeah. We've been kind of away, just a bit away from major population centers, and there's been like nice flat ground on the other side of these paths for a while. Not that I should be camping yet, but that's part of my brain that I can't turn off. When I'm hitchhiking or biking and I'm going past like any kind of green spaces, my brain is just looking at it and analyzing whether it'd be a good place to sleep. I placed out of the rain for a bit. Well, that's what I was doing. I was standing under a bridge and I got bored. So I started riding in the rain a bit. It's supposed to stop at any time and actually potentially get sunny. Like, you might be able to see the sun's trying. Camp under a bridge, maybe. Yeah, I've seen some nice bridges here in Korea that I feel like if it was the right time of day, I would be camping under said bridge. We just haven't ended up scouting out a bridge at the right time of the day when I'm looking at finishing. It's light on off rain until it finally passes over. Alright, I guess we'll find out. We have kind of gone past all my bridge coverage. Well, actually that bridge I was hanging out under seemed to be the last good bridge for protection from the elements. The three we just crossed under that were like train bridges were like too thin. There's no rain that could have worked, but with the wind, the wind will just blow the rain underneath and through. Apparently people camp here. Do you have to pay for this campground? Is this just open? Or is this just day campers and they have to take it down at night? Tom Brown, New York. I love camping together, family and friends. Okay, I don't understand it, but... Camping in Korea confuses me slightly. They do it a little different. I feel like that one doesn't have like an official thing. Is that just free? I like free. Although, like, at that point, if it's just like a field, I'd rather just like not camp in the field and just ride another couple hundred meters this way and just go in the bush somewhere. That's my preferred camp spot, is just all alone in a nice bush. I'm curious how this would look like in the middle of the summer. It's like all this like grass and stuff like that's all just like dead looking. But when this is alive, what am I looking at? I feel like this would be a lot nicer. Field to the left, yeah, bit of a field, but then it drops down and I think we got a river or a creek or something like that. They don't really build anything down here, so I think this is all part of like a floodplain, essentially. Then you got like a raised thing there, like a dike. So the flood levels shouldn't get over that. But all this is just low enough that, you know, we'll build like a path and stuff on it, but they're not going to build any buildings or anything down here. We have annoying bugs in summer. Well, I presume so. I don't know how bad they get though. Yeah, there's a camp right here. Yeah, there's a river right there. Well, I got a lot more rain here because even though we were getting sporadic rain on and off, the actual bike path itself was dry. Like it didn't rain enough to accumulate enough that it soaked the road, but here it has. It's not right now, but it was. Quite recently. BT, how's it going? It's a yellow name on a white background. I have to like move my sunglasses the other way to read it. Still raining over where you are? For the most part today, no. But then we kind of had like sporadic rain on and off the past 2 hours or something like that. Clearly this spot got a lot of rain, at least compared to where I've been, like quite recently. Because the other places I've been have not had the saturated path. This one got a good dump of rain in the past hour. Like this weekend the weather should be very nice. Yeah, the next quite a few days in a row looks like we've got a good weather window to just crank out some nice days with nice weather. But yeah, today's been a mixed bag. We've been fighting the headwind all day. It's currently not as bad as it has been, but we're still pushing a lot of air. And then it wasn't really supposed to rain. At least the forecast when we looked at it yesterday wasn't really supposed to rain, but it has been. Cherry blossom blooming up there. My area they have. It's supposed to start really soon, like late March, early April for a lot of places in Korea. As I head further south, I'm thinking we'll run into them at some point. And if we don't for mainland Korea, I would think for Jeju, that'd be the first place to start getting them, right? Because it's kind of like an island far south, so I think the spring will start a little earlier there than the rest. But currently, some plants I can see are kind of starting their spring thing, but for the most part, what you see right now is what we've got, which is pretty bare trees and dead grass. So any time now. Well, if I needed to, this bridge would be another decent escape from the rain. It's good right now, though. Oh, they got like a volleyball net under the bridge. That seems very random. And an office chair. Haven't seen them soon. Thank you yourself. Started my park career earlier than compared to last year. Alright, I like to hear it. Because, yeah, so far, except for a few exceptions, it looks very similar to when I was here in like December. And I'm like, hey, I thought this was spring. Where's the spring? Apparently it's coming. Badminton, not volleyball. Yeah, you're probably right, sorry. Yeah, that'd be a bad spot for a volleyball net. I didn't bring my badminton racket though. Ooh, what do we got for workout equipment here? I'm always curious, like, what is this one? You just like roll out, yeah, back massager. Sorry guys, we gotta try the back massager. Like, honestly, kind of nice. Back was feeling like a little bit sore. I think this is doing the trick. Gonna have to do like a wall sit while you do it, but it's not bad. It's not bad. What else do we got? Like an elliptical that I don't even know if it has the clearance. Oh, it's also full of water. Okay, no, it's got the clearance. Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, this one's just like there's no one here, but usually if there's like a bunch of these little bodyweight workout things, there's like, they're actually being used, and I've never seen them being used in other countries. Only Koreans. This one they've even put a mat down underneath it, so I feel like this one must be popular. This one right here. I don't know if you can even see that. Well, probably not. I'm gonna get my butt a little bit wet, but that's okay. Leg press. Here we go. Oh yeah. It's not bad. You know, your own body weight as resistance, so. Okay. I feel much better now. And we might as well do them all. Here's the final one. The big wheel. So it says you can do, there's descriptions. I don't know why you do that. Or you can do this. Do you like just go back and forth, or do you just like spin it and get ripping? Or do you just go like this? I don't know. Dave Cycling Hitch needs more leg workout. Yeah. After cycling all day, I hit the leg press. All right, we've worked all body groups according to this workout center. All right, carrying on after a brief workout interlude. I wonder if I could even still do a pull-up. I haven't done any upper body weight workouts in a long time now. Although I am skinny. So I'm pretty light right now. So that of course makes it easier. Me and Sarah used to work out between trips. Sometimes we were really good about it, other times we weren't as good, but before my US cycling trip from Key West, Florida to Raleigh, North Carolina, like I was actually like, it was the first time I felt like reasonably strong as far as upper body is concerned. But you guys also said I had love handles because I was eating at quite a caloric surplus to try and, you know, bulk up. So we had the third person camera, and with just like a tighter t-shirt on, we were like, Hitch, you got love handles. And I've always just been like so thin, so skinny. It was startling to me. You've stamped 53? I assume so. I don't think I've missed one. I've got... Oh, we're getting close to our next one. Last one I did was the Musimchian Bridge. And then we did the back row park today as well. And then the one before that was yesterday. Yeah. But we've got Hapgang Park. Will be the end of this like little section of bike path. The end of the Ocheong bike path, I think. And then we'll be on a different bike path. Stream is I'm working at School of Exercise Equipment in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, in Korea, here, like in Canada, I've seen them in some parks in certain towns and stuff like that, but I've never seen them actively being used. But in Korea, especially when you're closer to population centers, like they actually get kind of busy, those little exercise parks. So it's nice to see them being used. Yeah, detour. Yeah, we gotta kind of detour. I think like left, go out. I don't know, 20 probably something kilometers to get one stamp, and then ride back the 20 something kilometers, and then continue on the other way. Train. Lots of trains and bridges for trains and bridges for cars. There's bridges in general around here. Camping that one, we'll park there too. What do you mean no biking? This is the bike path. That seems strange. Is it because you don't have a big railing and you're scared we're gonna fall off that bridge? Maybe. Campground unit next stamp. Yeah, if it's like an actual paid campground, I've only gone to one, but it was excessively expensive. And it made me not interested in Korean official campgrounds. Well, I'm usually pretty anti-staying at campgrounds in general. I hate paying for a piece of grass to set my tent on. Well, quite often it's not even grass, it's like dirt or gravel or mud. It's kind of nice. Is that the wind whistling? It is. Is the camera lens like clear? Is it spotty from when it was raining a little bit? Middle of nowhere, say, Loco Jim bin place where wolves fuck. That's kind of fun. I like that. It's clear. It's great. All right, cool. It's fun to check. So yeah, we haven't any of our sporadic rain for the past, like, I don't know, 20 minutes, so just figured I could give it a better wipe if it was looking a little spotty. Sometimes if it just rains a little bit, you get the spots of rain on the lens, and then it just dries. Like, I don't wipe it, it just dries itself. Then you have like just a dirty looking lens. Ash, how's it going? Something bike. Got some more industry. What kind of industry do you think is like? Because there's like some big factories or some kind of industry on the other side of the river back by those 3 big bridges we went under. And we got some more up here. Now, which way am I going? Oh, we got more exercise equipment. It seems we go left. Well, oh, that one's closed. I'm like, how does that one work? Anything else interesting? Little Running Man things. A squatty bench thing. They don't like, these look like inversion tables, and all of the inversion tables are closed, which is a shame because I want to try the inversion table one. Maybe they're too dangerous. Photo machines survive in USA. Have I seen much in the US? I know I've seen a few in Canada. I don't know. Maybe I've seen them in the US. I don't know. Someone else might know. Looks like we're leaving the river valley. Probably riding next to a road or something coming up here. We'll see. Outside of the random sporadic rain, that was a pretty enjoyable section of path. Coming back to Raleigh, North Carolina. Oh, maybe at some point. I don't know when though. More workout machines, but like right in front of this. I don't know what this is. I wouldn't want to work out here. It literally looks like a wastewater treatment plant. It very well might be. That's some rather turpid looking water. I don't know if turpid was the right word. It's the one that like, so they've got like a no bikey sign with some description on it, and then the sign right next to it is cars and bikes together kind of sign thing. Which one is it? When we lose the blue line? Yeah, it's been on and off today. We're no longer blue line in it, which makes me sad. Ooh, that's a nice gazebo. I wouldn't mind camping there if it wasn't right in front of the wastewater treatment plant. It's at a beautiful spot overlooking the river, like a decent elevation. It's also next to a road. Might get a little busy. I still have a goal to sleep in one of those gazebos at some point on this Korean trip. This is a fun section. I like this. Twists and turns, ups and downs along a river. It's cool. Short little punchy climbs here and there. It was a good one. I like this. Nice. And back down. presume. It's not that way, is it? Yeah, that looks right. And we're just following the top of the dike here. Probably back out into the wind, getting blasted. Well, we'll see. Oh, that's a military base. Okay. Probably shouldn't stop here. Just get there. No. 'Cause yeah, even with like all my cameras stuff like that, if I stopped here, you could have some. They can come by and think I'm like a spy. Do they fly Chinooks? Like dual rotor helicopters? I was like, oh, dual rotor helicopter there. Looking all cool. Like personally, for my own enjoyment, like I don't mind stopping, like kind of just like looking out of the helicopters and stuff like that. But I feel like I could actually get in trouble for that. Like, I've been past like military bases and there'll be like signs at like the fences where you actually have a visible line of sight to the flight line that are specifically like, don't film the flight line. Chinooks indeed. All right, they do. Oh, this just looks like a nice park down there, though. I think we're far enough past the military base that, you know, I could be camping again. I'm like 300 meters from it. I'm like, yeah, I can camp here. I'm not even looking to camp yet. I still got hours. And I gotta get dinner. But it looks nice. And I feel like not many people just like hang out there. There's not much around here. dinner for 3, please. I don't know if I got that level of appetite yet. It's around on day 4. Maybe I do. What is that? Is it like an old baseball diamond or? Can't tell. Very nice, this new Zwift. Yeah, they got quite the graphical upgrade. It's a little cartoony before, but. For dinner, whatever restaurant we roll up into. Nothing's ever planned really that far in advance here. We just go and then see what happens. That is my preference anyway. Nice shrubbery grasslands, all to the rivers, all on the way to this and the next stamp. Easy camping tonight. Nice. I like the sound of that. Where'd the sun go? I was enjoying that. Well, it wasn't full sun, it was just kind of like, the sun was trying. And I appreciated that. How long trip? We're at day 4. Should be like 3-ish weeks or something like that. Maybe. Could be less. I don't actually know. It really depends on several factors. Am I going left here? Yeah. Oops. Yeah, we're getting quite close to our next stamp. Nice. How many routes are left? I don't know how to answer that. I could look it up on my little map thing. Each different like route is a different color. As I thought it was one route that took me all the way to the west coast, but it's actually like a few different ones technically. They're just like kind of connected. Probably should have dropped into my climbing chain. I didn't. All worked out in the end. Alright. Weird food gets silkworm larvae or fermented skate. Can't say I've had either of those. I don't think I've had anything that would be considered especially weird in Korea yet. Like to our Western sensibilities, potentially where I had like that giant meal of essentially just pig's feet. Maybe that would be considered weird. But probably to any Asian country that's not particularly weird. Have to bus to southern route still. So yeah, all the routes are not well connected together. So the most efficient thing would be to connect via bus, but I'll probably just ride it. Wow, look at all these, they call them pinwheels. We can visually see the wind doing wind things. Our destination is Jeju and Sandro route, right? Grand Slam. Yeah, the last stamp we should need to get would be our final stamp in once we do a lap around Jeju. Then we just have to get back to Seoul to certify our passport, and then we should get an award, a medal. The ones on the left seem much more interested in spinning than the ones on the right. Get a pinwheel for the bike. Yeah, it'd be pretty fun. There are cycle routes connecting the Grand Slam routes. I don't actually know. So once I finish like this route out that eventually takes me to the west coast kind of thing, there's like a decent gap of no official Grand Slam route to get onto the next route. But I don't know if there's any cycling infrastructure along that way. If I'm just riding on roads, I'll have to look it up. So we'll make IG video here. Yeah, she totally would, wouldn't she? It, again, would make for a much better video if it wasn't all drab and gloomy out, but... But what's up with the ones on the right? So sedentary. Come on, look lively, sprightly like the ones on the left there. Cody doesn't much like them. Yeah, it makes sense. These small little things spinning aggressively. Makes sense that it's not really encoding that very well. I don't know what kind of bitrate we're pushing. Anyway, down we go. Looks like we're going out into the unknown again. Oh, this is actually a road too. I thought it was just a path. Ooh, what's that place? Just an old shed. Oh! It's one of those weird deer thing, water deer. Action cameras are horrible for showing things at a distance. I found one. I forgot, people were like, have you seen any like deer or anything like that? But yeah, I there was randomly a water deer like in town. And I thought it was like a giant freaking rabbit, because they got like, I don't know, they kind of run like a rabbit. They got ears like a rabbit, but they're big compared to a rabbit, but small for a deer. Yeah, there's some nice green grass. I don't know what they're growing there, but anyway, it's nice. Anyway, I like was just at an intersection in town, and this water deer just like saw me, got scared, and took off like it was terrifying, just booked it. And I had no idea what I just saw. Kind of scared me. I just wasn't expecting an animal like right in the middle of town. Korean call that Gorani. They're objectively actually pretty cute. I like them. I don't know if, you know, are they considered pests or anything here? Or are they just like, you know, do we like them in Korea? I don't know. Well, it's called vampire deer. Well, that makes them sound less friendly. Deer with fangs. Oh, they look so cute. Hey, we're back into the territory of don't ride, like the signs that say don't ride your bike into the water. So that's nice. Feels so civilized. Oh, I see color. This bush is alive. Spring has sprung for that bush. You'll love to see it. Why do they have those things? Yeah, actually. Are they not herbivores? What do they eat that they need fangs for? They're building another bridge here. They freaking love bridges. Big fan, big fan. Humans, campers' blood, cyclists for defense. What natural predators would they have here? Historically, Siberian tigers or something? Currently, probably not. There's even a little sign describing the bridge. It's all in Korean. Ooh, what are these little things? Well, actually, they're quite large. Nice. Doesn't there like show what's it called, like feats of engineering, something like Discovery Channel or something like that? I used to love that stuff. Just like documentary show about like building big bridges and stuff. That's my jam. Did you ever chased by a tiger? It's a good question. I'm not really sure. Like tiger could run faster than I can ride my bike. But I feel like stopping wouldn't be like the best idea. That's like accepting my fate, because I'm certainly not gonna be able to fight off a tiger. Potentially my best bet would be just continue riding at a good speed, and it won't just, you know, no, tigers are like, you know, a bike is not so different from like an animal running away. They know how to take down an animal running away. I don't know. I probably just die, I guess. Good plan. I've thought this through thoroughly. Play dead? Yeah, but they're like carnivorous. Like they'd be hunting you as prey. So playing dead with something that wants to eat you is not beneficial to your survival, because then you just made yourself an easy lunch. Because playing dead can work with something that's territorial. Like they see you as a challenge. And if you play dead, then you're no longer like a threat or a challenge to their territory kind of thing. But that's not what a tiger would do. Bike in the water chased by a tiger. They can swim. They might not want to swim, but they could. I swear I've seen videos of tigers swimming. Look, they might be better swimmers. Yeah, wasn't I saw like a video of like a tiger swimming or something like that, but then you're in like crocodile domain, and the crocodile's like, well, now you're in my territory, bitch, and like tried to, you know, take down a tiger or a lion or something like that, because, you know, This is all very interesting. Ah, okay. How about doing things like sticking your finger and I was about to freak them out, leave you alone? I've heard about that, like where like someone's getting attacked by like a pit bull and once they like bite down they just don't release their grip kind of thing. But you know, the whole thumb up the butt routine confuses them enough that they like, you know, may release their grip. This is a fresh path. They laid this pretty recently. You just spread out and sleep on one of those benches. They've got a little awning. If there's no wind and it rains, then you'd be okay. With the wind we've had, that wouldn't really do much though. Sorry. Whenever I'm just driving past anything where I'm like considering the potential for sleeping there, I just verbalize it. So I spend a lot of my day riding on these paths being like, would this be a good spot to camp? Potentially. Here's the pros and cons. Oh, this is nice. Hey, Ellie. Thank you for the raid, and everyone, welcome to Hitch, and welcome to South Korea.
So LA raided my stream with 959 views.
There it is. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Where's Ellie now? Like in California? Regardless, thanks for the raid, and also thank you for lunch. Like, what was that? 3 days ago? 4 days ago? 3 days ago? We want 959 dings. All right, here we go. Okay, that's all I got. I did it so fast that there's 959. You just didn't hear it. Such a high frequency, human ear can't pick it up. She was at the Pornhub Awards. Is she streaming there? How's that for TOS? Can you get by with a stream at Pornhub Awards? Yeah, that'd be an interesting stream for sure. Slightly different than the Pornhub Awards here. We are riding down a nice leisurely multi-use path, doing a bicycle tour all over Korea, where we, well, the government of Korea decided to promote cycling. They'd issue a government-issued passport, like a bicycle passport, and you can go all over the country and get these official stamps at these different certification centers. There's 89 of them, and if you fill out the whole passport, they give you a gold medal. So we're trying to get a gold medal. Did Ellie get any medals at the awards? So actually we should be getting a stamp in the next like kilometer or so. Yeah, we're only like, I think about a kilometer or less from the next stamp. So if you want to see that, we're about to get one. How much do you have now? We got 53 stamps out of 89. And we're about to get number 54. They've not announced yet. Oh, okay. Well, good luck to Ellie. Will the auto moderator catch it if I ask what awards she was nominated for? Because I think she said she was nominated for 3 of them. I just don't know how explicit the names are for said awards. Yep, auto mod will. Oh. Understandable. If I'd see, we would try. Best, and something else. Okay, yeah, that's spicy. Yeah, you probably needed those numbers there to have that go through the auto moderator. Is this a long straight? Well, we're just following the course of the river right now. Actually, does anyone know what river this is? I don't know what river we're following. But if you are new here, I stream bike touring like this. I've done that in Canada, Europe, South Korea now. And I stream hitchhiking, hence the name Hitch. So I go to different countries, stick my thumb out, catch rides in strangers' cars, and show that experience, which I think is relevant to the adult entertainment industry. That's a common kind of plot point for adult videos. Maybe I've got an into that industry. But I actually, since we're talking on that being used for adult videos, so like I've been picked up about 2,000 times hitchhiking, and given enough hitchhiking, you will get solicited. As a guy hitchhiking, most of the time, who will be soliciting you is going to be a guy, which is fine. I'll take it as a compliment. But yeah, we're just dealing with raw statistics there. You will have people asking. Oh, we are so close to this thing. There's gonna be a junction up here, and that's where our checkpoint is, where we get a new stamp. Very exciting. If we're getting to the XX industry, I'd be the husband going to work. Oh no. So you just have like a short little cameo of like leaving the house, and then the actual content begins. Have you hitched while cross-dressing? Yeah. I dressed as a woman and hitchhiked for a day. I caught I think like 5 or 6 rides. It actually ended up being pretty fun. I was terrified to do it. I did it like out of my hometown, which I think of all the places in the world is probably a decent place to do that as far as people being accepting of that. But I was terrified beforehand. But it ended up being fun. Can think of a few relevant clips. Yeah, we have some. Actually, yeah. If people haven't watched this stream for a long time, there's some good clips of me essentially being solicited. Do we still have the commands like !point blower, !point chub? I think those were 2 of them. What were we wearing? I know you said just kidding, but I was wearing a dress, and I just want to say dresses are really comfortable. The airflow is lovely. Hey, there it is. Some of the fun things about the certification center is they look like little, like, phone booths, but like English phone booths. Anyway, here's one. Our next stamp. So I'll show you what I'm talking about with the bicycle passport too, because it's kind of cool. Please can camera lens. Oh yeah, it is looking splotchy. I asked before and people said it still looked clean, but it clearly has changed since then. Sorry. Looks better. Okay. Missed the stream yesterday? Yes. I ended a little bit early, so maybe we're just going to catch the last bit of what my normal hours are, but we got rained out. Still did like 10 hours stream, but yeah. So this is the passport. Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. It's very official. When I got this passport, like they take my Canadian passport and they like connect it, and there's like a barcode in here that is connected to my Canadian passport number. Like they take this seriously here. But yeah, so should we start at the more in the beginning? So like all these different stamp are like different checkpoints along the way. There's like 89 in total, and we're just filling her up. We're just finishing this page now. I know that doesn't look like 89, but we're kind of doing them not in exact order, so a bunch of other pages are filled up. But we're about to do Hapgang Park here. And then we'll finish this Ocheon bicycle path. But yeah, stamp 54 out of 89. At least we think it's 89. I think since we've started, our calculation of how many official stamp points there are has like changed a couple times. But yeah. So each one of these has their own little custom stamp in here. Quite often there's ink in here, but their ink quite often runs out, so it's best to bring your own. Just gotta find the right way. Okay, there we go, that's the correct way. Alright. We got like the picture on it good. Ocheon is like kind of hard to read, and the name of the park is a little bit hard to read, but I think that's a pretty clear one. Not bad, not bad. Anyway, yeah, that's the end of the Ocheon bicycle park, or path rather. If I don't let it dry a little bit, then it just like presses onto the other side of the page. Hi. Another one. Ooh. I wonder where he's going. I think I'll ask him. See the ink pad in there isn't looking good. You-
did you stop?
Seoul.
Seoul. Oh.
I've done Seoul to Busan, and then I did the East Coast, and now I'm going to the West Coast. Where are you going?
I'm going to Daecheong.
The dam?
Yeah, Daecheong Dam.
Yeah.
And then I go to Iwaryong,
Mhm.
Eungyong, and goes to Daegu, and Busan, and Jeju.
Busan and Jeju. Are you doing all stamps?
Yeah, actually, only 3.
3 more?
This.
Oh, 3 more pass.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
And
Jeju,
is
yeah.
all-
1, yeah, yeah.
It's like long.
Because I think, yeah, I just have a few more too. I think it might be the same. What do I have? Gum Gang. Yongsang Gang. Okay, more than you.
Yeah, Samjingang and Yeongsangang.
Yeah, and then
Very
Jeju.
beautiful.
Yeah, is it beautiful? Yeah.
Actually,
Nice. Well, have a great ride.
yeah. Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah. He's doing one all. Grand Slam as well. Who's more? He's beating me. We gotta pick up the jam here. So we're going left to the right, left. Bye. Yeah, left to. We're going to the same dam as him. Is it an e-bike? He really took off. I think that's an e-bike. Or he's just super fit, but he was barely pedaling. You stamped? I did stamp. Yeah, 54 down, like 35 to go, I guess. So the picture on the stamp was this statue thing. Is there something that says something about it? Let me look at it from the other side. It probably means something. Also, there's a weird bicycle statue-y thing there too. All right, that's what is in the stamp picture. To the dam. I didn't see how far it was to the dam. Like the book generally says how far between points, but I didn't look. So some amount of distance this way, then we gotta turn around and do some amount of distance back past this crossroads and then continue straight the other way. Damn straight. Yes. Exactly. There you go. I like this bridge. This is some fresh asphalt too. And oh, are we gonna be back into blue line territory? Also, if you're new here, a lot of the official bike paths follow these blue lines. If you're on a blue line, that means you're on the official bike route and you're doing good. But then some parts don't have the blue line and you have to navigate for yourself. Which is not complicated. It's usually pretty clear where you're going. But still, there's something comforting about following the blue line. Ooh, I could camp there. Trevor, you still got like 2.5 hours till it's dark. You don't need to camp yet. Also, I need to find food. Ooh, this would be a nice spot to camp. I like this. $25 next stamp. Okay, we can probably get the next stamp and then camp somewhere near there with the amount of time we have left. I think. What's our distance travel today on the overlay? $71. You know what? That's quite good, given like it's been headwind most of the day. Actually, the past like little bit has not been too bad. Wind hasn't. It's still been fighting us, but it hasn't been fighting us nearly as hard as it was earlier today. That was not fun for a while. Right, anybody bring your own? I brought my own. Most airlines will take a bike as a checked bag. They'll charge for it. Most will. It just depends on the airline. For example, Air Canada only charges $50 to bring a bike with you. $50 Canadian. It's like 40 US dollars. Quite reasonable. Other airlines like Swiss Airlines wanted to charge like 300 Swiss francs to bring it. So if you're considering bringing your bike on tour, just look up the airline's bike policy before you commit to a certain airline. Because I do think if you wanted to try like a bike tour in an international country, if you're not actually watching from Korea, and if you are, you're probably not supposed to be. I tried to watch Sarah's stream just off of the motel Wi-Fi, and nothing would load. Probably because Twitch has withdrawn from Korea. Anyway, I do think this would be a great place to do your first bike tour from. Most of the time you get these separated bike paths. Navigationally, it's quite easy to figure out where you should be because it's all official, painted with blue lines and signage and stuff like that. I think it'd be a good, if you wanted to try your hand at bike touring, I think Korea would be a great place to try it. The only place that would be comparable would be like certain Eurovelo routes in Europe, but very specific Eurovelo routes that are well developed. Netherlands is closer. Or just the entire country of the Netherlands would work just fine as well. Biking with the solar again? No, not on this trip. My solar panel trailer is still in Tromsø, Norway. Just chilling in the Arctic Circle of Norway. Cool looking bridge. Yeah, it is kind of cool. Yeah, that's neat. They've so many bridges here, and then some are fairly generic looking, but a lot of them are like architecturally neat. There's one that had like the suspension of it like shaped like a guitar, and like on Google Maps it was just guitar bridge. That's cool stuff. You gonna hitch anytime soon? Next trip will probably be hitchhiking. I was actually planning on not doing the Korea trip right now. I was supposed to be hitchhiking right now based on what I was planning to do. But I had some stuff I was trying to make happen for that trip that was taking longer than planned. So I decided to just finish the Korea trip while I wait for that stuff to be sorted out. Close to Sejong, which is supposed to be Korea's capital at one point. Interesting. That's cool. like they were gonna move it from Seoul, or it was here, and at some point it moved to Seoul. 'Cause I feel like, weren't they considering moving it like Korean War era? Because Seoul is notably close to the now border with North Korea. And generally it's not the best idea to have your capital city like that close to a hostile neighbor. We might have to turn around, we'll see. I featured one drove there a few years ago. It was interesting, kind of built up. City all empty. That's interesting. So have they given up on it being the capital city? That sign say? It's probably like there's construction up here, and they have one half of it blocked off. The alternative would probably be this road up here. So we'll see. But one side was opened up, but it looked like opened up in the extent that like someone took the barrier and just moved it out of the way. So we'll find out very soon if that should have been fully blocked off or not. Could camp in this gazebo. Nice little one. Be good. Kind of cool little view. Very orange bridge. Is that Bluetooth sound? Yeah, I hit a bump and it hit the power button on my Bluetooth speaker for notifications. So it turned off and I turned it back on. Looks like someone rode their bike through here when the cement was wet. I feel like most bridges aren't like brightly colored like this though. So that's unique. Alright, I see a bridge for the bike path. Moment of truth on whether it's open or not. Be a bit of an annoying backtrack to get around it. Looks good from here though. Any manure smells today? Like I smell, like we went past some like cattle farms and stuff like that, and it smelled like a cattle farm. But it was fine. Yeah, it's open. Oh.
Mablunge just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Mablunge. With a 2-month Prime. I think for the 2 months. Dachong Dam, 24 kilometers according to that sign, which is our next stamp. It's like rainy day. We only had like maybe an hour and a half period. We were getting like sporadic on and off rain. Wasn't really forecast to get any rain at the start of the day, but we did get some. And I tried to switch my rain gear, like my camera that's waterproof, but it wouldn't power on, so we hung out under a bridge for a while, waiting for that sporadic rain to let up, and seemed to, so now we've been at it again for the past hour or so. This is cool. I like this. Purposely slowed down there, didn't want to scare them. Very cool. Air seems pretty good. Yeah, people have warned me several times about the air quality today, or something about yellow dust from China being bad, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that, like, it still looks kind of smoggy, but we had some like really, really bad pollution days when I was in Korea last in December, and I could like feel it when after being outside for a while. Today it feels fine. Right. Across this bridge. We can camp in that park too. Yeah, lots of places you can camp around here. Should be easy tonight. At least in theory. Basically an air filter for Japan. That's just annoying when your neighbor is like polluting the air and then just the prevailing winds blow it over, and it's just like, come on. Very lucky where I'm from, like Vancouver Island, west coast of Canada. We just have very nice air out there. Only times, sometimes wildfire smoke blows up there in the summer, but how's it going? Richard's going good. It's been a more difficult day of riding today. We've been fighting a wind. It's died down though. There's still a breeze, but like it was proper windy earlier. Gusting up to about 40 kilometers an hour. And it was coming from the southwest, now I was going southwest, so just a headwind. But now it's not bad. But the cycling has been down enjoyable routes today, so no big complaints. Meals to eat per day. I kind of like just snack on convenience store food all day, and then I have a big dinner. At least in Korea. When I rode my bike across Canada, I like to have like a big NA breakfast, like eggs, bacon, sausage, hash browns, pancakes, French toast, waffles, mix a bunch of things and destroy it. But they don't do that here. Korea's got some of the best dinners I've ever had in my life, and their breakfasts are just, well, they just don't really have breakfasts. Makes me sad. Favorite Korean dinner? I haven't really established that. I've had some amazing dinners, but none of them stand out as just like clearly that's the favorite. Maybe I'll find one along the way. Perfect extreme set for calorie exercise. Yeah, it's a great way to stay in shape. Yeah, I do find like, so I'm hitchhiking, like I'm active because I'm walking a lot, but cycling like the whole day is just cardiovascular exercise. At the end of like a bike tour, I just feel healthy, have more energy, stronger. I feel like mentally I'm more just in a better state. Apparently exercise is good for you. Who would have known? Dinners in Japan are amazing. So healthy for you too. Yeah, no, like the food in Japan is also, yeah, pretty spectacular. And like if I was in like a major city like Tokyo, Osaka kind of thing, price point wise, like things would be on the expensive side. If you know the city, you can probably eat on the cheap. But I spent most of my time in like small towns and rural places where there's no tourism. And I just remember like the food I'd be getting in like rural Hokkaido and stuff like that at like a local sushi restaurant is just so cheap and so good. Is that legal? How much money you spend for your bicycle? Kona Sutra 2019, when I bought it in 2020 in the spring, was 1,700 Canadian. But since then they've cranked their prices up. So I think MSRP was 1,700 Canadian or 1,200 US. And now it's like 2,000 US or 2,700 Canadian. Kona Sutra is, I think it's a great option for like, without having to add much to it, like a well-built touring specific bicycle. That doesn't mean you have to get a touring bike to go touring, but it's made for this, and it's done the job very well. I've got like 25,000 kilometers on it or something like that, and it's handled everything with ease.
Gamer 2021 just resubscribed for 4 months.
RB Gamer with the 4 months. Thank you very much for that. You have to change your bike tire every 4 hours? No? Should I? No, my rear bike tires, I gotta swap them out like every 6,000 kilometers or so, give or take, depending on where I'm riding, how rough it is and stuff. The front tire lasts a few thousand kilometers extra. Chromoly frame hold up speed better. Chromoly frame is just, steel is a strong material. Isn't this like chromoly, like with whatever molybdenum in it and stuff, just for corrosion resistance and stuff? Anyway, like for the touring bike to just be steel frame, it's meant to be very strong, very durable, and if something does break, steel's much easier to work with while you're like touring through Mongolia than it would be to work on aluminum, or especially something like carbon fiber. So it's heavy, but it does the job. And I've heard like steel's a rather comfortable metal for the frame. Like aluminum's known to like pass on a lot more of the roughness of the road to your tush, but steel does a decent job of taking a little bit of the roughness. Carbon's known to do that as well, I think, but I'm getting a little warm. I'm wearing quite a few layers. Titanium frame. You know, I haven't read into it too much. I just know they're expensive, but pros and cons of titanium. Well, I know one of the cons would be cost, but if cost is not a factor, what are the pros and cons? I don't know. Yeah, there we go. Steel is real in the touring world. That's a phrase that comes up frequently. When people are just saying steel bikes are the best bikes. Steel is real. That's what we're rocking. Gotta get a Guinness spot up ahead. I'm sure there'll be something. I haven't looked because I don't know how far I'm riding. We got 2 hours till it's dark, so we're probably gonna try and get that that next stamp in like 20 kilometers, which should not be hard to do in 2 hours. And then potentially start backpedaling or like riding back this way. So maybe as we ride this way, when we're getting a little bit closer to the stamp, we're keeping an eye out for places that we can camp and also places that look decent to eat at. Because we essentially have to go to the dam and then it's a dead end and we gotta ride all the way back, so. I would have seen titanium as like a better steel, just more expensive. I'd love to try it. So, like, since this bike does everything I want it to do, and I think it does it well, I've never seen the need to like pay to upgrade and try different materials and different bikes and all that, because this works for me. But if like bike manufacturers, because I'm streaming and apparently I'm an influencer, wanted to send me even not to like keep, but like to try, I think it'd be a lot of fun for me to try out touring on a titanium frame, touring on an aluminum frame, touring on a carbon frame, and just kind of compare. I don't know if I'm like the best person to compare. I'm usually like not particular about things. If it works, it works, and I don't need to like perfect everything. But maybe I'll have opinions. Wooden bike, exactly. Ever biked across Africa? I have not. I know people have. It'd be quite an epic trip. I think I'd want some pretty wide tires if I was gonna do that. Restaurants are very close to the campsite. Bigger town, a couple of kilometers from the dam as well. Plenty of options. All right, yeah, shouldn't be hard. Both camping and food tonight should be easy enough, which is nice. And then it looks like the next few days we're gonna have pretty decent weather, which will be lovely. So it's looking like it's gonna be a good trip. I bike from my old steel roadie, big improvement. I'm not super picky. I think it's just like when I'm touring, because I have to have all my streaming equipment. I have so much weight in like panniers and batteries and just cables and all this stuff, that me saving like 5 pounds on a lighter weight touring bike, I just don't think it's gonna make much of a difference. But like, if all you're doing is riding just the bike frame without a bunch of gear on it, I think you'd notice it a lot more. going from a 20-pound bike to a 10-pound bike is gonna, you're gonna feel that substantially. But once you strap on 80 pounds of gear onto it, the percentage change that the light weight of the bike adds to your whole setup is almost negligible at that point. Got good cardboard now. Bicycle frames. Hey, I still am a cardboard connoisseur. I still kind of get excited when I see like recycling bins full of like good cardboard. And yes, there's good and bad cardboard. The thick corrugated stuff is really nice. It also is multi-purpose. Like the thick corrugated stuff is a great insulator if you need extra insulation or just insulation in general when you're sleeping on the ground. I used that when I was hitchhiking across Russia because I only had like this really thin, like half-inch thick foam roll-up pad. Because earlier in that trip I had an inflatable pad. It wasn't particularly insulated, but anyway, I punctured it in Ireland. And someone just gave me a cheap foam roll-up pad, and I used that the rest of the trip. But by central Russia, I was like, as soon as we crossed the Ural Mountains, like the snow started, and going through Siberia and stuff like that, it was just snow pretty much the whole time. So I was sleeping on snow with a half-inch thick foam pad insulating me from the snow, which was not particularly comfortable. But if I shoved a bunch of cardboard underneath me, that took a lot of the chill out of it. It's very functional material. Go shopping with Sarah and say, look over there, that's some £90 cardboard. I probably have. The thing is, like, a lot of the things I have a thing for, like, just from being an IRL streamer, like, I appreciate nice cables. We go through a lot of cables. And when she met me, I just had, like, bins full of cables and just stuff, streaming tech. And now Sarah's been IRL streaming for getting closer to 2 years now. And now she has so many cables of her own. She's accumulating her own tech bins. And like, when we get, like, a nice new cable, we bond over how nice it is. I got this nice new, like, Anker makes these 100-watt USB-C cables that are really like I don't know what they're made of, but it's really like soft touch kind of silicone cable. And they're really nice, and I got a new one. And it's just, ooh, yeah. She was jealous. He was a traveling salesman for specialty starch for heavy-duty cardboard. He could talk cardboard. Yeah, that's the guy I need to talk to. Because it's rare that I find someone I can bond with cardboard over. Sarah hasn't found the love for cardboard like I have. But we've bonded over cables. Oh, yeah. No swimming. Got it. Still time showers just gotta leave hints. But, like, I don't think she'd appreciate them unless she found some kind of use for them as well. Like, you know, like, her appreciating cables is because she needs lots of cables for now her IRL stream. I just don't know what kind of use she'll have, like, have for, like, good cardboard. Because, like, we just moved, so, you know, we got, like, cardboard boxes, but, like, well, it doesn't really make you appreciate the different qualities of cardboard. Box holds goods or box doesn't hold good. As long as it's good enough to hold your goods in it, it's fine. nice section too. Like there's a dock out there. Is that for like boats to go up to? It's not to like go swim up to? I guess it's a flowing river, so people probably wouldn't. It's not particularly fast flowing, but I don't know. Can your leg muscle need protein? Are you saying my leg muscles need protein? Yeah, they do. But yeah, I'm hoping to find a real protein-rich, heavy dinner tonight. See what we can find. It's always impressed me when they do stuff like this. Like, they have a road. It's kind of hard to extend the road to add like the bike path attached to it. So they build like this kind of half bridge thing separate from the road, just for bikes. It's just impressive to me. Sturdy fence to stop you from falling from the river. Yeah, so these more built up areas, they're the areas where they put, quite often like right next to a fence that is, 5+ feet high. Like they'll have the caution signs like, don't ride your bike into the water. Which is great, but like I don't know how you would. See, they went a step further. This caution sign says, caution, don't drive your car into the water. But to drive your car into the water, you'd have to go through a steel railing for the road, across the bike path, and through this steel railing for the bike path. There's 2 layers of defense stopping cars from going into the water. But they just want to let you know that we strongly recommend that you don't drive your car into the water. Surprised they're not also doing that for the bike paths, because here's another one for the cars. Clearly they don't care about bikes anymore. If they don't want to like tell me not to ride my bike into the water, how would I know to not ride my bike into the water? I've biked in Austria. There's a bike road along the Danube. I haven't, but yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a Eurovelo route that runs along the river there. So, hopefully I will in the future. I don't know which Eurovelo route that is. Is it Eurovelo 6? Does that go down through Austria? I think it goes like from western France through Germany, and then maybe it does go through Austria. Although it might stay even further north than that. I think Eurovelo 6 is one of the most developed EV routes. And it might be that one. Stream snipers in South Korea. I've had a few, but not since I've been back. So in the 4 days I've been here, I haven't had any. In the 19 days I was here before, on part 1, we had like maybe 3. Not too many, but a few. I feel like Sarah had more than me. I get a lot in the US, but generally not too much elsewhere. Let's say I don't get any, but it's just not that common. Are you Jay stream snipe you? Actually, yeah, that's true. That definitely counts as a stream snipe. Okay, Jay Streezy can't stream snipe me. It's just in my head when I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking like viewers. And you know what? Maybe Jay Streezy does. Well, he clearly did watch my stream because that's how he found out. You know, I was in Seoul and was riding close enough by him that he could just take a quick taxi over to say hi. Daecheong Dam, 14 kilometers. Making good time. This path has been really good, and the wind has died down a ton, so riding has been difficult in the morning, but beautiful by evening. God, TT Studio's back. Good morning. Whoop. Ooh, wrong gear. I'm back, still here. Well, it's only 5 p.m. Well, actually, this is when I was turning off my stream last night, because we ended early with the rain, but I still got like, well, just under 2 hours till it actually gets dark here. So, and then, yeah, just before sunset, well, I want to get another stamp. I want to scout out a place to camp. And then I want to eat. Spend some hours charging and eating. And maybe have a drink. And then go set my tent and sleep out there. We got a few hours remaining. Holiday today, so I slept in. I always forget about holidays. And days of the week. Sometimes even the month. On streaming trips specifically. You just get lost. You feel like eating tonight? It's a good question. I'm not really sure. I kind of want one of those like more main meat-filled dishes. Potentially one like the Korean barbecue style where I'm like cooking it in front of me. It's a lot of fun. But within that category, I don't know what meat. In Canada, today is long weekend. I'll have to see the time. Oh, shit. Okay. Going from flat to... This gets up to the teens in grade. That's pretty steep. Okay. If I saw it in the distance, like I wouldn't. It's just like you come around a corner and all of a sudden you go from flat to whatever this is. Nice. Oh, it was good. Oh, and the sun's coming out. The trail's been quite fun, weaving in and out along the river. Get some short, punchy climbs like that. A little bit of sunshine, wind's dying down. It's turning out to be a beautiful evening. I'm getting too hot. I should probably take my rain jacket off. There's a distinct lack of rain. I assume this is still the right way. Yeah. How's the surface been? Like of the paths and stuff like that? The variety, most of it's been quite nice. Some of it's on the rougher side. Not like painfully so or annoyingly so. But like this is on the rougher side. But it's still nice. Hey, a blue line. Nice to see a blue line. Oh god, alright. Yeah, we're fine. Couldn't see how deep the mud was. I was coming down there. And hitting like some deep mud at speed can just be a great way to go slip sliding. I like the look of this. This trail looks like it does some fun stuff. Beautiful. Oh, I like these boardwalks. Well maintained for the most part. Yeah, I'd agree. There's only been like one random part where there's supposed to be a nice path separate from the road, closer to Seoul, but it's just closed and there's no alternative route. So you just have to like ride on the highway for a few kilometers. But which isn't particularly nice, but the rest of the time all the infrastructure's looking good, and if it's open, it's generally in good shape. I get slippery when wet. No, yeah, like I generally agree with that, just looking at it. Curious if they've done anything to mitigate that. One of my best falls when I used to like mountain bike a bit, like cross-country mountain bike, just on trails around the Comox Valley where I'm from. Come down like a steep single track hill, and there's just like a little wooden bridge with probably just like a 30-degree kink in it halfway down, and it's like at the bottom of the hill with a little river, like a stream, not river, tiny stream running through it, and it's just damp. Hey, oh, unplug charger immediately. It's not even wet out. Stop complaining. Anyway, so the wood is kind of wet and slimy, and I go down the hill and I hit the kink, and I just like, turn for the kink, and the tires just go straight, and I just on my side slide right off the bridge and into the stream. I'm gonna crawl out of it. Fire jets today in Chengdu region? A lot. Well, actually, I didn't see too many because that was one that was like really low-hanging cloud, and I heard them a ton, but most of them were above the surface ceiling clouds. Camping allowed in South Korea? Yeah, it's quite tolerated. You can camp most places, and it will be just accepted. Okay, not most places, but like with a little bit of just trying to be respectful and out of the way. I could camp like right there and no one would really care. Just not on their agricultural farmland. Okay, there's blue lines down and blue lines up. That's when I get confused. The blue lines usually guide you to stay on the official path, but when they go both ways, it's like, well, there should only be one way that's the correct way. Oof, that was a rough transition. Ooh, just flew through it. Oh my god, there's so many bugs. Nah. Yeah. Which way? How do you have blue on both? Stay down here. Since we're already down here. Okay, just bike routes that go across the country. Yeah, there's several different like kind of main bike routes, but the most famous of them is the Four Rivers bike path. Hey, a campground, which goes from Seoul to Busan, which Seoul being northwestern Korea, Busan being southeastern Korea, so it kind of goes diagonally across the entire country. And then there's other bike paths kind of spread out all over. Up is just the road. Alright, connects up ahead. Alright, we're good. I have so much trust in the blue line. The fact that there's two blue lines, like, scares me. I'm just like, what do you mean there's two blue lines? There's only supposed to be one. It's like a weird campground. Nothing is like permanent there. It's all just like on trailers and shipping crates. So they just like pack them up and leave whenever they want to. As far as like the facilities, like the showers and the bathrooms and all that stuff, they're all trailers. Probably because it can flood. Yeah, you're probably right. I think like that would be the dike protecting, farms and towns and buildings from flooding, and this is all part of floodplains. We do feel it does feel really high up from the river right now, though. Wonder how much they were charging people to camp there. Is it 60,000 won as well? And it's just outrageous. How dare they? So I can shower in a trailer. How many times do you shower a week on this trip? I shower when I get an opportunity. I camp most days, nights, I guess you would say. So, so we showered yesterday, which ended the third day. And now we'll see when we get the next shower. Cause yeah, I got chased inside by pretty heavy rain. I just soaked everything. It was a good idea that we stayed inside because some stuff that shouldn't get wet started to get wet. And a night inside with some heated, cheap Korean motel heated floors was a good thing. Don't even charge that in Norway. Yeah, exactly. How is Norway cheaper than Korea for camping? I think I got like a cabin for cheaper than that at a campground. First, the standard operating procedure, it seems, for cyclists on like between city trails, they don't do much acknowledgement, but a simple like head bow seems to be SOP. So across Canada, you'd give them a big wave when you're like, I'm going eastbound, they're going westbound. You usually wouldn't stop to chat if you're going opposite directions because, you know, it's just a hassle, but you give them a big wave. Although you're on the are on the other side of the highway, so a simple head nod doesn't really do anything. You're too far apart to for that to be any acknowledgement. Going to Norway in summer? I'm not sure yet, but my solar panel trailer is there, so gotta rescue it at some point. You know, I certainly wouldn't be rescuing it from the Arctic Circle of Norway in the winter, so I just don't know. I have like ideas for a few trips this kind of summer outside of the solar biking, but we will see. Like a camper. Ooh, that'd be a nice spot. Oh. Or do cars drive down there? I don't think so. Maybe they do. In case I make it far enough. Mark it. Just overlooking the river. Save. Favorites. Done. Okay. Got it. Is this bike electric? Nah. Just my legs and tush, fueled by snacks, and hopefully a nice dinner tonight. Leave the solar panel with someone? Yeah. One of my mods had a friend up in Tromsø that had a garage that he said I could store it in until I want to pick it up. Or in there maybe. How can you stand after 80K? Well, like it, when I first started biking, like when I did a bit of training before my first bike tour, after having not rode a bike for like 10 years, back in 2020. So I had, I think it was like just over 30 kilometers to ride back home. Like I got a ride to pick up the bike from the bike shop when I bought it. And it was like 30 kilometers back to my mom's house where I was staying at the time between trips. So got dropped off, picked up the bike, was gonna ride home the 30K. I made it like 20, and then my butt was sore, I was tired, I was exhausted, I was riding next to a lake on like a converted rail trail thing, and I just had a nap by the lake because I was tired, and I didn't feel like continuing the ride at that moment. So I stopped by the lake, had a nap, procrastinated for a while, and then got back on and very painfully rode the last like 10-15 kilometers back. That's just to say, riding 80 plus kilometers is probably accomplishable by most people, but you got to build yourself up to it. And use it in summer to generate power for themselves. You're more than welcome to. Might as well. Not saying attach the battery, pedaling charge battery, switch to battery mode. Well, yeah, like that exists for bikes to take a percentage of the power that you're creating for the bike and converting it to electric power. It's a dynamo hub. Just generally, they don't really do more than like 5 watts of charging, and like 10 watts probably max at 20 kilometers an hour. When I'm going like a slow speed, they'll be doing nothing. But yeah, you could like hook up your bike to a completely separate like power device that takes all the power that you're pedaling and converts it into electricity that you could then try to charge a battery off of. And yeah, like it would be easy enough for me to just like be pedaling at 100 watts for an hour to charge one of my 100 watt hour batteries, theoretically up to full. But from just the consumer dynamo hub, that's not really going to happen. I do think it'd be funny if I had something like that where you like take your rear wheel off, put a proper like, I don't know, electric motor there that you run in reverse to charge power off of, and like I end my cycling day by getting back on the bike and and pedaling for an hour to charge enough batteries for the next day. The coasting power would be awesome. Yeah, a lot of e-bikes have essentially like when you're coasting, like regen braking when you're going downhill, like a car does. Ooh, scared some ducks. So it does exist for bikes, but generally e-bikes, because if you have just a mechanical bike, generally you're not thinking about regen braking so much. It's used to charge the phone you have in chat. Yeah, but I just don't think it would do enough to warrant the loss in power that I'd get from it. Like, let's say I have a dynamo that's going to average 5 watts of power generation at 20 kilometers an hour. It would probably keep my phone charged all day, but the 5 watts doesn't come from nowhere. Like, it's going to add resistance to the bike to generate that power, and it's not going to be a flat 5%, because pretty much any kind of power transfer is inefficient to some percentage. So I'll lose like 10 watts or something like that to generate 5 watts. So if I'm pedaling at 100 watts, I'm actually only putting 90 watts to the pedal to generate 5 watts. And at that point, it just won't really change my charging schedule that much, that it just doesn't really feel like it'd be worth it. E-bikes don't have regen braking? Yeah, they do. At least some do. I did a lot of research into like e-bike stuff. Not because I was looking to get an e-bike, but because I was researching. There was a lot of crossover with like the solar-powered trailer that I was running, because most people use that as kind of solar trailers to power an e-bike. Name one? I don't know how to name that, but like you go to ebike.ca, you can build your own e-bike with regen braking. I was emailing back and forth with those guys a lot about just some of the solar tech. It had nothing to do with regen braking, but I can guarantee you can find bikes with regen braking built into them. Like that, yeah, maybe. Well, I can also guarantee you can find a consumer bike with regen braking in it as well. But normal e-bikes don't have them? Well, you made a claim that no e-bikes have regen braking, then asked me to prove that some bikes have regen braking. I gave an example of what I was researching and me seeing there were bikes with regen braking. And now your defense is, okay, some bikes have regen braking, but most don't. Talking about coasting generating power. But what does that mean though? Because like if you're coasting, what would be generating the power? The power of you moving forward, but in order to draw power from that, you're essentially adding resistance to the bike rolling. Which is what regen braking would be doing. Yeah, generating power while coasting would mean braking. You'd be losing watts to generate power, which would feel like light braking. No such thing as free energy, sorry. Exactly. It would make life a whole lot easier if there were. So use some that create energy. But yeah, like that's exactly what regen braking is. It's just using the power of your bike coasting, adding resistance, and that resistance is power, and you can regen your battery with that. So absolutely, like if it was easy for me to implement, like on a bike tour, if I could just like flip a switch when I'm going downhill and add a little bit of resistance to that downhill section. But like the thing is, the downhills go by so fast. So let's say like it's even something like kind of nice, like 30 watts or something like that. It's a decent amount of power. Compared to a normal dynamo home, that's like a lot of power. If I'm going downhill for like, if it's a big downhill, it's like a minute. So 30 watts times 1/60th of an hour is 0.5 watt hours. which is 1/200th of one of my big batteries. They kind of like split the dogs up and like pulled them away, and I'm like, these dogs aren't well trained, are they? I assume I'm going right. Right? I don't see a blue line. Yeah. It just feels so weird to be on a road. Oh, I see the blue line on the left there, it's just not on the right. Okay. Let me turn right at some junction up here across a bigger bridge. Do I go up here? Oh, yeah, I think the blue line goes through here. I'm just surprised. This feels wrong compared to where I usually am. I see the blue line going there. It's not on this side, but it's on that side. Or am I supposed to go on the path up there? Maybe I'm supposed to go on the path up there. Go through. Like I'm gonna go through. I'm just deciding if I want to go up on the path, because that might actually be the thingy, or if I'm just gonna go on the road. Because it's an awkward kind of blind tunnel with a corner. I'm gonna try going up here. It'd be fine, but I just felt like I should like turn on my lights and something about it if I'm going to. Yeah, it doesn't specify this is the bike park, but we're gonna treat it as. It's refusing to read out your bits, but Hernt Dog, thanks for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. And I think I'm a Schnitzel Blitz with the Prime as well. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch Baggers. Yeah, I see the blue line down there. It's not on the other side, so I feel like this is the better way to do it. A little tight here. Oh, there's the bike path line thingy. And there's the blue line. All of a sudden, city traffic. Well, if I'm here when the sun sets, this will be more difficult for camping for obvious reasons. Probably not difficult for food. Yeah, we crossed this bridge. Wow, look at those little skinny apartment block towers there. They're crammed in there so tight. Careful, yellow dust. Oh, is it starting tomorrow? Yeah, people were warning me about that today. And like, you can see the smog, but it's not horrible. And we had really like polluted days on my last trip. Last time I was in Korea, like I could feel it in my lungs by the end of the day. 7 kilometers stamp from site from there. Okay, yeah, we should be able to go there. And did we see any good camp spots recently? Not really. Because this will be a good spot to eat, but then we're like in a city, which won't be good for camping. We'll have to see. Alright, anyway. Alright, this is a cool way to enter this city. See ya cars. They got some mascots for Daejeon. Looks like this dude's hitchhiking. He's got his thumb out and everything. That went from like no civilization to all the civilization in like 30 seconds. So what am I actually doing now that I'm in the city? Oh, we loop back down under that bridge. I didn't really have a light there, but they had a red light and it turned green right when I was in front of a car, and they're just like, I'm gonna go now. Oof. Alright, now we're back on a nice coastal bike path. Daejeon is like Oklahoma City of Korea. Can you explain that further? With a wheel fence. Yeah, they do have wheel fence. Say Korea's a first world country? Yeah. Compared to US, Canada, still pretty rough. Like a third. No, it's not at all like a third world country. Yeah, 100% first world country. In many ways, much more modern than Canada or United States. City famous for being boring? Oh, okay. I haven't really spent much time in Oklahoma City. I've been through Oklahoma, but I haven't really spent time in the city, so like I don't like know how to compare the two. I've hitchhiked, like, I've seen the city as I'm like on the interstate being like, oh, look, there's Oklahoma City. I don't think I've ever actually stopped there. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's boring. Country's just Seoul and the regions next to it. I feel like Busan has its own like very unique identity. More advanced Canada in what ways? Cellular infrastructure, just general infrastructure in general, like building stuff, like bridges, tunnels, and just like how they do stuff, like they're like, we need this, so we do it. They just build. In Canada, I keep talking about this for bridges, like when they wanted to build a new bridge in Vancouver, it was like a 20-year process with a bunch of committees and getting grants for funding, and then people protest because you gotta like close some things and take some land or buy some land. And down here, let me double check. Yeah, we're going straight down this river, so we don't cross any bridges the whole way. It seems there are any like major bridges across this river.
Case has just subscribed with Twitch Prime. It's Hey.
What's the name? Hey, Cages with the 2-month prime. I'm not trying to read that again, it's just bumpy. Ooh, I like this tunnel. Yeah, now it feels like I'm leaving the city. Oh, Sarah's here. How's the day been? A mixed bag. It started sunny, but really windy. Headwind. You're fighting it. Gusting up to about 40. But, you know, we're making progress. And then we had like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of like sporadic on and off rain. At some point I went on a bridge to try and get my waterproof camera on, and it refused to power on regardless of what battery I was plugging into, so I'm gonna have to troubleshoot that. Hopefully I didn't fry the camera in the rain yesterday. So then we waited on a bridge for it to kind of stop raining a bit, and it has, and it's turned quite nice out, and it's been a beautiful evening since then. There's some good stuff, but quality of living is way higher in Canada. I don't know. I think probably like assessments of quality of living would probably be like with a happiness index. How happy are people that live there? Isn't like Norway number one in that way? I don't know where Canada and Korea rank. But quality of living, like measuring happiness is kind of complicated. But if we trust the system they're using to assess happiness, that's like a direct relation to the quality of living in that country. Finland was number one in happiness? Was it? Okay. I think happiness is different than quality of living. But if quality of living is bad, then you won't be happy.
Rumbleby Norway just resubscribed
direct
for
correlation.
29 months. Hey guys.
Oh, we got Rumbleby Norway. Good to see you. Thanks to the 29-month resub. Oh, to some place. Go get some pastries. A nice pie. Alright, I think we're quite close to this dam now. Oh, I see it. I see the dam. We might cross paths with that other cyclist on the e-bike there. He's also doing the Grand Slam. He's going to every single checkpoint. Because it's essentially dead end. Like, you get here and there's no bike path past this point, or no official bike path past this point. So then you just turn around and go the other way.
Sablaran just subscribed, thank you.
Sablaran, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. There's a truck. Well, it's a van. I'll just go up here. Could probably squeeze through, but... Alright. This is what the bike path does right here anyway. It just zips up on the boardwalk.
Empower 123 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Damn, would you look at that. Empower, thanks for the 7-month Prime. Okay, you looked at me. They like looked at me and then like drifted over into the middle of the lane for a while after looking at me. Anyway. Wait. Oh no, we still got further to go. Alright. I assumed it was there. It is not there. Looks to be another couple kilometers, maybe 4. Daicheng Dam, yeah. Get stamped there, but then we gotta turn around and go back 20 some odd kilometers back the other way to get back onto other official bike path routes. So, one of those there and back again, little detours to get one stamp. There's several of these if you're doing the entire Grand Slam tour of Korea, where you gotta do like a big tour out and turn around and come back. A lot of people, when they're doing that, they'll ride out and take a bus back, or take a bus out and then ride back. That way you don't have to like backtrack, but I ain't about that life. Is it worth getting a stamp if you have to circle back? Well, it's the entire point of this trip is I gotta get them all. It's like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. And I get a medal at the end if I do them all. Now if I miss one, then I don't get the medal. It's a fancy looking thing. Very well maintained. Here, yeah, this is very well maintained. Path's nice, the road's nice. Even that rock face is very well maintained. They've like spray concreted it, drilled like, I don't know, a bunch of fixtures in it, then put a fence thing over it. Trees are starting to sprout? Oh, they are. Guys. Spring is sprunging. Thank you for pointing that out, because all these trees have been bare this entire trip. They're trying. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, it's a separated bike lane. I'm guessing I'll have this the whole way to the dam. So 3.5 kilometers or whatever. I could even go on past that, but that's the end of like the official bike route on the certified bike route network. Or maybe it's that, 2.5 kilometers. Piece of Twix here. Looks like we joined the boardwalk here. I don't know what the sign means. Don't squiggly bike. Oh shit, I kind of squiggled. Path on the other side of the road? Looks like there is. But the multi-directional bike path just had me merge onto this side, so I don't know under what concept, because it looks red, which makes it look like a bike path. Oh, got a bit of a transition here. And then we turn into the multi-directional bike path separate from the pedestrian path just down here, so don't be too rough. Alright, that's fine. When transitioning goes rip pip. Yes, the HDMI cable on that was a little bit funky. Ooh, I could sleep in that gazebo. Might get in trouble for that. There's not much around here. It's just like a busier road. I just have something like a cycling passport. I don't think so for cycling. People have told me there's something similar to the passport thing for doing like the Camino, like the pilgrimage in like Spain. But I haven't looked it up myself, so I don't really know. Hiking one in the Harz Mountain in Germany. Like you get like a little passport and you can stamp different spots along the way. Whoa, nice. You took that a little hot there. It was more of a speed bump than he was preparing for. There's probably like food out here. Now, could I find a place to camp out here? It's another question. That looks like a restaurant. That's a cafe. Some woods there, but I don't know. Well, maybe. This sort of kind of dead ends at the dam. I wonder if there's a good spot to camp, like by the dam. Well, okay, I probably shouldn't be right by the dam because it's an important bit of infrastructure. So there's probably a bit of like security around there. It kind of dead ends there. Then maybe it'd be kind of cool to camp at the end point there. What's our distance for the day? Camp spot, the stamp park. Yeah, let's scout it out. We'd probably have to come back here to eat though. Looks like there's some options, so it'd be a bit of a back and forth. 96. Oh, nice. All right, that's good. Be right around, well, just under 100 when we get there. That's good. But yeah, sunset's in 45 minutes ish. Terrific. Good to see you. How's it going? First cyclist to ever cycle this path seems deserted. Well, we just got passed by another cyclist going the other way. And at the last bike certification point we went to, there's another cyclist going out the same way here. I haven't seen him coming back, so I assume he's somewhere in front of me. Oh, I see a bike coming back. Maybe it's him. Ooh, there's also a speed racer bike on the road here to my right, coming this way. Rip in. Oh, I think this is the e-bike friend. Yeah, it's the guy I talked to. So he's got his stamp and he's going back the other way. Is this a restaurant? I just do 100 kilometers a day without prior training, not feeling your bottom hurting. I think if you're a naturally fit person, you do a lot of other cardiovascular things like you run or something, I think it would be possible for you to do that. But yeah, the kind of excluding the sore butt thing is a key point there, because that certainly would be a big factor for someone that's not used to sitting on a bike for that many hours. But if you're fairly sedentary, I think you'd really struggle to do 100 kilometers, like just getting off the couch and going. There's quite a large park there. I come 100 kilometers a day pretty frequently, right? I guess it depends on the day and the route and the weather and everything. It's not uncommon. But I think last time I was in Korea, like I averaged 80 kilometers a day. Cycle passport for the French Alps. Ooh, I should do that. That'll be fun. Gotta look into that. Hitchhikes uphill? I do. Ooh, sign for Daichung Dam, 1 kilometer. Nice. So what is, ooh, that was big. I wonder if I could camp up there. I'm seeing more trees, that's promising. Shikoku Temple Trail and Alps on the list of future. Oh yeah, the pilgrimage thing. How's the blue line here? So I assume I'm supposed to not be on the path. That's for pedestrians. Oh my god, wrong gear. Ugh. Too much layers. What does this sign mean? It's like a snowman with a hat and an umbrella that has rain falling on it. What does it mean? Oops. I appreciate the attempt to decipher. I don't think anyone has figured it out yet. Climb Missouri viewpoint, but I 1K extra. My priorities here are going to be finding a place to sleep and eating. Trying to find a place to sleep while it's still light out, just for ease of getting a lay of the land. Much easier to find a camp spot if you're wild camping. Like scouting it out during the day is a lot easier. Speak any Korean? Mekju Juseo. I think that's it. But I think that covers everything I need. Looks like we're at the top. Let's see, this feels like I'm gonna be driving down the wrong way, but blue line on this side and the other side, so this must be it. Can I just camp up here? It's like some nice grass back there. Just camping next to bits of important infrastructure seems a little risky even for Korea, which is very tolerant of camping. It's pretty empty up here. Not busy right now. Weekend snow on sign, road conditions when snow or rain falls. Why the snowman with a hat, though? I get the umbrella with the rain falling. That part makes sense. Why the snowman? Just for snow? And then umbrellas for rain? Just use a snowflake for snow. Oh, is the security guy there? So probably. Oh, there it is. There's my certification center. This looks quite pretty. What's this little machine? We made it. Oh, this is very pretty. We'll have a look-see at the view here after I get the stamp. It's a recycling machine. Oh, so it is. Did they do deposits? I have not been paying attention if I've been paying deposits on stuff. Okay. I feel like it's good for me to do this every time we stop one of these, because if you've tuned in since the last stamp, you won't really know what I'm doing here. So, the government of Korea has issued me a Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. So, official government. Like, this is connected to my Canadian passport and stuff. It was actually quite official. Anyway, there's 89 different checkpoints all over the country. I've been to 54 of them. It's about to be 55 here. I have to find what this one is. So this is a dam. Or is this 54? How much does it cost? What was it? I think it's just like $5 or something. What's this dam called again? Daecheong Dam. And this is the... Oh, hello.
Prokulksif just resubscribed at tier 3 for 18 months.
All of a sudden that's really loud when I'm not moving. Polka with the tier 3 18-month resub. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is it this one? I think there's like 4 tier 3 subs. Very exclusive club. Thank you for flexing that golden thumb. Not many people have access to it. You take a photo of you at it? What? Or tier 4, you take a photo of you at it. Maybe. I think it might be this one that just spelt it weirdly here. This. Oh, wait, oh, here we go. Daecheong Dam. Let me just double check the names of everything here. Daecheong Dam, and the next one back over the other way is Sejongbo. Yeah, we got it. All right. We're on this page now. New page. New me. Gamgang Bicycle Path. Where's my... There it is. Oh, this is one of the self-inking ones. Alright, I don't need mine. Nice. I like those ones. That's a nice stamp, too. Or just like it cleanly stamped it. Daecheong Dam. Nailed it. kind of like the purple color more than my black color. Anastasia missing stamp or the ink for it? Well, we've learned it's a good idea to bring your own ink because we have seen ones with missing ink or the ink has been left open with the door open and it's rained and like washed all the ink away. So yeah, bring your own ink. But if there's no stamp there, you are able to take a picture, like a selfie of you, your bike, and the certification center with the name on it, and that will count as a acceptable proof. 37 colors, the next one. Yeah, so we won't do that today. While there's some free water here, I might as well refill. Free water? Oh, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Just run it for a second. Ah! Holy. That water pressure, though, was unexpected. Okay. I was expecting a solid, thin stream. I wasn't expecting a deluge. A deluge? Is that the right word? Did I say that right? You're next to a dam. Yeah, it does make sense that water pressure would be good here, I guess. Run for some time? I did. Can you watch me? How many hours should I run it for? Okay. Why is it so pissed off? Is it dead? It should be fine. Now food and camping. Okay, that's better. See, I kind of want to camp like somewhere around here, but like there's like some security guy to that like K-Water booth there. Go up there to take in the view. Nice. There's even a park down there too. If we weren't right by a dam, I feel like I could totally camp here. Here, I could probably just ride along here. Loop around and look at the dam as well. Oh yeah, there's a sign. Man, the day has really turned around. It was not super pleasant earlier, but it's real nice now. There's the dam. I was creating behind the bike.
이곳은 계단이 가파릅니다. 안전장갑을 잡고 천천히 이동하시기 바랍니다.
I don't know what that means, but I hope it means nice things. Grand Slam Tour goes all over Korea. It'll be well over 2,000 kilometers of Korea. Nice. Okay. Let me look at this for a second. I don't know how well you can see. Maps. I need food and a place to sleep. There's not gonna be any food here, so what's that? Fast food restaurant in that little park we went past. Restaurant. I feel like that's not actually open. It says it's open. I don't believe it though. So what is this place? Wait, there's a bicycle shop there? That doesn't look. Why is the first picture of a bunch of fish? Doesn't look like a bicycle shop. One of the reviews for the bicycle shop, in quotes, is 4 stars a year ago. And the review says, I like riding a bike. That's good. That's good. Okay.
I'm going to do it now, so watch it.
It's going to work.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, get you a good grip on him. Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking sick.
Yeah, underhand him. Yeah, there you go.
Is that your first fish?
I've caught a salmon before. Never caught a catfish before.
Holy fuck, his first catfish, dude.
Hell yeah. And
that's a fucking, dude, that's nice as a bitch.
Remember, always kiss the fish.
Hell yeah,
Hell
dude.
yeah.
Damn right, dude.
Nice, bro. Fucking right.
That's sick.
Hell yeah, man.
Oh,
we'll
awesome.
catch one and cook it tomorrow. Trust me, man.
Yeah, that's a nice fish, man.
All
right, good job, dude.
Just dunk them in the water and let them go. He's good. Well, yeah, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, he'll.
Or not. Nah, he'll go. He'll figure it out. That's the wrong way, man.
Oh no!
I think it's gonna be fine because I'm seated.
So it should patch itself?
Yeah, like you here.
Yeah. Do you have a pump?
Yeah, it should. If the wheel keeps spinning, it will patch itself. Normally.
I'll tell you here, have you ever heard of a thing called dogging?
Dogging, what's that?
Dogging means we pull up in a car park and then you give it the old signal to each other.
Yeah.
And they come over and you suck their dick or the bird opens their legs up and you shag it. Up here, look, see all these cars parked here?
Yeah.
If you see any cars, I don't know cars there.
There's no cars right there.
Well, usually it's full up.
That's a dogging spot?
They're all in there dogging.
Oh,
yeah. Ask them to know about dogging.
They bring up dogging all the time.
Dogging, man. They're up there dogging. They take their wives and all out, and she just puts her ass out the window, all shagging. Unbelievable. I must say I've never been in there, but yeah, I know it's.
You haven't gone to the dogging spot yourself.
It's a popular spot.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're back in business. Dogging? You guys got some dogging whips? Just getting educated on the dogging scene in England. I think that's what we're talking about here. Any doggers in chat? I just got downhill, so I'm zipping up. So we're gonna go back to that little park that we drove past before. And near there, there's a restaurant, but if I check out the park, maybe there's a spot I can camp kind of around there. But yeah, sunset's in about 20 minutes, so let's get going. Easier to find stuff while it's light out than when it's not. Hasn't scared that be an option? Like, I have to leave here to go eat anyway, so I'd have to climb back up here. Like, it would be nice spot to camp, but there's likely to be a nice spot just down the road a little bit off to the right, so. There's no food. You gotta get some food. Lines are like, ooh, go this way, go that way. All right. Got some fancy street lights. It's definitely cooling down now. I think it is supposed to get relatively cool tonight, like around freezing. We got some speed bumps, so we can't really bomb the hill completely. And they're not the nice ones that give you like a little gap around the side so you can avoid them. These ones we gotta take head on. They're not too bad though. See as many people in other countries as you do in Korea now when you're riding. Can you rephrase that? I might just be like... I want to check this place out. Check it out. It's huge. quite a few cars here. There must be some kind of stuff going on. What's going on? There's a little shop here. It's not gonna be like dinner though. Yeah, that ain't dinner.
Hi.
Hi.
Where from?
Canada.
Canada. Oh, this is good.
Yeah, beautiful place. This is beautiful too. This is a really nice area.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Your age? 나이 몇 살? 나이.
Die.
나이 말 의미가 뭐구나.
Age? 29.
29.
29.
29세. 29. 그게 뭐냐면
We need a translator.
나도 발음이 안 좋아가지고.
Ooh.
마이자 보디가드 컴퍼니 CEO.
CEO? Security. Oh, cool.
Security and bodyguard.
I have card for you.
네. Okay.
1 second.
페스티벌 회전.
Festival?
페스티벌.
Ooh. Yeah, my card.
Oh, thanks. Oh, QR code. My card. QR code.
QR code. Yeah.
네이버 한국 방법이. 한글. 오케이?
Yeah.
네.
Cool. Can I ask? What is the festival for?
무엇을 위한 주민. 주민. 우리 사람들. 사람들. 휴머니즘.
Ah, okay.
봄, 스프링.
Spring.
스프링.
Ah, okay, nice.
물, 워터. 워터, 댐. 댐, 오케이?
Yeah.
여기가 대청댐. 대청댐, 워터, 스프링, 페스티벌.
Ah, okay. Very cool. Well, thank you. Nice to meet you.
오케이. 그럼 폰 you phone number.
No Korean phone number. Only Canada.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
But I have an email and.
Email.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah. Selfie.
You Canada friend.
Canada friend.
메모.
Yeah.
메모 두 개. 오케이.
Okay.
페이스북. 오케이.
Facebook, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
이거 뭐야? 엄지척.
이게 새겨져야 되는데 이게 고장품도 좀큰 거 있잖아.
Nice. Oh, good. See you, man. New friend. I probably can't camp here if there's like a whole festival thing going on. I'd probably try and translate and talk more, but I'm trying to find where I can. Yeah, there's a whole festival thing. I can't. I don't think I can be here. And there's like that person has like a big staff jacket. So yeah, it's probably a little too professional. What? They got a band.
하나, 둘, 셋 하는 버튼을 눌러주시기 바랍니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Are they about to like light off some fireworks?
오늘 전 몇 시에? 7시에 하나 봐요?
I'll see what they're about to do. Maybe they're not. I think they're just like practicing. This guy's setting up for some kind of shot. Lighting ceremony for Water Surface Light Festival. Surface Light Festival. Are they gonna light up the surface? That's cool. It's on at 7 p.m. They're gonna turn a bunch of lights. I need to find a place to camp is the issue. I kind of want to come back here though. It starts at 7 o'clock. I have to come back. I can't do this right now though. I need to seize the day. It's gonna be dark, which is probably why they start at 7. Because you know, turning on the lights on will be look good when it's dark. Then I could go way back in that corner over there. Oh, it's very busy all of a sudden. So that's right along the river. Off your tent there. We're scouting. It looks like nothing's happening over this way though. All the festival stuff's off to the left. Right here. Have a little bit of freedom. Still looks like we're setting up for something maybe. This will all be lit up. That'll be pretty. This all looks like it's gonna be lit up too. I feel like is this like a night festival? This is probably not gonna work out for camping. Yeah, those all have LED lights on them. See, on a normal day, like just at the back of this field would probably be just fine. Guys, come back here and see. But there's a restaurant just outside of this park down the road. Tiny bit. Probably hit up. Could be really busy there if there's people eating before they go to this event thing. Back here would historically be something that I'm interested in camping at. Or maybe this little thing. Can I camp in here? I like this. That's a proper cover on there. Yeah, I could sleep in there. Oh yeah, that's pretty premium. Could even put my sleeping pad on like the bench on that side. That's looking good. I really want to. I just don't know if that's the best idea when there's a festival. You know, if it was tomorrow and I was back here, that'd be fine. But it looks like there's something on tonight. A restaurant tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna go find a restaurant right now. Yeah, my mic died when I was talking to that guy, and now my mic's not on my collar because I just quickly plugged it into a battery. I should just swap it out to a fresh mic though. Let me do that really quick so I can actually put my mic back on. Because yeah, it's just resting on the top bag because I was scrambling to do that and I forgot about it. But the whole nice thing with the rechargeable case for these is I don't have to have it plugged into a cable like this. I just swap them back and forth. So, No, I forgot about it, so that's it'll be on my collar here. It should be better audio. He's on the handlebar bag. There's a lot of stuff like just clanging around, so it's probably just a lot of banging around sounds. Tomorrow's National Singing Contest audition for TV. Not real time for recording. For younger gen to older gen. Okay. So I could go sing. Hit them with some country roads. A little John Denver. I kind of want to come back here and sleep. I just, I don't know if I can get away with it. Yeah, well, we can try. Anyway, I gotta get out of here now. I'm gonna go up that path over there. Okay. Pretty quiet here. Just, I think this will all be illuminated. I feel like it's a whole thing tonight, starting in 9 minutes. But maybe it's tomorrow. All right. $100-point Oakland hours. Woo! Hit that triple digits. Let's get some dings in there. Yeah. Don't know how that ran me. Yeah, we had some. Well, the wind fought us for about half the day, pretty good, and then yeah, we were held up with some random rain. I still don't know if that camera's broken or not. Okay, so no, not this. But really close to here is a restaurant with. I have no idea what kind of restaurant, but restaurant nonetheless. Hair dry the camera too. No, I assumed it was, it was good to go. It's in its own waterproof little protective case. I should have hair dried all my gear. Where's that restaurant? Say this. Next one. I got building with the Christmas lights things. Ah. Yeah. There's some cars here. Probably open. Wait for there to not be cars. I'm gonna ask them to camp in their front yard. They got like little huts and gazebos. Oh, it's a shoes off place. Nice. Those ones always feel very like homey, you know? I think this is gonna be really good. Okay, so bring my backpack, switch to the cell phone stream. I need charging brick. It's a restaurant, a hotel. I hope it's a restaurant. Looked it up on the maps there. It says it's a restaurant. Who knows? Could be wrong. I kind of put myself trapped over there, which is a nice feature. That handlebar bag. Still have to find my like good system for this. My handlebar bag. Kind of need that backpack too. There's 4, so should be enough for Hitch. Oh, nice. Freshwater spicy stew. Ooh. Wonder how spicy it is. It's a little bit high. Just in general, a little bit high. Oh. Pressing buttons. Okay. You just turn off for now. Show us the bike and setup? Sure. It's a great time to do it. Alright. So, Kona Sutra. If you're curious about how the third person camera works, it's a common question and I don't get to show it much. It's just a very sturdy monopod attached at the bike at many points. Initially with just a clamp mount there to the rear post. Just some straps to pull it back up towards the seat, the seat rails there, and then some paracord just kind of muffling some of the vibration at the end there. Or leave panniers, little top tube bag for putting a few things, and then my handlebar bag goes up there. With the fancy restaurant for family or dating, especially grilled eel, fish stew. Oh, I like all. I know I like eel. I've never really had an eel dinner till I was in Korea the first time in December there. Fish stew sounds good. Anyway, let's figure this out. Let me get the translator out. Sandals. Superior cycling footwear.
혼자 왔어요?
For one? Eat?
혼자 드실 거 없는데요? 혼자 드시려고 그래요.
What does that mean? That? Okay, let's try to translate this. One sec. Alright, translate. I think we're eating fancy tonight. It's all 2 people, yeah. Shrimp soup, 2 people, 32,000. Spicy catfish stew, 2 people, 38,000. Pagasari spicy soup, 2 people. Spicy mandarin fish stew, 2 people, 70,000. Grilled eagle, 2 people, 6,000. Is it like this price times 2? So 1,2,0,0,0,0.
혼자도 이거 드셔야 돼요.
One, just 60?
네,
Oh,
둘.
but just one? Just one? No?
안, no.
Should we eat for 2? I think we should just YOLO it. I'm very hungry. I can eat for 2 people. Yeah?
Okay.
What would you recommend?
잠깐만요. 사모님. 잠깐만.
It might be a lot of money, but you know what? We'll just sleep for free and eat and pay a bunch of money.
나 빛나. 그 글씨 나오는 것도 몰라서.
뭐라고?
혼자 2명, 혼자래 2인분도 들 수 있냐고 배고파서.
지금 혼자 오셨어?
응, 그래서.
혼자 오셨어.
I'm very hungry.
외국인
나는 매우 배가 고프다.
장어 드셔야지 뭐 어떻게 명탕 못 드실 것 같은데.
나는 매우 배가 고프다.
장어구이? 장어구이?
Okay.
장어구이?
Yeah.
네.
Grilled eel. We're doing the eel.
어디 유럽?
응?
어느 나라? 어느 나라에서 오셨어요?
Canada.
캐나다.
While I'm eating, can I charge my batteries?
글쎄, 난 먹고 있어요.
네.
오케이.
추천할 수 있나요?
It's like a
매운 거 드실 수 있어요? 장어구이 매운 거 드실 수 있어요?
yeah.
괜찮아요?
예.
네, 알겠습니다.
감사합니다.
2인분.
2.
네.
Yeah. All right, we're eating good tonight. Look at this spread. This is gonna be good. Yeah, once they figured out the translator, they really lightened up. All right, I see an outlet over there.
여행 왔어요?
Sorry.
여행 왔어요?
I'm doing a bicycle trip all over Korea.
저는 한국 전역을 자전거로 여행하고 있어요.
You do a passport.
đi qua Hàn Quốc 여행 mà 여행 대박 그리고
All right, we've made friends. This is good. And now we steal all their electricity. Oh my god, this thing. I hate this. No, go out.
매울까봐.
Oh.
네. 소금구이 하나, 양념구이 하나 이렇게 할까요?
Salt grill or seasoned grill like this?
술.
Like one and one?
네.
Yeah.
네, 네.
We can try both, because I gotta do 2 people's worth. All right. Okay, I can probably take my helmet off. I'm probably safe in here, I think. Size batteries that pick. This one, about 100 watt hours, 26,800 milliamp hours. This is like 86, 88 watt hours, so like 24,000 milliamp hours. I'm switching to the cell phone and I'll plug in a few more batteries at that point too. Okay. Surprised if I have those fat batteries. Those batteries are specifically the exact size that you can fly with. Well, the one that's 26,800 milliamp hours or like 99.28 watt hours. To fly with them, you can have as many batteries as you want generally. They just have to be under 100 watt hours. So 99.2 is under 100. So all is good. Okay. Free charge? Well, I'm going to be paying quite a bit for this meal, and I'm okay with that. Okay. Put the TV on. Yeah, I guess since the camera's not facing it, there would be no like copyright issues. I'd just be staring at the TV while eating and ignoring you guys. I just gotta switch the mic over now. Okay, we should be on the mic now. Okay. Let's get these gloves off. I think the top of Scotland to the bottom of England. Yeah, lands in the John Groats. Okay?
밥 드려 밥.
Pop, yeah.
밥 아세요? 밥.
Pop? Yeah, yeah. Nice. Pop? Yeah.
밥 드셔.
This is rice, right? Or is it pop? I know that word. Some of layers. Yeah, I needed this when it was like really windy and not particularly warm. I got a little warm at the end. I probably should have taken just one layer off, and that would have been good. Or your beer? Am I gonna pass for a while? No, they'll be around. They're right here. What should I do? Mekju or soju? So a lot of food. These are just the side dishes. We haven't even gotten into the meal yet. I'm gonna point the camera down slowly. With eel, yeah, we're having 2 people's worth of eel. And I think I'm paying like 120,000 won, unless they really like me. Sea eel or freshwater eel? I don't know. Does it say on here? This is grilled eel, 2 people, 60,000 domestic. I don't know what that means. Soju for eel? Okay, we're sojuing then, which means I'm going to be getting toasted, which with a meal like this is a great idea. Put this down a little bit. 35 euros for a meal for 2. Yeah, but it's like the 60,000, but then you pay per person. 120,000 won is a lot more than 35 euros. Enough food to feed chat. Again, we haven't even got to the meal. This is the sides that you have with the meal. So, in general, just like normal places out to eat can be really cheap, but if you're kind of doing this, it can be more. Luckily, I don't spend any money on accommodation. Well, I guess I got a motel last night, but I travel very cheaply, let's say. I should wash my hands. South Korean won's really easy for translation to CAD. Yeah, pretty much just drop 3 zeros and call it a day. It isn't expensive in Korea. Well, I guess you. When in Rome. My meals have been like nothing crazy yet, so I'm excited to do like a bigger one.
Just subscribe with Twitch Prime.
Bill Follett, thank you.
아, 감사합니다.
언제 한국 왔어요? 한국.
Sorry.
한국 언제 왔어요?
23 days ago. And like,
나 베트남 사람.
how long have you lived in Korea?
(18년)
very cool. 감사합니다.
네.
She's Vietnamese and has lived in Korea for 18 years. My trip situation was way too complicated, so I just added the 2 trips together. Okay. I need to wash my hands really quick. 1 second. Alright. Tiny smidge. Okay. 2 different types of, I think one's like a spicy eel, one's a salty eel, I think. Oh, okay. Bob. We can do the parachutes. We got the we got the parachute materials. All right. We're excited to start with this meal. Okay, I'm just gonna try a piece of eel straight up, and then we're gonna start delving into all the sides and stuff like that. So I think we'll try the spicy eel first. Spicy eel. I do like eel. So, oh, it's good. Has some good flavor. I like that heat level. The only eel I'd really experienced until I came to Korea was in sushi. Those are like sushi rolls with eel in them, and they're like slathered in barbecue sauce. So I feel like you don't really get the eel in it because it's with a bunch of other things and barbecue sauce covered eel. But here they just do it like straight up grilled like this. It's good. Okay. So what I learned that's fun and tasty. You take like these leaves. I like this sauce. I don't know what it is, but I put it on everything. We get some bop. And there's a lid on my bop. You just like mix a bunch of stuff. We get some bop. We'll get what looks tasty for a side. How about some of this stuff? I don't know what it is. We're gonna put it in there. Yeah, maybe some of this. Sure, why not? And then we're gonna get some eel. the other eel in there. And you know what? Maybe just a little bit of this on top too. There's a little sprinkle of that. And then we just kind of fold it up like this with our hands and down the hatch. Yeah, parachuting is the way to go. But as far as sides, you can't really see the entire board here. We've got some of this, so like mushrooms or something. We've got this in a broth, so I can't lean it any further as it'll spill. We got this. Don't know what that is. Those little tiny fish, I think they are. But we got this. Got some of this. Rice. What's the word for delicious in Korean? I was good at that in Japan. I just hit them up with oishi everywhere. Some of this. And then we got some garlic and jalapenos and stuff over there. Anyway, you just kind of mix all this stuff and try different combinations. It's wonderful. Mashi soyo. Mashi soyo. Mashi soyo. Mashi soyo. Mashi soyo. Okay. Okay. This time we're gonna have some of this. We'll do a spicy one. This is a pretty small leaf. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Only fits so much in there. Oh. Yeah. I want to try this little soup here. I feel like it came out like bubbling, so I feel like it's still quite hot. It is. Yeah, that's good. Got a translator right there. I know, but something like just saying it's yummy, I shouldn't have to translate that all the time. Mashi soya. Okay. The other thing we can do, so we got this kind of leaf, but we also got this kind of leaf. And this kind of leaf on its own is it's got quite a bit of a stronger flavor. I don't know how to describe it. But when you stack them, it works really good. It gives a very interesting, just adds a lot of flavor to what I call a parachute. Oh, we got Ellie. Thanks for the raid today, and thanks again for lunch the other day. I hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good time at the Pornhub Awards people were saying around. But yeah, thanks again. All right, how about some of these mushroomy ones? Some of these potentially spicy looking ones? I don't even know. Another one of those. Oh yeah, garlic. I'm a big fan of garlic. Let's get some garlic in there. We'll do some this. I didn't even bop it yet. A little bop. And that should do. You make your parachute down the hatch. I need a drink. So we determined that soju is the better pairing with eel. Is that correct? That was a good one. That was a good one. Soju and beer. You guys, stop making me try to drink everything. Pick one. They sell traditional alcohol? What does that mean? Actually, I guess they've got a drink menu there, probably. Camera. Bok Bunja? I don't know what that is. Mach Wisan Sanshachan Baksa Seju Dandelion Cannon. Frick yeah. Raw Magoli. I like that stuff. The white, milky looking one. Beer, soju, and drink. Bok Bunja is made from strawberries. Haven't had soju yet? Yeah, we haven't had any soju yet on this part of the trip, so maybe we should. But what's this thing made from strawberries? Black raspberry? What one's black raspberry? Not strawberry. Black raspberry? I do need a drink though, before I progress further. Bok Bunja. It's also the most expensive thing, but it's only like 12,000 won, so that's not like obscenely expensive. Bok Bunja. It's pretty sweet though. I'm tempted. Kind of berries. Wash it down. I mean, yes. Soju juicy.
드셔야. 이거 드셔야죠.
네.
어때요?
Very good.
맛있어요? 맛있냐고요?
맛있어요.
맛있어요?
Very. Isn't 맛있어요? 라이브.
방송하고 있어요.
라이브.
People watch from all over the world.
너 하고 있잖아. 너 출연할까?
Okay. 소주.
따뜻할 때 드셔야 돼요.
Sorry.
이거 하고 있는 것 같아. 이거.
Actually, yeah. Well, I'm on live. YouTube and Twitch TV.
그것도 뭐라는 거야? 하는 거 사람 많이 보면 이렇게 좋아요 맞춤 막 하면
유튜브. 장어 따뜻할 때 드셔야 돼요. 식으면 맛없어요. 따뜻해야 맛있어요. 장어구이. 너무 길어.
Okay.
알겠습니다.
I'll eat faster. 감사합니다. 맛있어요.
네.
But first, soju. Ganbai. They told me to eat it while it's hot, so I've been talking too much and not eating enough. Which is fair. I love eel. I just have to announce it. Mm. Soju like schnapps. What else would we relate soju to? Just how strong is it? A bottle of soju kind of kicks my ass here. It's like a stronger wine. Like not in flavor, but like in strength. It's like closer to 20%, isn't it? More leaves. I don't even know how to link my YouTube channel. It feels weird because the YouTube channel is like kind of neglected in the background somewhere. So it's live. It's just, is there anyone here watching from YouTube? You guys are good for stamina? I've heard that. I've heard that. So I love the contrast of like stuff like this. Like this is objectively a very nice meal. Like I'm lucky to get to do this. But then I'm gonna leave here and I'm just gonna go. I think I'm gonna go sleep in that little cube thing. Essentially, I'm gonna sleep outside. I don't think I'm even gonna set up my tent. Like I'm gonna sleep out in a bush in a cube little hut thing. And I think that's wonderful. I just like the contrast. What's up, Matt Goalie? And this just shows you. I do like the Matt Goalie though. That's good. Good food so much more important than fancy hotel room? Yeah, I don't care where I sleep. I can sleep anywhere. But I've learned to love the food pre-streaming, when I was hitchhiking, I ate horrible food. You guys have given me the opportunity to have good food. Thank you. Sometimes I just want to have a piece straight up because you just get the pure eel. It's nice to mix it, but sometimes you just want that pure eel.